It is the halfway point of this special session. And because of the unified efforts and courage of conviction of the Texas House Democrats,
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Live Now from Fox. It is Monday, June 26th, and you are taking a Live Now look at the sun rising over the concrete jungle, the city skyline over Manhattan in New York City. My name is Regina Gonzalez, and if you've watched me on Live Now from Fox, I've said multiple times that I'm from New York, and even though I'm living in Orlando, Florida right now, you just miss home sometimes. So got that beautiful sunrise here for you this morning. So wanted to start off your Monday with this beautiful view. Again, thank you so much for waking up with us here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. We so appreciate all of our viewers, regardless of where you are joining us from. Good morning. My name is Regina Gonzalez. I'm joining you here from the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. You will have me all morning long today from now until 11 a.m. Eastern Time before we pass things along to our Live Now from Fox headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona. That's where you've got Christy Larson, Mike Page, Daytona Everett, Andrew Kraft. They bring you all of your afternoon and evening news, and be sure to tune in to Live Now from Fox on the weekends. Our very own Rain Augustine kicks things off from here in Orlando, Florida, before Stephanie Weaver hosts the show from Los Angeles, California. So yes, we are a nationwide operation here on Live Now from Fox. And if you are new to our show, welcome and thank you for watching. We always like to give a little behind the scenes sneak peek of what we do here on Live Now from Fox. So actually, the host that you see, we control the whole show, everybody. We've got monitors, audio boards, we control the graphics, the video. We're in touch with those live reporters before we take their live reports, and we also bring on our own guests to talk about some major headlines happening today and any day. We also, with the click of a button, can bring you from one place to another. So let's head out to the White House in our nation's capital, everybody. I actually do want to start off our show today by saying there is a big story that we are following out of the D.C. area this morning. Today, you'll hear a lot about protests in the nation's capital. It's the accumulation of weeks worth of unrest over political and economic conditions on the island nation of Cuba. But what you might not realize is that today's events have been orchestrated by a longtime Tampa Bay area resident, and actually we will be having him live here on Live Now from Fox at around 7:15 a.m. this morning. His name is Alian Colazo. He has had caravans of people traveling from Miami, Orlando, Tampa out to D.C. this morning, and they are expected expected to march this afternoon. So we will be, if we get any aerials, we will be bringing them to you live here on Live Now from Fox, because that is what we do, everybody. We are a front row seat to everything happening across our nation. And like I said, with the press of one button, we can bring you to several cities across the nation. We've got cameras everywhere, everybody. So currently taking a Live Now look over Orlando, Florida. Again, this is where our Live Now from Fox East Coast hub is located. So again, we've got people from Tampa, Orlando, Miami expected to head to DC. That's actually the first story that I want to bring you here in your morning brief. This is the top stories and headlines that you may have missed over the weekend or want to know about as you start your Monday. Maybe you're getting ready for work, maybe you're heading out to summer camp, or even getting ready for school, guys. I've got friends that are teachers. They're heading in to decorate and get their classrooms ready. So again, thank you so much for trusting us to bring you the news here on Live Now from Fox on this Monday morning. Now, even though we are expecting those protests, that big Cuban Freedom March rally in DC today, people were actually there yesterday and rallied in front of the White House. So I do want to bring you that story here on Live Now from Fox, the first story of many in our morning brief.
Freedom chants.
Freedom for Cuba!
Plus red, white, and blue waved everywhere in front of the White House. Except this is a different kind of demonstration.
Huge deal.
This is one for Cuba, its people, their strife, and Cuban Americans crying out for it to be free.
It gets me emotional thinking about it because I grew up with my grandparents, all the sacrifices they made to get me and my family, my parents here in the United States.
Don't be afraid. Get out. Fight. We're here with you. We're trying to find ways to help you.
That's Virgilio Velasco's message to the country where he was born. He grew up in Hialeah. And with Karina Alvarez, who's from Kendall, this Sunday is all about where their family is from and the change for which they're hopeful.
Freedom for Cuba! No more communism!
Here's a true Florida man in the nation's capital. From Miami Beach and Cuban American, Aldo Duce proudly waves the Cuban, American, and Florida state flags.
What we're doing right now is fighting for good and evil.
Roberto Rodriguez came from New Jersey with his sons.
My grandfather was given basically two choices, leave the country or go to jail. So he had to leave the country. Other families of mine were there at the Bay of Pigs, left their lives there. So we're here fighting for the Cuban people to get their freedom.
But in Lafayette Square, not everyone was in agreement.
Communism is right behind you. Liberty, you find it that way.
This group called for President Biden to...
He needs to list off the embargo. It doesn't matter what is happening in
What
Cuba.
about the people over there a few steps from where we are saying this has nothing to do with the embargo?
Everybody,
this has to do with people who want to be free.
You know, everybody has the right to talk and feel the way they want. It's part of democracy.
The embargo is impacted greatly on Cuba, and it's a crime.
Are you blaming what's happening in Cuba now on the embargo, though?
Much of it,
Blaming
yes,
it? Okay.
much of it.
But most who traveled here opposed that view. You're looking at groups this morning leaving South Florida by car and busload ahead of a scheduled protest. There was this Washington protest July 15th. Monday, there will be another. It's the destination for several hundred here in town. They're calling this the Human Rights March, and they'll conclude here at the Cuban Embassy in Washington, D.C. More of this,
Freedom for Cuba!
only with a march.
And as I said, everybody, we will have the organizer of the Cuban Freedom March here with us on Live Now from Fox at 7:15 a.m. Eastern Time this morning. Here's a Live Now look at other live guests that we plan on having early this morning. In just about 35 minutes, we will be joined by Dr. Jason Littleton. He is a reoccurring Live Now guest. We're going to be talking about some of the major coronavirus headlines making news this morning and over the last couple of weeks as the Delta variant continues to spread. And then at 8:15 a.m., we will be joined by Mike Haridopolos. He is the former president of the Florida Senate. He's an author and political analyst, and he joins me every Monday to kind of break down the major political headlines that we are expecting and following on Live Now from Fox every Monday, and anything that you may have missed over the weekend and what we can kind of look ahead to this week. Now, that actually does lead me to my next story. Today, the Senate is expected to take up a bipartisan spending bill that calls for more than $1 trillion to be spent on the nation's infrastructure. But there are still a few roadblocks. Fox News correspondent Mark Meredith takes a look.
Senators from both parties say they are very close to a final deal on infrastructure. This $1.2 trillion proposal would do a lot. Besides just repairing roads and bridges, it would expand broadband access and add electric vehicle infrastructure throughout the country. Key lawmakers say after a lot of back and forth, the end is in sight.
We continue to work hard, worked all day yesterday, all through the weekend. There are some thorny issues, but we can get it done.
Down to the last couple of items, and I think you're going to see a bill Monday afternoon.
Infrastructure has already been a top priority for the president, really ever since taking office. He tweeted a lot about it over the weekend, perhaps trying to nudge lawmakers and the public one last time. On Sunday, he tweeted, "The bipartisan infrastructure framework is a great deal for the American people, for blue-collar people, the folks being left behind now." And while the Senate may be close on infrastructure, how quickly a bill would actually get to the president's desk remains unclear. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi says she won't pass infrastructure in her chamber. That is until after the Senate also passes a separate, much larger spending bill tied to human infrastructure. The Speaker doubling down on her demands on Sunday.
The president has said that he wants to have a bipartisan bill, and we all do. But that is not the limitation of the vision of the president. He wants to build back better.
If Congress were able to deliver an infrastructure package to the president's desk, it would certainly be a legislative victory for the White House, and the Biden administration may want that to happen sooner rather than later. A new Gallup survey shows the president's approval rating slipping, now down to 50%, a 6-point drop in the last month, the lowest of his presidency so far. In Wilmington, Delaware, Mark Meredith, Fox News.
Thank you to Mark Meredith for that report. Again, on the side of your screen, everybody, you can see the live guest that we've got coming up here on our show this Monday morning. We will be talking to Mike Haridopolos about what we can expect on Capitol Hill as we are waiting for a deal. We have seen such drama on Capitol Hill, really, when it comes to the negotiations. And again, Mike Haridopolos will be breaking that down for us here on Live Now from Fox at 8:15 a.m. this morning. Meanwhile, we are still continuing to follow coronavirus news. Again, we will be joined by Dr. Jason Littleton here at 6:45 a.m. because top health officials say mandatory face masks are now being reconsidered, even if you are fully vaccinated. The result of the widespread Delta variant spreading predominantly among unvaccinated Americans. Fox News' Sal Giangrasso has more on how Dr. Anthony Fauci is calling the outbreaks an unnecessary predicament that can all be avoided.
I'm very frustrated.
Dr. Anthony Fauci candidly expressing his disappointment in the current coronavirus situation facing the nation.
We're going in the wrong direction since we have 50% of the country is not fully vaccinated. That's a problem, particularly when you have a variant like Delta.
The highly transmissible Delta variant is spreading like wildfire, and health officials say unvaccinated Americans are the fuel, sparking almost triple the amount of new cases over the last couple of weeks.
It's really an outbreak among the unvaccinated.
The White House, though, is holding back on placing direct blame on unvaccinated folks for the surge in new cases.
We're not here to place blame or threats. We're here to provide accurate information.
But vaccination rates may not be improving anytime soon. According to a new Associated Press NORC poll, 80% of unvaccinated Americans say they will not get a shot. And as the Delta variant continues ripping through the country, Dr. Fauci says he and other health officials are strongly reconsidering imposing mandatory face mask policies on everyone in the near future, regardless of if you've gotten the jabs.
This is under active consideration. If you're asking, am I part of the discussion? Yes.
As of now, the CDC still says fully vaccinated Americans don't need a mask indoors, but officials say states have the ability to enforce face mask rules if local rates of infection and hospitalizations rapidly increase. Sal Giangrasso, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Sal for that report. Again, if you guys have any questions for Dr. Jason Littleton, who will be on with us here in just about a half hour, feel free to tweet us at LiveNowFox, and we will get any of your coronavirus questions answered. Again, lots of cities, lots of entities looking to figure out what to do as, again, you heard him say the Delta variant is continuing to spread across the United States. Meanwhile, you're currently taking a Live Now look at our Live Now from Fox XRAD radar. Temperatures dancing around the country this morning. I'm going to send some of you on a quick commercial break. When we return, we're going to get into some weather-related stories because, unfortunately, there are indeed 88 large wildfires burning in the U.S. that have already destroyed more than 1 million acres of land, according to the National Interagency Fire Center. We've also got some international weather-related news as we have learned that a typhoon has slammed the east coast of China. Very sad situation out there. So stay with us here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. Some weather-related stories are coming up after this 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. A little after 6:20 a.m. here on the East Coast, and you're currently taking a Live Now look at our XRAD radar. You can see several excessive heat advisories in effect for states across our nation, and that heat is just impacting wildfire season, everybody. There are 88 large wildfires burning in the U.S. that have already destroyed more than 1 million acres of land. That's according to the National Interagency Fire Center. The fires are burning in more than a dozen states, and the latest battleground is Montana, where first responders are heading right now. Fox News correspondent Christina Coleman has more from Los Angeles, and if you look over Montana, that blue color that you see, that is an excessive heat warning. So let's get the latest from Christina Coleman, everybody.
Dangerously hot and dry conditions continue to fuel fire danger here in California and throughout the West.
The lack of moisture means everything is ready, everything is explosive.
The Dixie Fire in California is the largest wildfire in the state right now. It's destroyed at least 16 structures and threatened nearly 11,000 more. Steep terrain is making it hard to get this fire under control. It's only 21% contained.
The fire is making its big pushes like during that time of the day when it heats up, and right now we're kind of just securing the edge and kind of just corralling the fire in a sense.
Right now, the Tamarack fire is straddling the California-Nevada border. It started on July 4th after lightning struck Rocky Ridge top, sparking flames in a tree. It spread from there. It's only 13% contained, and it's forced more than 2,400 people to evacuate their homes.
No one got hurt, and they did save quite a few structures.
Yeah.
So they worked hard on that, and yeah, so we've been blessed.
The Boot Lake Fire in Southern Oregon is the largest wildfire in the nation so far this year. It has already ripped through more than 400,000 acres of land. 46% of it is contained.
There's still several thousand people that are threatened by the fire.
Also, some good news for firefighters. Some cooler weather is expected this week. Crews hope it helps them get some of these fires under control. In Los Angeles, Christina Coleman, Fox News.
Meanwhile, very sad news that we are continuing to follow this morning out of China, everybody. Typhoon Infa has torn through parts of the eastern coast of China. Infa, the sixth typhoon of the year, made a second landfall today over there after already dumping lots of rain and flooding onto the area on Sunday. The storm caused about 1.5 million evacuations. In some areas, crews used and were unable to use fire trucks to reach people trapped in homes, so they turned to rubber rafts and life jackets to reach flooding victims and paddle them to safety. One provincial government has issued a red alert, the worst weather warning possible, for more torrential rain for 23 districts and counties. That is expected today. And I actually do have some video that was posted to social media that we are able to use with their permission. It's called Storyful, everybody. And here is some video that was posted this weekend. Reinforcement teams have carried out flood drainage work in Zhengzhou, China. That is while more than, again, as you heard me say before, more than 1.5 million people were relocated as Typhoon Infa made landfall today, packing strong winds, damaging trees, and bringing loads of rainfall. Winds of up to 35 meters per second were recorded at the center of the storm as it passed over China's east coast. That's according to their local weather bureau. This video from province's Fire and Rescue Corps shows people gathered at a relocation center in China's Zhejiang province. So really sad to see there, everybody. You can see them laying on blankets, looking so worried, not knowing, what is going to happen to their homes. A lot of people may be displaced from their families. So wanted to bring you that video here on Live Now from Fox. This is also some aerial footage that we have as, again, reinforcement teams carried out flood drainage work in Zhengzhou, China. This was over the weekend after it killed at least 51 people in the city. Again, that is 51 people killed due to severe flooding. Nearly 400,000 residents have been evacuated. can hear the background noise as this has been filmed by first responders. Nearly 400,000 residents have been evacuated due to the widespread flooding, according to reports from over there. This footage was released by the Ministry of Emergency Management, and it shows Jiangxi firefighters draining water at an underground parking lot where floodwaters reached 5 meters. That's about 16.4 feet on Saturday. So again, very sad to see, but these first responders, a huge thank you to them. They are the ones rescuing people. They're the ones running towards the damage and the floodwaters while a lot of people are trying to run out. So wanted to bring you that weather segment here on Live Now from Fox, because again, lots of weather not only in our nation but around the globe that we are following this morning here on Live Now from Fox. Again, everybody, my name is Regina Gonzalez. I'm joining you live from the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. Thank you so much for being here with us. Again, we are just minutes away from a live interview with Dr. Jason Littleton. We will be getting to some coronavirus headlines. We've got mask mandates being reconsidered in our nation, and we are going to keep you updated with any developments here on our show, because that is what we are all about, everybody. We bring on these experts, these guests, to provide more insight. We as hosts provide very little commentary and let you guys judge what is going on around the globe and make your own decisions about the news that you are seeing. So again, some of you will see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we are actually going to head out to Chicago and some other major cities across our nation, because we've got a crime surge still happening across our nation, and many Americans are expressing concern about this spike. We've also got some coronavirus related stories to play for you ahead of our interview with Dr. Jason Littleton here in Florida. COVID-19 test lines are up as many are concerned about the ever-spreading Delta variant. So some of you will see another 2-minute commercial break. For those of you not in break, we are going to stay on the Windy City. This is a live look over it right now as the sun is beginning to rise out there. I can actually tell you that it is 71 degrees and partly cloudy out there. So again, some of you will see that quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll have more stories when you return. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. Currently taking a Live Now look over the windy city, Chicago, Illinois. I have actually never been to Chicago. It's definitely on my list of places to get out to someday. But unfortunately, Chicago is just one of many large cities experiencing an uptick in gun violence and crimes. Actually, according to the Gun Violence Archive, this year is on track to break last year's record as one of the deadliest for gun violence in roughly 2 decades. Fox News correspondent Marianne Rafferty has more on just how many Americans are becoming the latest gunshot victims every single day.
That's the number of people shot by a gun every day in America, according to data collected by the nonprofit group The Brady Campaign to Prevent Gun Violence. And out of those 316, 106 die from their injuries.
This is about a community saying stop this senseless shooting.
This statistic is all too real for those living in the Austin suburb of Chicago, where city officials report more than 180 shootings so far this year in that neighborhood alone. Community members marching over the weekend to preach peace, while others sent direct messages to would-be killers.
Let that young man you're planning to kill tonight, let him live.
Meanwhile, rising gun violence in Philadelphia has many on edge.
Too many Philadelphians are dying.
So far this year, more than 2,000 people across the city have been shot, with more than 300 killed. Local officials are calling on Philadelphia Mayor Jim Kenney to go beyond calling the surge a public health crisis. But the mayor says declaring a local state of emergency won't secure new funds to help address the shootings. The grim situation has many people questioning their safety while doing everyday things like going out to eat.
We came here just enjoying a typical night. Like, we were out at the bar. Like, why are we going to come here and have to have our lives at risk? I don't get that at all.
And at the federal level, Attorney General Merrick Garland is pledging to crack down on gun trafficking and increase funding for community outreach in cities plagued by shootings. Marianne Rafferty, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Marianne Rafferty for that report. On the side of your screen here, you can see 2 major cities once again bringing you out to Chicago, Illinois, as well as a shot that we have over our Fox News headquarters in New York City. Now, as you heard her say, these are just some of the cities experiencing major upticks in gun violence across our nation, and many Americans are expressing concern about this spike. Prosecutors are trying to come up with ways to get the problem under control before it gets even worse. Fox News correspondent David Spunt is continuing to follow this crime surge across the country here on Live Now from Fox. Let's take a listen to his report.
Authorities here in Washington, D.C. want people to feel safe, but no question it's been difficult with this recent stream of continued violence. Thursday night, patrons were just enjoying dinner about a mile from the White House when shots were fired outside of a popular restaurant. Many innocent people were caught in the middle of the gunfire. D.C. Police Chief Robert Conti says he needs more boots on the ground, and the court system needs to work more in the favor of law enforcement. Chicago, another large city with a crime problem. The courts there are backed up by at least 35,000 felony cases. Right now, the state's attorney for Cook County handles both the county and city of Chicago. I was in Chicago Thursday and Friday, and I sat down with Kim Fox. She's the top prosecutor or state's attorney for the 5+ million people in Cook County. It's the second largest county in the country. There is a proposal by local leaders in Chicago to move some of the nonviolent crimes to a city court.
The fact of the matter is we have an unrelenting gun problem in Chicago, and I cannot look to the people that I serve and tell them that we're spending more of our resources going after petty offenses that can still be dealt with than we are going after gun violence, and that's where my priority is.
Meanwhile, lawmakers from both sides of the aisle continue to work on police reform. While it's currently stalled, one of the lead negotiators says it's still in the works.
When you demonize police officers, when you defund the police, and you start talking about this war on police and prosecution and not on crime, you're going to have a reduction in forces. And if you tell officers that their personal liability is on the line, it is a bad decision.
Senator Scott hopes to get police reform done before the August recess. In Washington, David Spunt, Fox News.
All right, thank you to David Spunt for that report. Again, we will keep you updated with any news related to the growing uptick in violence, of gun violence and violent crimes across the United States. We will also be touching on this subject and the Biden administration and White House's handling of this situation with Mike Haridopolos at around 8:15 a.m. this morning. So currently taking a live look out in Orlando, Florida. We are just minutes away from being joined by Dr. Jason Littleton to talk about some coronavirus headlines. Now, he does join us from the Orlando area, and this is also where we are starting to see long lines again, as many are waiting to take COVID-19 tests or even get the COVID vaccine, because cases in the Sunshine State are skyrocketing, unfortunately, once again. So stay with us, everybody. Some of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break, and when we return, we are going to tackle some coronavirus-related news here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. 6:43 a.m. here on the East Coast. Again, my name is Regina Gonzalez, joining you from the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub, located here in Orlando, Florida. That is where you are currently taking a live look over right now. Now, I must admit, our Live Now from Fox studio is kind of a little towards the back of the building, not too much. It's in the front, so I actually can't even see when it gets light out too much. Our set doesn't even really face the door, so happy to see that the sun is rising over Orlando, Florida. But guys, we are still continuing to follow the spread of the Delta variant and a rise in COVID-19 cases in cities across the nation and states, especially including Florida. While now long lines in Florida are happening and being seen as many wait to take COVID tests or even get the COVID vaccine, as again, cases are continuing to skyrocket. Fox 35 Orlando's Stephanie Bufamonte brings us this next story.
Long lines at Barnett Park as people rush to get tested for COVID-19. The demand for testing going up and up.
The demand has definitely increased recently. There's no doubt about that.
1,600 people in Orange County got a test at the site on Friday. Delisa Craig, working at the site Saturday, tells me as of this afternoon, they were on track to see the same numbers today.
For a while, the demand was a little bit lower, and we're seeing some of the same numbers we saw some months ago.
Not only have we seen long lines here at Barnett Park for people who have come to get a COVID-19 test, we've also seen lines for people who want to get the COVID-19 vaccine. It's something the Department of Health has been pushing for people to do as we've seen cases rise here in Orange County. This week, more than 73,000 new cases were reported in the state. According to new data from the Florida Department of Health, that's up by more than 17,000 compared to last week. Orange County is reporting more than 5,300 new cases. The positivity rate is nearly 16%.
Being that it's summertime, everyone's trying to do everything that they want to do, and I guess it seems like we're getting too used to Corona, and we feel like it's not here, but it definitely is here because the numbers are going back up.
Lakeisha Whitehorn, her daughter and cousin got their COVID-19 vaccines at Barnett Park Saturday. And what pushed them to get the shot?
I feel like people are coming out more in the open and they're not wearing their mask. So as I see more people doing that, it's just important for us to stay safe.
We just get tired of living in fear, just being so scared of when we're going to get the virus or if we're going to get the virus.
Stephanie Bufamonte, Fox 35 News.
And joining the conversation right now from Florida himself, he's a reoccurring guest here on Live Now from Fox, who we love to bring on for any medical insight. Dr. Jason Littleton. Dr. Littleton, good morning to you. How are you doing? Thank you so much for being with us again.
I'm doing incredible. How are you doing, Gina?
Well, we appreciate having you on all the time, and a lot of coronavirus news to tackle as we are seeing this Delta variant spread. We just played a story, as you saw, about the growing number of cases in Florida. So you and I are actually both in Florida this morning. So as a medical professional, as a doctor, does this surprise you? What is your reaction to this surge in cases, not only here in the Sunshine State, but across the nation?
Well, it doesn't surprise me. First of all, the Delta variant is thought to be approximately 40 to 60% more transmissible than the Alpha variant, which was the UK variant. And we think that because of the increased transmissibility, it's leading to increased hospitalizations, not necessarily increased acuity. However, what we're seeing is that those who are unvaccinated are being affected more than those who are fully vaccinated. We know that those who are partially vaccinated have an increased risk of catching the Delta variant as well. So one of the things that we're seeing is that we're seeing that the Delta variant has globally become the dominant variant across the U.S. and Florida.
Now, Dr. Littleton, as you just mentioned, it's people who are unvaccinated that are seeing, this virus and this new variant, but there are also people that are vaccinated who have now gotten the Delta variant. So I believe that medical professionals are calling this breakthrough cases. So what is your insight on that? I feel like a lot of people have questions. Well, I did everything I needed to do. I got vaccinated, and now there's still risk of a new variant. So what can you say to viewers who may be a little concerned right now?
Yeah, so that's very true. We are seeing outbreak cases, and those cases are increasing. First of all, I have seen in my practice more people who have been fully vaccinated who have, again, received coronavirus. And the concern here is that people are worried about what they can do. They feel like there's a loss of control. And I always tell people, I go back to the basics. I tell them that they want to make sure that they're taking good care of their health. At this point, you've done everything that you can. You've gotten vaccinated. Now you have to focus on improving your health. If you're a smoker, you want to start cutting down. If you're not getting enough sleep, you want to work on that because that helps build your immunity. You want to make sure that you're staying hydrated. You want to make sure that you're getting good exercise and eating correctly. You want to do things to boost your immunity and to keep yourself healthy. And when we do that, we put ourselves in the best position to actually recover from the coronavirus Delta variant, but also to even not get it in the first place. But one of the things you want to do is, go about your daily routine without the sense of fear. You have to understand you've done everything that you can. Masks are optional for those who are fully vaccinated, but those who have increased risk may want to consider wearing a mask. And so these are the things that you can do to put things more in your control. But at the same time, you don't want to have this sense of anxiety when you have done everything that you can.
Dr. Littleton, on this same topic, there's been so much news and so much concern as well about misinformation regarding the vaccines online. You've heard Dr. Fauci, you've heard several officials in Capitol Hill say, well, the number of people who are still not vaccinated are not getting vaccinated because of all the misinformation surfacing online. So do you feel that there is misinformation about the vaccine on the web and just at people's fingertips, which may be preventing them from getting the vaccine? I know it is really, it's up to you and it's your choice, but what can you say about this?
There's definitely misinformation. What I have told people is that you want to make sure that instead of, doing a search engine search on information about the coronavirus, that you do run it by your healthcare professional. I want my patients to talk to me about their concerns and the things that they can do as far as mitigation measures. And I want to be able to, really streamline their thinking in regards to combating the coronavirus. I think it's so important. I'm a studied professional and I've been in medicine for over a decade. And people have to understand that, when it comes to the coronavirus, in particular the Delta virus variant, that, a lot of misinformation, there's a lot of things that people are getting worried about, and you really need to bounce this off your healthcare professional. And I think when you do that, it puts things in perspective, and then you can further combat and have strategies so that you can go forward and live the best life that you can.
Dr. Littleton, we saw LA County in California bring back indoor mask mandates. We've got several other cities in the country doing the same. So do you feel that if we were to all go back to wearing masks like some of these places have already implemented, can this help combat the spread of the Delta variant?
That's not clear. And I'm not sure that that's a great move in terms of going back to a mask mandate. I think that people are educated and knowledgeable to know that, of course, you can wear a mask. There's nothing stopping you from wearing a mask. If you would like to wear a mask, you can always do that. But I think that going back to that is kind of a scary trend, because once we get over this wave, so to speak, if there is another wave and sequentially another wave, then we're going back and forth. I think it's sending the wrong message. I think the message that needs to be sent is that, masks are always available and you can always wear a mask. If you're high risk, wear a mask. If you have any concerns or anxiety, please wear a mask. And if you're in a situation where you're going into a workspace and they mandate a mask, then of course wear a mask. But I think this is something that mandating it for everybody might not be the best message that we want to send.
And Dr. Littleton, we're actually playing some video next to you here on the screen, specifically of students. Now, we did see that the American Academy of Pediatrics has come out with some new mask guidelines for children in schools. So what did they exactly recommend, and how does this differentiate between these new recommendations along with the CDC guidelines?
So, what they're recommending, the trend here is that particularly for public schools, that masks be worn. And I think that this is something that there's a lot of debate and thought about amongst parents who may not agree with this. And so this is something that is going to be a hot topic as we roll into the fall and as we go into September. There's a lot of different issues out there that I think have some people feeling great. I'm glad this is in place, but at the same time, it has some people feeling a little bit uncomfortable and probably even thinking about other options. I think this is something that has to continually be discussed, and we have to find out what ways can we allow people to have options so that they feel comfortable going to school.
Dr. Littleton, I do want to focus or shift our focus a little bit to travel, because we've seen a lot of people. Personally, I know we're here in Orlando, the Orlando area. Disney World is packed. The amusement parks are packed. I feel like a lot of people, once they got vaccinated, wanted to get to those places, take those trips that they weren't able to. But now we are seeing all these mandates being reconsidered. Do you feel that this could affect travel guidelines?
I do, unfortunately. I think that, again, I feel like travel, in some cases, people have to travel for their family, for their well-being, for their job. But at the same time, when we think about traveling for our leisure, that becomes more of an option. I think, as far as the airline industry, I don't see them returning back necessarily to every other seat or having social distancing, but I do see them keeping up with, making sure that people wear masks on their flights. And again, I think for the airline industry, it really comes down to economics and filling seats. So I think it's going to take a little bit more for them to go back on that. But in regards to, situations in regards to like the cruise lines, for example, we know that the 11th Appeals Circuit Court just reversed one of the regulations that were done. They just overturned one of their own regulations in regards to what the CDC was saying. And so, that's a win for Florida. And so when we talk about travel, lessening the restrictions on the cruise industry is a good thing for Florida. But could that be reversed later? Well, we'll have to see. This just happened this past Friday.
When you think about how far we've come, I feel like there has now been a change in tone when it comes to the coronavirus pandemic. We have seen so much progress, and now people are worried that that could be taken away. What do you foresee happening in the weeks and months to come?
Well, I think it's still early yet in regards to us witnessing the effects of the Delta variant. And I think that's what most people are concerned about. I think there was a sense of control over the previous variants, at the beginning of the summer. But as the summer has gone on, as the Delta variant has become the dominant variant globally in the United States, I think people are a little concerned on what they might see as far as regulation. And I think that we're going to have to see if this push increases vaccination rates or if it's still kind of somewhat of a stall, because at the beginning of the summer, what was thought was that people who wanted to get vaccinated, they have, and people who do not want to get vaccinated, they have made their decision. But I think, there might be a trend towards, increased vaccination rates. Some people might think and consider about this more, but I'm not sure that it's enough that it's going to cause people to, all just swarm at the vaccination sites and totally get vaccinated. I think that what we'll have to see is how this variant, in this case, plays out in the next couple of weeks and months. And so I'm watching just like everyone else.
All right, Dr. Jason Littleton, is there anything related to the COVID-19 pandemic or the Delta variant that we may have missed here on Live Now from Fox before we send you off?
Well, the main thing is I just encourage people to always make sure that, they talk to their primary care doctor regarding mitigation measures. And also, this is a great opportunity to revisit your PCP if you haven't, and make sure that you get a good health check, because I think being healthy is the best situation that you can be if you're fully vaccinated. And we have to also keep in mind those who are partially vaccinated may be partially vaccinated because they really had a severe side effect. And that may cause them to be very hesitant regarding getting that second dose, so to speak. So, you know, what we can do to encourage those people and find out how they can potentially get that second dose and lessen the fear that they might have, but also just making sure that people are in the best position that they can, whether that means wearing a mask or, you know, doing certain measures that they're least likely to come encounter with people who may have coronavirus.
All right, Dr. Jason Littleton joining us here on Live Now from Fox to answer all of your coronavirus Delta variant related questions. Thank you so much for joining us on this Monday morning, waking up early with us. We really appreciate your time and insight.
Thank you so much, Regina. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. And a huge shout out to Dr. Jason Littleton and all of the experts, Dr. Mike, other doctors, Dr. Chin Hong out there in San Francisco. We like to bring on these experts because there is such fluid information out there, and we like to have all of your questions answered, everything that you want and need to know, as we are still obviously very much in the middle of this pandemic. Currently heading out to the West Coast, taking a live look over the Santa Monica Pier. As you heard me mention, LA County and much of the California area implementing indoor mask mandates again. So actually, we are going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break, and when we return, we will revisit some of the top stories that we are following this morning, as well as bring you some more COVID-19 related news from the California area. So stay with us, everybody. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are out on the West Coast right now, taking a Live Now look at the Santa Monica Pier glowing out there a little after 4 o'clock in the morning out there in California. So if you are starting to wake up with us on this Monday, June 26th, and you have just turned on Live Now from Fox, thank you so much for being here and trusting us to bring you the news that you want and need to know about this morning. Taking a look out in California, because in just moments we will play some more stories regarding the COVID-19 pandemic and mask mandates and how people are sort of reacting to this change in tone when it comes to COVID-19. We just had Dr. Jason Littleton on with us answering some of your questions regarding the spread of the Delta variant. Will these mandates, will the spread of this new variant affect travel? How will it affect our daily lives that we have sort of just gotten back to as restrictions have eased over the last couple of weeks and months? But again, thank you so much for joining us. If you are just tuning into Live Now from Fox, good morning. It is a little after 7 a.m. here on the East Coast. I am joining you from the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. My name is Regina Gonzalez. Again, you will have me the rest of the morning until 11 a.m. Eastern Time. That's when we pass the show off to our headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona. So we appreciate you waking up with us, and we are continuing to follow any top stories that you may want to know about this morning. In just a couple of minutes, we will be joined by the organizer of a huge Cuban Freedom March that is expected to happen today in our nation's capital. We will also be joined by political analyst Mike Haridopolos at 8:15, because we've got an infrastructure negotiation back on Capitol Hill in the Senate getting underway today. Will we see a deal sometime this week? So we will touch on that with him as well. But again, we are also following coronavirus related news this morning. Wanted to take you back out to California, because a group of parents in California actually are frustrated with the state's plan to keep masks in schools for the upcoming fall semester. As Fox's Laura Diaz reports, they are now part of a lawsuit against the state, urging them to drop the mandate and claiming the science doesn't support it. So let's get that story here on Live Now from Fox, everybody.
Ezra is only 6 years old, but he knows what COVID-19 is, with some help from his mom. And he places a mask covering on his little face with ease. His mom thinks it makes good sense.
Good job, buddy.
I'm vaccinated, so I have the choice not to wear a mask. The children can't get the vaccine, so I think it's just for their safety to keep the masks on during school.
But a growing number of vocal parents strongly disagree. They're part of a group called Let Them Breathe. They demand parents have the right to decide if their kids wear a mask or don't wear a mask to school, regardless of their vaccination status. The group is suing the state of California.
Our group is pro-science, pro-safety, and pro-smiles. We are here to bring mask choice to every child.
The science has shown that children have an incredibly low risk of contracting, let alone spreading the disease. I'm more concerned about the short-term and long-term effects of mask wearing.
Public health officials defend their policy, stating the data and science are unequivocal. There's no substitute for in-person instruction, and California's COVID-19 prevention strategies are the best way to fully open our schools while protecting students and staff.
How are you feeling about your odds? We are confident because we know that the law and the science are not on the side of the state right now. And our legal team already was successful challenging these same types of restrictions during the school closures.
Continuing to follow some COVID-19 related stories out there in California. As part of your morning brief, a California restaurant struggling to hire employees is turning to some automated help to get food out to customers. Fox's Christy Gross has more on this story.
It's an autonomous food delivery robot, and it's as easy as loading it up, pressing some buttons, and sending it on its way.
It's the wave of the future, I think.
Antoinette Toll is a regular at Sugar Mediterranean Bistro in Stockton. But Friday, when she arrived at her favorite lunch spot with a friend, they were greeted by a new face.
It's amazing. I was not expecting to have service from a robot today. A new experience.
The autonomous food delivery robot is turning heads. The restaurant bought it to help support their limited staff. Like many businesses, General Manager Anna Ortiz says she has struggled to hire workers.
We have tried to pay more line cooks, pay more for servers, pay more for cooks and dishwashers and everything, and it's just like there is always somebody that wants to pay a little more.
She says before getting the robot, she would sometimes get behind serving tables on her own, and says while it's new, she believes it will make their jobs easier.
During the lunch rush, this thing is going to help me run back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and it's going to save me time and it's going to bring your food faster.
Servers can load up the robot with food and drinks and send it to customers with a touch of a few buttons. Ortiz adds while it's a fun addition to her team, it's no substitute for a human server.
I love to come to the table. I love to talk to people. And it's not going to take that away from me, but it's going to help me a lot. And they love the interaction with the robot, though. They like to touch the button and send it back.
One of the reasons I'm such a fan of this restaurant is because of the people here. They make you feel at home. And, you know, when somebody says, well, hello, Antoinette, it's like, oh my gosh, they know who I am, you know? It makes me feel important. But this, I think, is the wave of the future.
The restaurant hasn't named the robot, but says customers can submit suggestions when they come in. In Stockton, Christy Gross, Fox 40 News.
Very interesting story there. Crazy to see that so many restaurants and businesses are still not only looking to hire help, but now they are finding their own ways to provide that help with this new technology. So feel free to tweet us at LiveNOW Fox. Let us know if you would prefer a human server over a robot server. Very interesting story out there. I do want to stay in California for this next segment that our Fox 11 Los Angeles station brought to us. Author is actually helping children better understand vaccines by writing a children's book about it. So our Fox 11 Los Angeles team is telling us more on this story. They spoke with a doctor on how this could help kids maybe make their own decisions on whether or not they should get the vaccine and maybe talk to their parents about it. So let's get the latest.
Understanding the complexities of a medical condition can be a challenge for anyone, and for children it can be much harder. But a doctor in North Carolina decided to make it easier for children and their caregivers by writing and illustrating, she does it all, a series of children's books about all sorts of pediatric conditions and situations to help them feel less stressed and better informed about their illness. Her latest book is timely. It's called, look at this, Vaccines. Bev Gets Her Superhero Shots. Oh, I love that. Author, Dr. Maria Bamus-George. There she is. She joins us now. I'm so happy that you're able to talk to us because this is obviously, as I said, so timely. You just put out this book on vaccines for kids. Tell parents why you did this and what they can expect.
Absolutely. Well, first off, thank you so much for having me. I'm very excited to be here. The vaccine book I created about a month ago because of everything that's going on. And my whole purpose behind the series of books was to help kids understand scary things that they may be going through, others may be going through. The vaccine book is essentially a very simple way to explain how all vaccines work and to help with vaccine education and vaccine awareness. It goes through, you know, the whole schedule of vaccines from when you're born to when you're about 12 years old. It mentions COVID, of course, but it does talk about every vaccine.
Okay.
And so it's, yep, go ahead.
No, and I'm sure, because I'm just looking at the images here. I love that you have the facts there, so separating facts from fiction, and you make it very easy to understand. You illustrated this yourself, but you must be helping adults just as much as you're helping kids.
I hope so. I think, I went to medical school for 4 years to learn a medical language, and it's a hard thing to grasp a lot of these concepts. So I think kind of creating something that's very simplistic will help numerous people, and not just children, hopefully.
And we're identifying you as the author of this series called Strength of My Scars. So this vaccine book is a part of that series, Strength of My Scars. I love the title of that name because the whole point is to not be ashamed of your scars, but to embrace them. Explain that.
Yeah, that's exactly why I thought of that. When I'm a surgery resident and seeing kids with big scars, and teaching them that it's something to be proud of, that they went through something that was difficult and tough and a challenge, and they come out stronger, and they should be proud of their scars. And so that's where that title really originated from.
Okay, so we have the vaccines, the most recent that you compiled just in the last month. That's amazing. And then the other titles of your books.
Yeah, so we have about 19 books right now. I have a list of about 40 that I want to do. So hopefully more to come. But they range. I started off doing surgical procedures and explaining different types of surgeries. I think that's particularly hard for kids because it's really scary. But we're branching out to different things that a kid would be scared of and want to understand.
What's the feedback that you've received thus far?
So it's been really good. I've had a huge amount of support from my colleagues in the Department of Surgery here at Atrium Health. And everyone has been incredibly supportive. The hospital and actually the Department of Surgery even funded me a couple of grants to study these books and see if they actually improve satisfaction and understanding in caregivers for children undergoing surgery at the hospital.
And then really the feedback though from your patients, your kids, and the parents who read these books.
That's been honestly the most special part. I've gotten such incredible feedback. And that's the whole reason I do it, and that's what motivates me to keep doing it. I don't have a lot of time outside of my work, but knowing that this could help kids in really vulnerable times, and not just them, but their parents, their family members, their friends, is really the driving force behind all of this.
What's your final message to kids and to parents out there who might be vaccine hesitant even after all this time?
I think it's okay to be scared of something that you don't understand. One of my favorite quotes of all time is a Harry Potter quote by Albus Dumbledore. And he basically says it's the unknown we fear when we look upon death and darkness, nothing more. And so I think, it's okay to be scared, but I would stress that, try to understand more because information is power. And maybe once you learn more about vaccines and, the COVID vaccine, you might not be scared and you might not be hesitant anymore.
We're so glad that you joined us today. To order the book on vaccines or any of Dr. Bamis George's titles, they are on her website. That website is strengthofmyscars.com. 8 titles available there. $14.99. Very affordable for families. Doctor, thank you so much.
A great story out there in California. As you can see, an author writing an entire book on vaccines to help children better understand not only getting vaccinated, but the seriousness of this pandemic. We are going to go to a 2-minute commercial break here on Live Now from Fox. When we return, we're going to entirely switch gears and head out to our nation's capital. We are going to be joined by the organizer, actually from the Tampa, Florida area, but in D.C. today, along with thousands of other supporters of Cuba out there in D.C. We've got the Cuban Freedom March expected to get underway in our nation's capital, and he is going to tell us all about his feelings, his emotions right now, as well as the purpose for this march. So stay with us, everybody. Alian Colazo is on with us after this 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. A little after 7:20 a.m. here on the East Coast, and you are currently taking a Live Now look over the White House in our nation's capital. Now, thousands of people are expected to rally on the streets of Washington, D.C. in front of the White House for the Cuban Freedom March today. Today actually marks the 63rd anniversary of the communist regime. Now, we have a reoccurring guest here on Live Now from Fox joining us right now. He was with us on Friday before making his trip to Washington, D.C. We are currently being joined by the Cuban Freedom March's organizer, Alian Colazo. Alian, how are you doing? Thank you so much for taking time out of your morning. I know you've got a busy day ahead.
Well, thank you. I'm wonderful. I'm fantastic. And I'm excited for what today will bring us.
Yeah, I was going to say, walk me through the emotions. I understand you got to D.C. yesterday, and actually, we did see some rallies in front of the White House yesterday. So even though you just got there and the big Freedom March is expected to happen today, talk to me about what has already gone on in our nation's capital this weekend.
Yeah, so since yesterday, there's been people arriving from across the country. A lot are Cuban Americans. A lot are everyday Americans that support this because this is a cause for human rights. It's not just a cause about Cuban Americans or something that just affects South Florida or where Cuban Americans live. So what we saw yesterday is just a small snippet of, you know, a couple hundred or maybe 1,000 or so plus individuals that were already here in our nation's capital, and they were rallying in front of the White House all the way until very late in the evening. I was out there actually till about 3 a.m. and there was a large crowd, and the crowd kept getting bigger as the buses and caravans of people that were coming into DC started arriving at that time of the night. So we're expecting a larger crowd today, anything between 4,000 to 10,000 individuals.
Now, Alian, I think it's so important to mention, and you mentioned it on Friday as well, that a lot of these people have traveled from Florida. I know we talked about Tampa, Orlando, Miami. Where have these people come from, and how have they shown support? Have you been in contact with them?
So we actually were able to put together, with the help of Cuban artists here in the United States, 15 sponsored buses that left from South Florida. So that was free of charge for those who wanted to come up. We had a bus leave from Orlando, a bus leave from Tampa Bay. We had several buses leave from New Jersey and several buses also from New York City, on top of the buses that were self-sponsored by different groups, including people as far away as the Commonwealth of Kentucky, who are here, and I actually saw their buses get here to our nation's capital last night at around 2-something in the morning.
That is so amazing. Now, how long has this been in the works, Alian? I know we've seen protests and rallies across South Florida and across the globe, really, but when did you yourself think we should go to D.C.?
Yeah, so this is largely, an effort by me, but also by a wonderful group of friends who we have to give credit to them, because without them, this hard work, this came together really in about a week's time. So it's a group of my colleagues that studied foreign affairs with me at Florida International University in Miami. We were thinking, what can we do to amplify the voices of the Cuban people? We were thinking just congressional meetings, which is what we will be doing tomorrow in our nation's capital, along with Kevin McCarthy, who is holding a big meeting in front of the western portion of the capital that is going to be about the Cuba issue at 12 p.m. But besides that, we said, okay, what else can we do to really amplify the voices of the Cuban people and to let the world know about the repression that they are going through? And we decided that, okay, the rally is something that has to happen. It's not something that should happen. We have to get to work on it ASAP. And we started making phone calls. I started making phone calls to all my friends, to everyone I knew, anyone in the media, anyone who was willing to give us tips, ideas on how to put something like this together. We never had done it. I personally had never done something like this before. So it has been a learning experience, to say the very least.
Now, that is so amazing. I know when we spoke last weekend, I know that was in the works, but so you will be meeting with leaders on Capitol Hill tomorrow. Is that's happening?
That is happening, and CPAC is actually putting a wonderful event right in front of the western side of the U.S. Capitol, and we're planning to be there. We're planning to also support it. Besides the meetings that we already have scheduled with different congressional offices, in which we will be making a call for them to help the establishment of internet, free and unrestricted internet to the Cuban people, and to keep, the Cuban regime on the state sponsor of terror list, which is important because not only do they terrorize our people, they terrorize the hemisphere as well.
Now, you literally just answered my next question. What do you want to see done?
Yeah, what we want to see done first and foremost is to send a message of solidarity to the Cuban people. There were some videos this morning that there are some rallies happening inside of Cuba today calling for freedom. So that's wonderful, and we need to keep those voices inside of Cuba alive. That's number one. Number two, we're asking for the United States president and all federal legislators to please come together and work together on delivering, free, unrestricted internet access through American ingenuity and private companies to the Cuban people. We have the best companies in the world. We have the best technologies in the world. America is a beacon of technology and of freedom. The Cuban people are asking for freedom. They need the help with the technology to get their voices out to the rest of the world. And lastly, just to an individual, for you, for me, for people across the country, to know that this is not about left, right. This is about human rights for the Cuban people, who are our third closest neighbor. If you think about it, there's Mexico, there's Canada, and their closest neighbor is Cuba.
Now, Alian, I think it's important for the viewers to understand just how much and how poorly this internet restriction has affected people out there on the island nation. I understand that you have family out there. Have you been able to speak to them?
So I actually was able to speak to my family after 2 weeks this past weekend, which was really wonderful. Last time I was on you guys' show, it had been 2 weeks since I had not been able to speak to them. So I was able to get a word in, especially with my grandparents, which was wonderful. They are very terrified of talking about anything that's related to the protests or anything that's happening in Cuba. But at least I know that I was able to touch base with them to know they're healthy and alive.
Yeah, and Alian, so many people in similar situations that will be out there in D.C. today. So kind of walk me through what we can expect in the nation's capital within the hours to come.
Within the hours to come, the expectation is that starting at 2 p.m., our rallying point will be in front of the White House. And we're going to start gathering there. We're going to start protesting, and we're going to start peacefully demonstrating, asking, for the asks of the Cuban people. We're going to be amplifying their voices, and we're going to be rallying there until 3:30 p.m. At 3:30 p.m., we're going to start making our way down Pennsylvania Avenue, down Embassy Row to the Cuban Embassy. And we're going to peacefully demonstrate in front of the Cuban Embassy from 4 p.m. till 5 p.m. And at that time, we will turn back and end the rally, the protest in front of the White House, and then those who need to catch buses home and so forth and so on can do it from there.
Alian, I think it's so important to talk about that. This is really just the beginning, right? This is Cuban Americans showing their support and heading to our nation's capital to do so. So what do you want to see from here on out?
Well, what I want to see from here on out, and what all of our group, especially all the folks that have helped me put this together, who have been wonderful, Stephanie, Alexis, all of my wonderful friends and colleagues, we would like to see momentum towards keeping the narrative of the Cuban people alive. We need to keep their narrative alive. And that narrative is exactly what they're yelling and calling for out in the streets of Cuba. They're calling out for libertad, which means freedom. They're calling out with abajo con el comunismo, which means down with communism. They're calling out down with the regime, abajo el régimen. So we need to keep those voices alive, because there's a lot of distractors who are saying that this is about the embargo. I have not seen one protest from the 40 cities that came out to protest across Cuba that said, abajo con el embargo. They're not talking about the embargo. They're not talking about we need vaccines, necesitamos vacunas. They're talking about libertad, freedom. That is what we need to do. And that's what we would love to see.
All right, Alian. Well, we thank you so much for taking time out of your morning. I know it's a busy day ahead. Talk to me about what you're feeling and any remarks you want to make before we send you off here this morning.
What I'm feeling is an immense gratitude for networks like you guys and people across this country that have stood in tremendous solidarity with the Cuban people. I can tell you that I have friends who are in jail right now in Cuba, people that are missing, people that we don't know if they are alive or if they are missing or not. We need to keep those voices alive. There's a website, it's called cubanmissing.com, and it has a list, of the people that are missing in Cuba. I suggest that people pay attention to this, because this is why this is so critical. There are the lives of people, human beings, 90 miles away from Florida Straits that are on the line with this. And my message is that with your help of the everyday people and the American people, we can make their voices heard, and we can work and inch towards a Cuba Libre, a free Cuba. And that makes me so happy just to dream about it.
Well, Alian, thank you so much for being with us here this morning. We hope that today goes smoothly, that you stay safe out there. And again, we really appreciate your time here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you.
Again, everybody, taking a Live Now look at the White House in our nation's capital. You heard Alian say himself, a busy schedule out there today as well as tomorrow on Capitol Hill, meeting with leaders to talk about what can be done as the island nation is still under restricted internet access. As you heard Alian say, it's hard for him to get in touch with his family. Still so much to be done when it comes to the situation out there in Cuba. So if we do get footage, if we do get live aerials or live feeds from the ground out there in D.C. today, we will be sure to bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox, because that is what our show is all about, everybody. We are that front row seat to anything happening across our nation and internationally as well. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll have more top stories when you return. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. Taking a live look at the White House in our nation's capital, as today we are expecting thousands of Cuban Americans that traveled from far and near to march in a Cuban Freedom March that was organized by a man named Alian Colazo and friends from college. He was just on with us here on Live Now from Fox talking about what we can expect today and in the days to come. He will be meeting with Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, as well as other top lawmakers in our nation's capital, to talk about what can be done as protests and unrest and restricted internet access is still being seen in the island nation of Cuba. And, you know, we are going to bring you those live feeds, whether they're from the ground or aerials, of the Cuban Freedom March on Live Now from Fox. If we get them later on, the march expected to get underway at around 2 in the afternoon. So we are continuing to follow that story here on Live Now from Fox this morning. One of the big top stories that we will be keeping up with today. But I always say here on Live Now from Fox that with the click of one button, we can take you to all of the locations and places and feeds that we are getting to our Live Now from Fox desk. So I actually do want to bring you to this beauty shot that we have of the arena where the 2020 Olympics are officially underway. Been really cool to watch Team USA compete with all of the athletes out there, and we even saw First Lady Dr. Jill Biden attending the opening ceremony. And guys, if you missed that opening ceremony, the drones and the fireworks, that was what we were getting to our Live Now from Fox desk that morning, that Friday morning. But we actually do have some video that was posted to social media just to give you another look at what that looked like. It was absolutely beautiful. Again, the belated 2020 Summer Olympics kicked off in Tokyo with the opening ceremony complete with fireworks and more than 1,800 lit up drones flying in the night sky. You can see that right here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to make sure that lower is correct for you here. Again, 1,800 lit up drones, everybody. This video was shared to Instagram by a viewer that looks like she lives right there. But again, a fireworks show signaled the start of the 2020 games. This globe is just looking absolutely beautiful, illuminating the Tokyo sky. So wanted to bring you that really cool video here on Live Now from Fox because, again, we were also getting this feed from Tokyo, Japan right now. They're about 13 hours ahead of us here on the East Coast. So really cool stuff out there. Again, you can count on Live Now from Fox to bring you all these beauty shots each and every morning. And just as quickly as we went to Tokyo, we are going to head out to a Live Now look we have of Phoenix, Arizona. Now, that is because I do want to bring you some stories that are just wild in our opinion, and they have been making some headlines here across our nation. Now, do you believe in miracles, everybody? Well, an Arizona woman says if she had been sitting differently in her car, she would not be alive after a metal beam smashed straight through her windshield while she was driving on the highway. Fox's Steve Nielsen spoke with her about the heart-stopping moment that nearly killed her.
Terrified to be in a car.
Mandy Poff doesn't like reliving it. This moment that seems hard to believe if the pictures weren't taken by DPS.
It just went right by my face. It was terrifying.
Mandy says she was merging onto the 51 from the 10 in Phoenix Thursday around noon when everything changed. After a bump in the road, a 4-foot metal beam flew off the back of a work truck ahead of her.
It kind of bounced on the road and then flipped up and then just went straight through my windshield right by my face. And then kind of went up and cut the front or the top of my car and lodged itself in my back seat.
She said she was far away from the truck, but there was simply nothing she could do.
It was flying literally like in the air, you know, like a missile.
Thanks to another driver, she pulled over, and after wiping away the shards of glass, she realized miraculously she was okay. Even the officer who responded was stunned.
Just thought, I can't believe that you're still alive. I can't believe this happened. And then I kind of looked over and saw it, and it's just crazy.
Now her car insurance has been a nightmare, she says, because they can't find the white pickup truck that drove away. She hopes it's a call to action to make sure everyone takes the time to secure what's on their truck or car.
I do a lot of driving. I can't avoid freeways, and I'm not going to let this stop me. I love my job. It's something I'm going to have to figure out how to work through therapy and time.
Steve Nielsen, Fox 10 News.
Guys, it is definitely Monday because I, Regina Gonzalez, just realized that the lower that I just showed you prior to this story said June 26. Well, it is indeed not June 26. It is July 26, everybody. Monday, July 26. And you are currently taking a live look over Springfield, Illinois. It is one of the cameras that we have here on our WeatherCam network, courtesy of our owned and operated stations in these areas, as well as the cameras that are placed around these cities. Now, wanted to bring you out to Illinois because a man says he's being ticketed for flying the American flag in front of his business. The city official who issued it says it's a little more complicated than that, but not surprisingly, the flag fight has taken off on social media. Fox's Dane Placco has this story.
There's that old saying, you can't fight City Hall.
Well, you can, because now I have an attorney and we are going to fight because I'm tired.
Terry Trobiani says he was just trying to celebrate the 4th of July when he placed 2 American flags on wooden poles in front of Gianelli's, his hot dog and beef business along Highway 176.
Next day, the village administrator comes in and he gives me a pamphlet of the sign ordinance pertaining to flags. He says, you might want to read this.
But just one day later, Trobiani says the village of Prairie Grove gave him 2 tickets for improper display, which he's now taped to his front door.
The American flag is a symbol of patriotism. It's not a sign. They're equating it with open, closed, dine in, dine out, product that you serve in a restaurant. That's why it falls under sign orders.
I love the United States flag. I'm a patriot myself.
Prairie Grove Village President David Underwood says Trobiani got ticketed because the flags were illegally too close to the road and could have blown into traffic.
It's disgraceful because he's using the American flag as a tool to further his business interests.
The flag fight has gone viral on social media, and Trobiani says he's getting hundreds of messages of support and people waving flags rallying at his business.
We had 50 people out here Saturday with trucks, horns, speakers, signs, support small business, support the American flag.
The 2 ordinance violations come with a $200 fine. Trobiani says he plans to fight it in court next month, even if hiring a lawyer costs him more than just paying the fines. In Prairie Grove, Dane Placco, Fox 32 Chicago.
All right, thank you to Mr. Placco for that story. Now, a plane used during the Cold War is headed back to the aircraft carrier it once called home. Fox's Angela Bavaro brings us this next top story here on Live Now from Fox.
This Douglas F-4D Skyray getting ready to serve a different kind of mission as it was loaded onto a barge Sunday morning and set off along the Connecticut River in Hartford. The historic aircraft used during the Cold War is now headed to its new home at the Intrepid Sea, Air and Space Museum in New York City.
We need it for our story because that airplane, that exact airplane, served on Intrepid in 1961. So adding it to our collection is just amazing for us.
An exciting day for Eric Boehm, who is the curator of aviation at the Intrepid Museum. Once arriving in New York City, Boehm says the Skyray will be lifted by a crane onto Intrepid's flight deck, where it last resided 60 years ago.
The barge will take about between 24 and 30 hours to down the river into Long Island Sound and then down the east side of Manhattan. Spend the night in New Jersey Monday night, and then Tuesday morning we'll bring it the rest of the way up the Hudson River. The Skyray was named for the unique shape of its wing, which resembles a manta ray. The fighter jet went into operation with the U.S. Navy and Marine Corps in 1956, and it was designed to be a high-altitude fleet protection interceptor, fast enough to catch and neutralize an approaching enemy bomber flying at 500 knots. Also, according to the Intrepid Museum website, Skyrays set many speed and time to climb records in their day as they were able to reach supersonic speeds. Once back aboard Intrepid, the museum's team of experts will start working to preserve the aircraft so visitors can learn from it for decades to come. The aircraft is expected to arrive in New York City on Tuesday, and people are going to be able to see this thing as it travels by from multiple points along the Connecticut River and Connecticut coast. Angelo Bavaro, Fox 61 News.
Taking another live now look, everybody, in Tokyo, Japan, as the 2020 Olympics are underway. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we're going to play some segments courtesy of our Fox-owned and operated stations from across the nation. Our show would not be possible without their help, everybody. So stay with us. More Live Now from Fox is coming when you return. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. It is Monday, July 26th. If you have been watching our show, there were a couple of times where I did have a graphic up that said June 26th. Definitely Monday, everybody. But again, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox, taking a live look at the exterior of Japan's National Stadium during the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. Now, we do have a segment that was put together by our Fox 26 Houston team, because you may have heard that Norway's beach handball team got fined for wearing shorts during the European Championships. They're required to wear low-cut bikini bottoms, but wore the shorts in protest of a rule that many believe should be changed. So they are having a guest on about, you know, the bigger issue regarding unfair treatment of female athletes. So let's take a listen here on Live Now from Fox, everybody.
Norway's beach handball team got fined for wearing shorts during the European Championships. They're required to wear low-cut bikini bottoms, but wore the shorts in protest of a rule that many believe should be changed. After all, men's teams can wear shorts, they just can't be too baggy. The women's team was penalized €150, or about $175 per player. All right, how are you feeling about that? Well, the shorts bring up a bigger issue about the unfair treatment of female athletes. Joining me for this conversation is Ellen Hyssop, co-founder of The Gist. Good morning to you. Thanks for joining us today. Let's start with handball. What is the justification for this uniform rule? Because I can't imagine those shorts, we're not talking Bermuda shorts, they were still fairly tight. I can't imagine those changing the game in any way than a short bikini bottom.
Absolutely, and thanks for having me on, Melissa. It's great to chat today, and completely agree with you. Really, it's coming down to some old school, more traditional rules, and really what we're talking about is policing women's bodies and policing what they can and cannot wear. I think what the most frustrating part in all of this is really what you mentioned in terms of the women are playing the exact same sport that men are. They're both playing on the beach. Men can wear shorts that are no longer than 4 inches above their kneecap, and they can also wear tank tops, whereas women are required to wear bikinis, which of course are more scantily clad. And when these women are practicing, the majority of the time they're not wearing bikinis, they're wearing clothing that they're actually comfortable in. So if the men are able to participate and excel wearing the clothes that, you know, are tank tops and shorts, the women should be able to wear the same and be able to wear what they're comfortable with. Norway is still, you know, performing at a very high level, no matter what they're wearing on the beach.
Well, I'm going to have to say kudos for them for making a stand and really wanting to be heard. So why won't the rule be changed? And is there any way that by them doing this and changing what they wore that it might be changed now as more people are angered about it?
Really great question. You know, I think that within the last year and a half, there's been a lot of rule changes in a lot of other sports as well. I think that the reason for this one, you know, again, is that it is just a rule steeped in tradition. It's beach, women wear bikinis, men wear shorts, just that kind of, it's similar to what we see in beach volleyball. But I think that we could see changes here, Melissa, mostly because if we're looking at gymnastics, for example, there's been a lot of changes that have occurred this year in terms of Germany actually changing their rules to allow their gymnasts to wear a full one-piece leotard. We've also seen some rules coming down from the USA side of things in terms of allowing their athletes to wear shorts over top of their leotards, or having shorts be included in their leotards to have a one-piece. So I think we're starting to see some changes in other sports would hopefully mean that this can change in beach handball. I think that maybe it won't change this year, but I would think that the conversation will continue into next season.
Oh, I'm sure it will. We'll be watching that closely. Another issue involves Olympic softball. The women are having to play on baseball fields. Why is that?
Yes, so this one is a little bit complicated and something that our team at The Gist talks about quite frequently. So the women's softball is having to play on a baseball field, or a baseball diamond rather. And that the softball diamond does have temporary fences put up on the foul lines. They have temporary fences out in the outfield. They have a different kind of dirt path in front of the pitcher's mound, and they have to be running the bases inside the baseball diamond bases. So diving into this a little bit more, we found that this was actually something that baseball and softball agreed to in advance in terms of cost cost saving for the Olympics. So baseball nor softball haven't been in the Olympics since 2008. And the only way that the Olympic Committee said that they could come back in was if there was some sort of cost saving measures. And so baseball and softball decided to agree to this in order to actually be part of the games again. So as much as it's frustrating and as much as it's a little bit weird to be able to watch softball being played in a baseball diamond, I think the good thing is at least we're getting the chance to watch softball again in the Olympics.
Oh, I agree. Softball's already underway before opening ceremony, so a lot of people might not have realized that. Finally, I want to ask you about a Spanish Olympian who says she's breastfeeding her baby, but she can't bring them to the games because the restrictions are too difficult. Do you feel this is unfair treatment of female athletes, or is it just necessary for that COVID protocol in place?
I think that it's unfair treatment of female athletes. I think that this rule is a little bit sexist, and I think specifically towards female moms. This rule altogether, they weren't actually even going to allow mothers to bring their nursing babies with them. A Canadian basketball player, Kim Gaucher, actually petitioned to turn this around and put out a really great video that actually went viral, and the Olympics ended up receiving a lot of backlash to be able to make it happen at all. What this Spanish synchronized swimmer is talking about, though, is that if she were to bring her baby and the baby's father, the baby as well as the father wouldn't be allowed to stay in the Olympic Village. They would have to stay in a hotel outside of the Olympic Village, and they actually wouldn't be able to leave that hotel at all while she was competing, and she would have to go from inside to outside the Olympic Village constantly, which makes it really, really hard for someone that is that level of athlete, but also really, really difficult for the baby and dad that would be stuck in the hotel room. So not a great situation altogether, which makes sense why she decided to, you know, leave her baby in Spain and for her to compete in Tokyo. It's a really, really tough one.
It does sound challenging. Well, hopefully conversations like this might just fuel the change in the future. Ellen, an enlightening conversation with you. Thank you for your time from the Gist today. More ways. Beach
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for watching Live Now from Fox. It is Monday, July 26th, and you are currently taking a Live Now look in Tokyo, Japan. Wanted to start out the second half of our show this morning internationally. We've got the Tokyo 2020 Olympics underway there. I don't know if you guys have been watching it, but it has been truly amazing to not only see that opening ceremony, but all of the athletes compete. Again, no spectators allowed, and lots of people still taking to the streets to protest the fact that it is still happening despite a surging number of cases of COVID-19 out there. So again, wanted to bring you this shot here on Live Now from Fox this morning. If you are just waking up with us, thank you so much for being here. My name is Regina Gonzalez, and I am joining you live from the Live Now from Fox headquarters in Orlando, Florida. Thank you so much for being with us. Again, I will be with you all morning long until we pass the show off to our Live Now from Fox headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona. That is where you've got Mike Page, Christy Larson, Daytona Everett, Andrew Kraft. They will bring you all of the live events, breaking news, and stories that are happening across our nation today, all afternoon and evening long. I do want to let you know that there are several top stories we are keeping tabs on this Monday morning. Want to bring you out to a picture of the White House we have right now. This is a live look over our nation's capital, and that is because in just a couple of hours there will be a huge march happening, the Cuban Freedom March. We've got people and Cuban Americans from far and near, Florida, Kentucky, and the D.C. area expected to march in front of the White House and along the streets of our nation's capital to show their solidarity with the island nation. We were joined a little bit earlier here on Live Now from Fox with the organizer of this march, who not only said that they'll be marching today into this evening, but they're also going to meet with top congressional leaders tomorrow to talk about what exactly can be done when it comes to America helping out Cuba. So it is a big story that we are following today here on Live Now from Fox. And if we get any aerials, any ground live shots of that march, we will bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox, because that is what our show is all about, everybody. This is what we do. We bring you front row to everything happening, not only around our nation, but around the globe. I do want to do another round of your morning brief. That is the top stories that we are following and the top stories that you may want to know about as you are starting your Monday, getting ready for work, getting ready for school. Well, big news happening on Washington, D.C. today. You know, we have got the Senate expected to take up a bipartisan spending bill that calls for more than $1 trillion to be spent on the nation's infrastructure. But there are still a few roadblocks. Fox News correspondent Mark Meredith is taking a look.
Senators from both parties say they are very close to a final deal on infrastructure. This $1.2 trillion proposal would do a lot. Besides just repairing roads and bridges, it would expand broadband access and add electric vehicle infrastructure throughout the country. Key lawmakers say after a lot of back and forth, the end is in sight.
We continue to work hard, worked all day yesterday, all through the weekend. There's some thorny issues, but we can get it done.
Down to the last couple of items, and I think you're going to see a bill Monday afternoon.
Infrastructure has already been a top priority for the president, really ever since taking office. He tweeted a lot about it over the weekend, perhaps trying to nudge lawmakers and the public one last time. On Sunday, he tweeted, "The bipartisan infrastructure framework is a great deal for the American people, for blue-collar people, the folks being left behind now." And while the Senate may be close on infrastructure, how quickly a bill would actually get to the president's desk remains unclear. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi says she won't pass infrastructure in her chamber. That is until after the Senate also passes a separate, much larger spending bill tied to human infrastructure. The Speaker doubling down on her demands on Sunday.
The president has said that he wants to have a bipartisan bill, and we all do. But that is not the limitation of the vision of the president. He wants to build back better.
If Congress were able to deliver an infrastructure package to the president's desk, it would certainly be a legislative victory for the White House, and the Biden administration may want that to happen sooner rather than later. A new Gallup survey shows the president's approval rating slipping, now down to 50%, a 6-point drop in the last month, the lowest of his presidency so far. In Wilmington, Delaware, Mark Meredith, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Mark Meredith for that report. We are currently taking a Live Now look over the city of Philadelphia in Pennsylvania. Now, We are going to be joined by political analyst Mike Haridopolos in just a couple of minutes here on Live Now from Fox, talking about the status of infrastructure negotiations. But we're also going to be talking to him about the situation unfolding across our country when it comes to gun violence and violent crimes. Many Americans are expressing a concern about the spike in violent crime in major cities across the country. Prosecutors are trying to come up with ways to get the problem under control before it gets even worse. Fox News correspondent David Spunt has the latest from Washington.
Authorities here in Washington, D.C. want people to feel safe, but no question it's been difficult with this recent stream of continued violence. Thursday night, patrons were just enjoying dinner about a mile from the White House when shots were fired outside of a popular restaurant. Many innocent people were caught in the middle of the gunfire. D.C. Police Chief Robert Conti says he needs more boots on the ground, and the court system needs to work more in the favor of law enforcement. Chicago, another large city with a crime problem. The courts there are backed up by at least 35,000 felony cases. Right now, the state's attorney for Cook County handles both the county and city of Chicago. I was in Chicago Thursday and Friday, and I sat down with Kim Fox. She's the top prosecutor or state's attorney for the 5+ million people in Cook County. It's the second largest county in the country. There is a proposal by local leaders in Chicago to move some of the nonviolent crimes to a city court.
The fact of the matter is we have an unrelenting gun problem in Chicago, and I cannot look to the people that I serve and tell them that we're spending more of our resources going after petty offenses that can still be dealt with than we are going after gun violence, and that's where my priority is.
Meanwhile, lawmakers from both sides of the aisle continue to work on police reform. While it's currently stalled, one of the lead negotiators says it's still in the works.
When you demonize police officers, when you defund the police, and you start talking about this war on police and prosecution and not on crime, you're going to have a reduction in forces. And if you tell officers that their personal liability is on the line, it is a bad decision.
Senator Scott hopes to get police reform done before the August recess. In Washington, David Spunt, Fox News.
All right, thank you to David Spunt for that report. Again, these are just some of the topics that we will be speaking with former president of the Florida Senate, author and political analyst Mike Haridopolos here on Live Now from Fox in just minutes. We are also going to be discussing the Biden administration and White House's handling of the recent surge in COVID-19 cases. Top health officials say mandatory face mask mandates are now being reconsidered even if you're fully vaccinated. The result of the widespread Delta variant spreading predominantly among unvaccinated Americans. Fox News' Sal Giangrosso has more on how Dr. Anthony Fauci is calling the outbreaks an unnecessary predicament that can be avoided. Let's take a listen here on Live Now from Fox.
I'm very frustrated.
Dr. Anthony Fauci candidly expressing his disappointment in the current coronavirus situation facing the nation.
We're going in the wrong direction since we have 50% of the country is not fully vaccinated. That's a problem, particularly when you have a variant like Delta.
The highly transmissible Delta variant is spreading like wildfire, and health officials say unvaccinated Americans are the fuel, sparking almost triple the amount of new cases over the last couple of weeks.
It's really an outbreak among the unvaccinated.
The White House, though, is holding back on placing direct blame on unvaccinated folks for the surge in new cases.
We're not here to place blame or threats. We're here to provide accurate information.
But vaccination rates may not be improving anytime soon. According to a new Associated Press NORC poll, 80% of unvaccinated Americans say they will not get a shot. And as the Delta variant continues ripping through the country, Dr. Fauci says he and other health officials are strongly reconsidering imposing mandatory face mask policies on everyone in the near future, regardless of if you've gotten the jabs.
this is under active consideration. If you're asking, am I part of the discussion? Yes.
As of now, the CDC still says fully vaccinated Americans don't need a mask indoors, but officials say states have the ability to enforce face mask rules if local rates of infection and hospitalizations rapidly increase. Sal Giangrasso, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Sal for that report. Some of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. When we return, the last couple of stories that you just listened to here on our show, those are just a number of topics that we will cover here with Mike Haridopolos on Live Now from Fox. He is the former president of the Florida Senate, author and political analyst. He joins us every Monday morning to break down the top political headlines that you need to know about as you start your day. So stay with us, everybody. That is coming up when we return from this 2-minute commercial break.
Sure, 1, 2, 3.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. Little after 8:15 a.m. here on the East Coast, and you are currently taking a Live Now look over the White House in our nation's capital. That is because it is live guest time here on Live Now from Fox. We are talking about all the major headlines being talked about on Capitol Hill, really specifically wanting to get started with a conversation about the status of infrastructure negotiations, crime, COVID-19, and everything that top congressional leaders are trying to deal with when it comes to discussions and making moves there in our nation's capital. So in order to do just that, we are bringing on Mike Haridopolos. He is the former president of the Florida Senate, author, and political analyst. Mike, good morning to you. Good to see you again. How are you doing?
We're doing well, Regina. I hope you had a great weekend.
I did. Thank you so much. It was pretty nice here in Florida. For those of you who don't know, Mike joins us from the Florida area as well. So great to have you here, Mike. Now, the talk today, and it has been, is infrastructure. So what can we expect today and in the days to come? I know that senators are trying to reach a deal. So what are you thinking?
Well, first and foremost, with the infrastructure deal, it seems like most people want this, meaning Republicans and Democrats all agree that we should spend more money on our roads, our bridges, helping improve our internet connections, et cetera, so that everyone can enjoy the technology. But that's pretty much where things are starting to end, because what's happened is that this infrastructure deal is now being part of a larger budget deal. Just to be try to clear, because there's a lot of things going on here. I want to be as clear as I can. There's one deal that's the infrastructure deal. That's $1.2 trillion. And it looks like Republicans and Democrats agree that they should do that program over the next approximately 6 to 10 years. There's a second deal that's out there where Republicans are not on board, including some Democrats potentially, and that's on expanding the size and scope of government. This is things like the Green New Deal, free community college, free childcare, free universal pre-K, which could cost at least $3.5 trillion. The reason why you have to talk about both of them is that the goal of the Democrats is to remove the 60 barrier, meaning they need 60 votes to pass something, down to 50 votes. Because if they can do this, then they'll get both of their programs. Republicans are getting very hesitant because they think that both are tied together. And so with that reality, we're looking at Republicans balking and saying, hey, we said we'd be for the infrastructure deal. We're not going to sign off on the other big spending items. And so that's where the fight is right now. And because Nancy Pelosi had said it's either both or nothing, Republicans who just a few weeks ago said they go along with infrastructure now realize that they go along with infrastructure, it in essence gives the Democrats a free pass to get both, because the number of votes that were required for both programs would go from 60 to 50 in the Senate. Now, I hope not too confusing. That is, the Democrats are looking for an easier way to pass both spending bills, reducing the number from 60 down to 50.
And Mike, with all of this, there has to be some sort of pressure that is being felt there on Capitol Hill. We've been talking infrastructure for so long, and really, do you think there's any resolution to the holdups?
Well, it's going to be a tough one because, again, what the Democrats are trying to do is what I'm talking about, reducing from 60 to 50. It's called budget reconciliation. That's with 50 votes. And of course, then the vice president would give the 51st vote. Passes, of course, Biden would sign it. I think it's going to be really tough to get a deal of saying there's no other. The Republicans have said it for two reasons. One is they think it's spending too much. And the second thing you and I have talked about is if you go out and spend this much money, there's already a lot of pressure under inflation. You can only imagine if you fled another $3.5 trillion into the economy, what might happen with inflation. And so I'd be very surprised if the deal is cut right now, short of we're only doing infrastructure, not the other part, because the other part is just too big a spending habit. And what I think a lot of people are also wondering is that $3.5 trillion actually accurate? The numbers just came out over the weekend, and people think it's even higher than that over the next few years.
Yeah, and Mike, you literally just answered my next question. As far as the price, we've seen the price go up and down. Do you feel that that is one of the biggest holdups to the progress of this decision?
Yeah, that's a great question, Regina. And the reason I bring that up is that they have to score it right. Now, I hate to get so much into political terms, but scoring it means how much do you think it will cost? What the Democrats have smartly done, because they want to pass the bill, are saying it's only going to cost $3.5 trillion. The reason why they say this, oh, some of these programs will expire in a few years. But let's be honest, whenever you pass a program in the government and someone's getting a benefit, those benefits never going away. The old joke is there's two cases of eternal life. One of those is the idea of a government program. And the estimate that came out over the weekend is this $3.5 trillion would actually be $5.5 trillion, because they're never going to say, oh, we're going to get rid of this really popular program. Because once you start a government program, it usually never ends. So where we're at right now is, as you asked perfectly, the Democrats are trying to say, we've got the majority right now, at least until 2022. We're going to try to get as many of our programs that we want passed, because we know once they're passed, they'll never go away. And that means more and more spending. And eventually you have to raise taxes when you talk about $5.5 trillion on top of the $1.2 trillion they want to spend on infrastructure. So these are huge numbers we're talking about. It's hard to grasp how much money this is, but it's just why it's so important we take a look at it, and why Republicans are having second thoughts about the infrastructure deal, because they know if they lower the standard on infrastructure, it would also equally lower the standard on the other spending programs, which they're very hesitant about.
And Mike, as they are going to continue negotiations this week, we've got President Biden making several stops around our country, trying to push for this infrastructure package. So what do you expect the president to say throughout all of this?
Well, again, I maybe been a little crass here, but if I was the president, I would not be going out too much promoting it, because as we saw last week on the CNN softball interview, he had a lot of difficulty getting his message out. His best hope is probably other surrogates going out or letting the press kind of carry the water, which they've been doing very consistently throughout his presidency. I'm sure he's going to still try out and push that and keep the issue at top of mind. But I think what most people are most concerned about that I talk to are worried about gas prices going up, food prices going up, in general inflation. The only good news out there right now of anything is really the stock market continues to rise, which is remarkable. But short of that, President Biden has some difficulties communicating his message. And I would recommend, if I was his political consultant, not going out there too much in public unless it was an absolutely staged event where he gives a short speech with a teleprompter, because when he goes off on his own, he tends to, at the very generous comment, ramble a bit. And sometimes you're just trying to follow what he says, which is sometimes difficult.
Yeah, Mike, well, we are definitely curious to see how this will pan out today and within the next couple of days. So curious to see what we're going to be discussing about infrastructure this time next week. But I do want to move on here and change your graphic and play some video, because it's just been something that we've been talking about here on our show for so long, Mike, at this point. We've got so many major cities, New York, Philadelphia, Chicago, trying to combat this uptick in gun violence. So I know that we've seen President Biden address this several times. He is giving resources to police departments and entities. So how do you feel that this is being handled, and what can we necessarily do to fix it, for lack of a better term?
Well, it's a real crisis, especially in our major cities across the country. Just Friday and Saturday night alone in Chicago, 53 shootings, 7 people killed. It's just chaos on the streets. And a lot of it has to do with the frustration that the police is feeling, where the politicians are kind of letting a lot of these crimes go by the wayside. And so the criminal class is saying, hey, if we got this opportunity, we're going to take advantage of it. And so you've seen rapes, robberies, other sex crimes are up dramatically, and it's why 60% of the public in the latest polling is saying the president needs to do a better job on fighting crime. And I think most of us realize also that when you talk about these cities where the gun violence and other places are taking place, they already have gun control. So some of the gun control measures they want to pass in Washington, D.C., are already in place in some of these major cities where you had the worst crime. And so the only solution is not we got to reduce the number of guns. This has to do with going after the criminal class and making sure that where you have more police in the street. What's happening is that because the police have been so demonized by the media and otherwise, you're seeing a lot of police departments losing personnel. And so some of those people you need on the street simply aren't there. And so the very people in the major cities like Detroit, for example, who months ago said we need to defund the police after the terrible incident in Minnesota, now 90% say we want more police because we're seeing the crime increase in these major cities. This is a matter of basic responsibility for government. The number one responsibility and why you form a government is for protecting yourself and your private property. Right now in these cities, it feels very lawless and people are very concerned the direction it's going. And I hope that the president will kind of take a change in tune and say, we need to back the blue instead of saying we need to look for new ways to kind of loosen the rules against petty crimes and otherwise. You've seen some of the crazy incidents in California where people are literally walking in stores and walking out and no one's stopping them. And it's a sign of things to come because when the criminal class sees an opportunity, sadly, these are exploitive people and they will exploit this opportunity. And why we need to get tougher and to support the police instead of demonizing, which is so often right now in the media.
Yeah, and when it comes to lawmakers, Mike, what can you say about the fact that even though President Biden has made remarks on this, he's trying to allocate resources and combat this, if you were to say, he's received a lot of fight from Texas Governor Greg Abbott, a lot of Republicans who just don't think that taking away gun rights is the answer. So what can you say about, the fight that he's seen from lawmakers in states across the nation?
Well, I think that's a great point. I mean, these lawmakers in the states where there are lower crime rates are saying, take our solutions instead of the Washington, D.C. solutions. I mean, as you know, in his political career, which is a very long one, I think he was first elected in the Senate back in 1972. And so that matters. And when he, in his political career, for one part of his career, he was tough on crime. More recently, he's saying that there's systemic racism. That's why crime exists. I mean, the president needs to have a more coordinated message, and he should reach out to people like Ron DeSantis, our governor, or maybe the former governor, Rick Scott, of course, Governor Abbott in Texas. These are states that are aggressive against criminals, not coddling criminals. And these are states that are saying we need to have, for example, on the border issue that you and I have been talking about for months now, that we need to send a message that there are rules and the law enforcement is going to enforce them instead of having Washington and the states fight over what those rules are or give a free pass to certain groups over others. And this is a challenging time in our country. And when we see crime rates increase like this, like we haven't seen since the early 90s, we need to go back to the systems that work instead of trying to be politically correct in this process.
Yeah, Mike, and we will continue to see how this plays out in cities across our nation. I do want to get to another topic that you and I had on our agenda, the January 6th Commission. So actually, Speaker Pelosi yesterday announced that she's appointing Representative Adam Kinzinger to the January 6th Select Committee after rejecting those two Republican allies of former President Donald Trump. So what is going on here, and how do you think that this is all playing out? Is this just kind of I don't want anybody that had anything to do with the former president on this specific commission?
Well, it's turning into a kangaroo court. I mean, when I led the Senate, you would allow the Democrats to pick their folks and the Republicans to pick their folks, and you put it out there and you fight out the battle of ideas. It seems like Nancy Pelosi is trying to have a selective jury that only, quote, her people are on. You saw already the biggest outcast in the Republican Party right now, Liz Cheney, was put on. And now with this recent addition from the Illinois congressman, who's the other big outcast in the party, it makes this commission a joke. And not a Republican's going to look at this and say, oh, it's a kangaroo court. This reminds us of the ways they used to do it back in the Soviet time periods. Put in a fixed jury so you have a fixed result. We all know what happened on January 6th was a disaster, and those folks who did the wrong thing are going to be penalized for it. But to say that everyone and whoever supported Donald Trump is somehow an equivalent of person who raided the Capitol is a joke. And what Nancy Pelosi is trying to do is just stack the deck or kangaroo court, whatever you want to call it. That's what it's coming down to. And if I was McCarthy, I would say, you know what, you can have your own commission with the people that all you want, and everyone knows it's going to be a partisan commission. And let's get, instead, they should have a real one. Let McCarthy pick his quote people. The Democrats are still going to have a majority on this, and we'll come to the result. But if she's going to insist on only her people on the decision-making process, it's going to be a kangaroo decision, and no one's going to really listen to it because they know it's just a one-sided opinion.
All right, Mike Haridopolos, former president of the Florida Senate, author and political analyst. I know you've got other hits and segments to do this morning, so I do want to thank you so much for joining us live here on Live Now from Fox. We will keep tabs on all these stories, and again, curious to see what we will be talking about next week when it comes to specifically infrastructure.
Absolutely. It's Washington, D.C. Everything changes every day. And thanks for the thoughtful questions. Very much appreciated. Have a great week, Regina.
Absolutely. You too, Mike. Huge thank you to Mike. He joins us every Monday and provides us that insight. We, so much information happening and coming out of Capitol Hill, infrastructure, COVID-19, crime, lots of things for our congressional lawmakers to try and handle right now. So again, huge shout out to Mike Haridopolos for providing us his insight each and every Monday. Some of you will see a quick 2-minute commercial break. Currently, everybody is taking a live look over our Fox headquarters in Manhattan, New York City. Looking like a dreary day out there, but we're going to continue on with some top stories when you return. We are actually going to stay in New York when you come back from this 2-minute commercial break, and we are going to hear from Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer making some remarks this weekend about New Yorkers who have been experiencing financial hardships during the pandemic. So we'll have those remarks when you return here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. 8:38 a.m. here on the East Coast. Currently taking a live look over the hustling and bustling streets of New York City. A camera that we have over our Fox News headquarters out there. I am from New York, everybody, and really do miss those streets. There's nothing like the feel of New York City. The taxi cabs, the smell of all the food, and so many people just on their ways to work, auditions, going to get something to eat. Really, really miss New York City. I want to stay out in the Big Apple for the next couple of minutes. I'm going to play an In Case You Missed It segment here on our show this morning because yesterday, Senator Chuck Schumer joined lawmakers and housing advocates in calling on the state to speed up federal rental relief payments to struggling tenants and landlords. The funds are part of the massive federal COVID relief bill. So let's hear those remarks from Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer here on Live Now from Fox.
They either lost their jobs or got cut in pay or had new responsibilities. But fortunately, there was a moratorium on that rent. But that is going to expire in a month. And then all the back rent that they owed will be due. Now, there's good news and bad news. The good news is I worked very hard and provided New York State with $2.1 billion to go directly to tenants to help them pay the rent during COVID. The bad news is New York State has not gotten that money out to the tenants, and by September 30th, it could be risk being clawed back by the federal government. We must stop that. And today we are calling on the state of New York to get the money out to the tenants now. We have a little...
Here we can have our come up a little closer and a little closer because you have the signs.
We want tenant relief now. And we cannot wait any longer. The tenants need help. The moratorium is about to expire. I'd like to see it renewed, by the way, but that hasn't happened. And they could be kicked out of their homes with huge debt. Okay. So, COVID started this angst. But we in Congress, and a lot of the folks with me here today, worked very hard to see that we got rent relief. And we got a lot of money. And then we worked with a number of groups, the groups I mentioned here, to make sure that the money would go to tenants and not be diverted to other things. And we put in very good regulations. But unfortunately, New York State has not gotten the money out. As of last week, we're the only state of the 50 that had not sent any money to the tenants. Now they've sent a little trickle, but that is not enough to prevent the clawback, to prevent the people who need the money. $2.1 billion is a lot of money. And you know, when a tenant gets kicked out of their home, they have to start life all over. And what if they have kids in school? And what if they have to feed people? And what if they have to go to work? And all these other things. So this is very, very serious. So, let me just say a few more things. I'm not reading these wonderful notes that my staff got me. Okay. Nearly, if you think this is unusual, this affected poor people, this affected working people, this affected the middle class. Half the tenants in America missed at least one rent or mortgage payment during 2020. That amounts to nearly $6,000 in back rent for the average household, according to the Urban Institute. So that is the problem we face here. It is a very, very serious problem. And here in New York, those numbers are undoubtedly higher because rent is so high. The money's delivered. But instead, we say to New York State, instead of getting the money to tenants, it just sat in your pockets. And, as I said, we need the money now. We have more than 100,000 people in New York City alone who need the rent, and that's one person. They may have a family of 2, 3, or 4, so it's obviously many, many more than that. And there are many, thank you, Angelo, and there are people, this is not just even a city problem. Lots of people lost their jobs in the suburbs, throughout the New York area and upstate, so we need this everywhere. We may be, The office that's supposed to do it is called the Office of Temporary and Disability Assistance. I never heard of that office, but they sure left a lot of people up the creek without a paddle. So we are sending a letter to them again. Hold on, or we're sending the first letter. We've sent other letters to others. I don't have the letter, right? We're sending them a letter that says one thing, very simply. Tenant relief now. The tenants desperately need it. There's no reason that they shouldn't be able to get it. The money is sitting there in the coffers of the state. With that, I will turn it over to our new, are you yet the new official head of it?
September 1st.
Our soon-to-be head of one of the great community organizations in New York, Community Voices Heard, Juanita Lewis.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Oops, sorry.
Sorry.
Thank you, Senator Schumer. And, I mean, the senator made all the important points. Tenants need relief right now. The fact that the Office of Temporary Assistance and Disability have not sent out the money that is desperately needed across the state is unacceptable. There are millions of tenants that are at risk of not being able to pay their rent back, which leads to the fact of more people not having housing and not knowing where they're going to lay their head overnight. And then with school opening up and those in need of jobs, the last thing you want to worry about is if I'm going to be homeless, if I'm not going to have a place to live. There was a long, hard fight at the federal level to get this money for New York State. We passed a rent relief bill in New York State with a lot of the hard work that happened at the federal level and the state level with the organizations that represent Housing Justice for All. And we need to see that relief now. We don't want to see that money go back to the federal government. And then we're going to have that same problem all over again, if not magnified. So as the senator said, and like we're saying right now, tenants need relief now. So we're hoping that OTDA works with us to fix whatever systems that need to be fixed in order to get this money out for our tenants. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Juanita. And just one more point. We don't need a trickle of this money. A little bit came out last week. We don't need a trickle. We need a waterfall. We need it to come out fast, quick, and strong to give the tenants the relief they need. And one other point. You say, and this also can help some small landlords. Let's say you're a landlord in a two-family house. You're a hard-working person, you're a bus driver. You've got enough money, you bought a house, you have a tenant there, and the tenant can't pay for one reason or another and can't get the relief. The landlord can apply for small little landlords as well. So with that, next we're going to hear from a great organization that defends tenants with their legal might, the Legal Aid Society, led by Ellen Davidson.
Not that I lead the Legal Aid Society,
well,
but
at this press conference.
Thank you. As Senator Schumer said, you know, we are still over a year later in the midst of a absolutely historic pandemic. For the Legal Aid Society and our clients, that pandemic led to an economic crisis that for many of them is worse than anything we saw in the 2008 Great Recession. At one point or another in the last summer, the unemployment rate in New York City was 20%. And so, of course, our clients are suffering. Low-income tenants didn't have bank accounts that they could use to pay the money once they lost their jobs. And so immediately when the pandemic started, when the economic crisis started, we reached out to Senator Schumer and our elected officials, federal elected officials, asking them to bring rent relief to New York State and to the country. And they delivered. The first tranche of money, we had $2.1 billion altogether for New York State, but New York State got its first $1.2 billion came to New York State in January because of the appropriations bill passed right around Christmas time. And immediately we went to work with our allies and tenant leaders, working with our state elected officials to create a program that would work for tenants and landlords. We created a program that would be simple and that would make it easy for tenants to apply, for landlords to apply, and money to get out. And they delivered. They delivered by creating a program with the rent relief law that should work. And then we sat and we waited for 2 months. And the program finally opened June 1st. We're now 8 weeks into the program, and it is incredibly difficult to apply. The website keeps crashing. People can't upload documents. There's no save and resume button in this application.
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez tapping in here to let you know if you are just turning on Live Now from Fox. This is an In Case You Missed It segment this Monday morning. Senator Chuck Schumer joining lawmakers and housing advocates in calling on the state to speed up federal rental relief payments to struggling tenants and landlords. The funds are part of a massive federal COVID relief bill, and Schumer says the more than $2 billion the state received is not being distributed fast enough. This has about 8 minutes left on it, so we will let this play out for you here on Live Now from Fox. That will take us to the top of the 9 o'clock hour, where we will go over some more top stories that we are following this Monday morning. Again, thank you so much for being with us. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break.
Yes. Thank you, Senator Schumer. So we work so hard, Tenants and Neighbors, Housing Justice for All, the organizations here today, we work so hard to fight for and win an historic amount of relief money for tenants. But what is the point if none of the money is getting out? As an organizer, I work with dozens of tenants who, at no fault of their own, find themselves in a position where they owe hundreds, thousands of dollars of back rent because they lost their job, they had medical bills that piled up, all of these obstacles, and now they are dependent on relief to stay in their homes. You know, they need support now. If they got through the hurdle of applying for this application, through all those screens, but they've still been left waiting for weeks without any relief, and they simply can't afford to wait. The eviction moratorium expiration is approaching, and it's so important that tenants get the relief as soon as possible. And so we ask OTDA to fix the problems, get the money out. Tenants need support. They can't wait any longer.
Thank you. Now we have two elected officials who, I started out as a tenant organizer way back when, but we have two great defenders of tenants and of helping people who need help. I'm going to do it in seniority order as opposed to size of district. Oh yes, this affects, I understand that, this affects thousands and thousands of tenants on Long Island as well. So this is not just hundreds, thank you Angelo, hundreds and hundreds of tenants on Long Island as well. So this affects the whole metropolitan area. And now we have Richard Gottfried, who is not only a leader in health, are you still head of the health? Head of the health committee, but been a great defender of tenants, and this is his district.
Well, thank you, Chuck, and thank you for bringing us together this morning. You know, OTDA says, gee, how can you criticize the way we're running the program? We've already accepted over 100,000 applications. Well, I think there are probably millions of people who need the help of this program, number one. And number two, the purpose of the program is not to accept applications. The purpose of the program is to get money out the door to tenants so that tenants can pay their rent, so that landlords can pay their expenses and mortgages. Collecting applications doesn't do the job. It's shocking how many people worked so hard in the community and in the legislature to get this program passed. People in Washington, Senator Schumer and his colleagues sent us over $1 billion for this program, and virtually none of it has gone out the door because the administration has not been able to get their job done. You know, Governor Cuomo is fond of saying that you're not a progressive unless you can get things done. Well, it's time to get tenant relief done now. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. And Brian Kavanaugh, is this your district?
No, we're a little north of my district.
This is very nearby his district in Manhattan.
Right, and thank you. I chair the Housing Committee of the Senate. And
right, I forgot about that.
From the very beginning of this crisis, we really have been motivated by one principle, and that is that no one should lose their home because of an inability to cover their expenses because of the enormous economic disruption that we've had during COVID. So right from the very beginning, within days of the pandemic setting in New York, We pushed the courts and the governor to create a very strong eviction moratorium. As that eviction moratorium weakened at that administrative level, we passed legislation at the very end of December, right around the same time that the federal government was passing this enormous package of relief. We put a legislative moratorium in place through May 1st. As that date approached, we realized that the pandemic was still really among us and still raging throughout our state, so we extended that through August 31st. We also passed a bill called the Tenant Safe Harbor Act that says rent you have been unable to pay during COVID cannot be used as the basis for eviction. Right. And finally, we stepped up, again, with the tremendous leadership of Senator Schumer, which, I mean, remember, this bill was passed during a prior administration, during a divided Congress where it wasn't so easy to get rent relief on the table, but they managed to get that done and then supplemented it by doubling it very shortly after the new administration took over. We passed a law that is intended to implement that adds many additional protections for tenants. Tenants, once this money is received, won't be able to be evicted for the year after they receive the money. They can't be evicted. There are a variety of protections in the law. What we're lacking now is the implementation of this. The federal government has done its part, the legislature has done its part, and for reasons that are mystifying to many of us, the executive branch has been unable to get any of this money out the door. We hear from people constantly, and as has been noted, this is just as much about protecting small landlords who have been struggling without rent payments to pay their mortgages, to pay their taxes, to pay for their employees, to pay for the cost of managing their buildings. And this is the only way that we are going to make sure that the COVID-19 pandemic for many residents doesn't linger over them for years as a burden, as an economic burden. So again, I'm very proud of the leadership of Senator Schumer and all the great organizations that we've worked with throughout this pandemic, but we need the executive branch of the state of New York to step up and get this done. Thank you.
Everyone spoke very well. We'll now take questions from any of us on this subject. Yes, ma'am. Well, they haven't set it up well, and in some cases they tried to collect the money from the localities. There are a few counties upstate where they've gotten the money because those counties said we want to keep it ourselves, not send it to the state, like Monroe County, I think Erie County, Onondaga, a few, Yonkers, Hempstead, town of Hempstead. It's not a county, but it's a big. It's 800,000 people and a lot of poor people who need the help. So lots of different problems. But as of last week, 2 weeks ago, it was only New York and South Carolina that hadn't sent out any. Last week, it was only New York. Now, with a little bit of the pressure, they sent out a tiny little bit, but they got to send out a whole lot more and a whole lot more quickly.
So is it like a complicated process?
It's not a complicated. Most states, Texas, hardly a state that cares about people who need help, has sent out, I think, hundreds, some huge number. $500 million. Same process. Yes. This subject. Yes. He likes off topics, I know.
And I have a few.
I'm sure.
You're not surprised. To the Assemblyman and the Senator, are there any rumblings about extending the moratorium beyond August 31st?
Well, that's federal. Yeah, go ahead.
So the moratorium in New York State, which again goes well past what the CDC did, it's really a blanket moratorium that prevents cases from even being initiated. It has been primarily justified as a public health measure. We looked at the rates of COVID community transmission at the end of April and the beginning of May. It was still rated as high in virtually every county in the state, and so we've extended that moratorium. Making the case for that will depend on the state of COVID when we get toward the end of August. But the critical thing is that our first line of defense at this point ought to be getting this money into people's hands. So there's not a question of eviction. The landlord has been paid. The tenant has been relieved of the anxiety of that growing rent burden. And that I think that's what we're focused on at this point.
There's still a potential for it.
Theoretically, we will look at it. Both houses of the legislature will be looking at it. But, I think there are no guarantees about that. We also, I should note, both houses of the legislature will be holding hearings on this subject in the coming weeks.
Other questions on this subject? Okay, we'll take one or two off topics, but you don't get the first one. Anyone else? Well, you may get the first one. Go ahead. He's a very good, diligent fellow.
So diligent.
What are the prospects for a vote
All right, everybody, as we continue to listen into the last few seconds of this press conference with Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, and in case you missed its segment here on our show, it is actually going to be ending any second. So we are going to head out to a live picture we have of the Big Apple, New York City. Some of you are going to see one more quick 2-minute commercial break. And at the top of the 9 o'clock Eastern time hour, we will do a run through of the top stories that we are following this morning. So stay with us, everybody. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for joining us here on this Monday, July 26th on Live Now from Fox. It is the top of the 9 o'clock hour, and we are running through the top stories that we are following all day long here on our show. Again, heading out to our nation's capital, because today you'll hear a lot about protest in the nation's capital. It's the accumulation of weeks worth of unrest over political and economic conditions on the island nation of Cuba. Now, if you were tuning into Live Now from Fox a little bit earlier on our show, we were actually joined by the organizer of what he is calling the Cuban Freedom March. People were out there yesterday. People are going to be out there today. And Alian actually did say that he will be meeting with top congressional lawmakers, including Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell tomorrow to talk about initiating some sort of help to Cuba. There is still restricted internet access, still protests happening out there. Again, very limited information coming from the island nation due to this limit on internet access out there. So we are keeping tabs on that here on Live Now from Fox. If we get any live footage from the ground or from the air, courtesy of our Fox 5 DC station out there, we will bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered, because that is what our show is all about, everybody. But if you are just tuning in to our show and, you know, getting ready for work, getting ready for school, and if you're joining us from the West Coast, good morning, a little after 6 a.m. out there. Well, my name is Regina Gonzalez. I'm joining you from the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. I will be with you for about the next 2 hours until we pass things off to the Live Now from Fox headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona, where you will be joined by Mike Page and Christy Larson in the morning and early afternoon, as well as Daytona Everett and Andrew Kraft this evening. Again, if you are really not familiar with Live Now from Fox, we bring you front row seat to any cities that we get across the nation. We've got cameras really anywhere you want to go. We also bring you front row to breaking news, live events, and stories that are happening not only around our nation, but across the globe. We've gotten several feeds from Tokyo as the 2020 Olympics are underway over there. And we, your hosts, actually control everything that you see on the screen. And I always like to give people a little look at what we do here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. So again, this is the East Coast Hub set. Pilar Arias likes to call it Mission Control. I like to call it the cockpit of our Live Now from Fox airplane. We've got audio boards, we've got monitors, we've got, you know, tons of keyboards and mice, and we control the graphics on your screen. We control the video that you see. We are in touch with live reporters who we do live reports with each and every morning from our Fox owned and operated stations across the nation. Shout out to them. Could not be possible without their help. And actually, in just about 10 minutes, we are going to head out to Tampa, Florida, because that's actually where the organizer of the Cuban Freedom March is from. We've got tons of people making their way to the DC area from Florida to rally in support of Cuba, everybody. So keeping tabs on that story as well. But again, I just wanted to give you a look at what we do here on Live Now from Fox. And as we stay on top of the Cuban Freedom March that is expected to happen in DC, people were already there this weekend, everybody, and they were in front of the White House calling for change. So I actually do want to play you this story that we received from our Fox 13 Tampa team. Again, because so many people are coming from Florida, they're keeping tabs on this story very, very closely. So I do want to bring you that here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. Again, thank you so much for waking up with us.
Freedom chants.
Freedom for Cuba.
Plus red, white, and blue waved everywhere in front of the White House. Except this is a different kind of demonstration.
Huge deal.
This is one for Cuba, its people, their strife, and Cuban Americans crying out for it to be free.
It gets me emotional thinking about it because I grew up with my grandparents, all the sacrifices they made to get me and my family, my parents here in the United States.
Don't be afraid. Get out. Fight. We're here with you. We're trying to find ways to help you.
That's Virgilio Velasco's message to the country where he was born. He grew up in Hialeah. And with Karina Alvarez, who's from Kendall, this Sunday is all about where their family is from and the change for which they're hopeful.
Freedom for Cuba. No more communism.
Here's a true Florida man in the nation's capital. From Miami Beach and Cuban American, Aldo Duce proudly waves the Cuban, American, and Florida state flags.
What we're doing right now is fighting for good and evil.
Roberto Rodriguez came from New Jersey with his sons.
My grandfather was given basically two choices, leave the country or go to jail. So he had to leave the country. Other families of mine were there at the Bay of Pigs, left their lives there. So we're here fighting for the Cuban people to get their freedom.
But in Lafayette Square, not everyone was in agreement.
Communism is right behind you. Liberty, you'll find it that way.
This group called for President Biden to...
He needs to list off the embargo. It doesn't matter what is happening in
What
Cuba.
about the people over there a few steps from where we are saying this has nothing to do with the embargo? This has to do with people who want to be free.
You know, everybody has the right to talk and feel the way they want. It's part of democracy.
The embargo is impacted greatly on Cuba, and it's a crime.
Are you blaming what's happening in Cuba now on the embargo, though?
Much of it, yes, much of it.
But most who traveled here opposed that view. You're looking at groups this morning leaving South Florida by car and busload ahead of a scheduled protest. There was this Washington protest July 15th. Monday, there will be another. It's the destination for several hundred here in town. They're calling this the Human Rights March, and they'll conclude here at the Cuban Embassy in Washington, D.C. More of this, only with a march.
All right, a huge thank you to our Fox News team for putting together that story. Again, rallies in front of the White House already happening out there in D.C. this weekend. And again, in just minutes, we will actually be joined by Fox 13 Tampa's Kelly Cowan to tell us all about the organization of the trips being made to the nation's capital. Our interview earlier with Alian Collazo was about 7:15 a.m. this morning. Be sure to check it out on our YouTube page if you missed it. He was saying that people are coming from Tampa, Orlando, Miami, parts of Kentucky, parts of D.C., really coming from all over to rally in support of Cuba. But do you want to continue on with some more top stories that we are following this Monday, July 26th? There are now some dire warnings coming from U.S. officials about the new spike in COVID-19 cases. One former U.S. Surgeon General even says new lockdowns could be coming. Fox News correspondent Doug Lazater has more from Washington this morning.
This is a tough message coming from some public health experts who point to rising cases and stubborn vaccination rates and see trouble ahead.
We're going in the wrong direction.
Dr. Anthony Fauci says that with COVID cases on the rise, the national divide on vaccinations is a big problem. And former U.S. Surgeon General Jerome Adams went even further.
Guess what? More mitigation is coming, whether it's masking or whether it's closures or whether it's your kids having to return to virtual learning. That is coming, and it's coming because this pandemic is spiraling out of control yet again.
All of this creating new headaches for the Biden administration. But the White House pointed to a bright spot, with Chief of Staff Ron Klain tweeting, vaccinations picking back up, about 790,000 in past 24 hours per CDC report. Might be the biggest 24-hour period since early July. And those hospitalization rates can be deceiving.
And when you have a starting baseline rate that's so low, you can describe an increase of, say, 10 to 20 hospitalizations as a 100% increase.
In the meantime, more cities and counties are once again moving ahead with partial mask mandates, even as some warn they could impair vaccination efforts.
One reason to get a vaccine is so that you don't need to wear a mask. And if you force people to do both, I think they have less incentive to go get a shot.
And Dr. Anthony Fauci says he is in discussions about the possibility of new mask recommendations, even for those who have been fully vaccinated. In Washington, Doug Lazater, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Doug Lazater for that report. Again, we are keeping tabs on how states, local entities, cities, towns, how will they move forward as the Delta variant continues to spread across the United States. So again, wanted to bring you that story from Doug Lazater here on Live Now from Fox. Wanted to bring you to a live look of our XRAD radar right now as temperatures are dancing across our nation this morning, and several states also remain under an excessive heat warning. Well, we do have a weather alert to bring you here on Live Now from Fox this morning. I don't believe that was the right transition that I wanted to do. Well, We actually have a tragic story to bring you that is weather related out of the state of Utah. A 20-vehicle crash on a Utah interstate kills at least 7 people. The crash actually happened yesterday on an interstate near the town of Kenosha. Highway Patrol says the accident occurred during a time of high winds that caused a sandstorm, which reduced visibility. Several people were taken to the hospital there, but Kenosha is about 160 miles south of Salt Lake City. And unfortunately, we have learned that at least 7 people are dead after that pileup. Very, very scary conditions out there in the state of Utah, everybody. I also do want to let you know, internationally, we are keeping tabs on a typhoon that has slammed the east coast of China. Here's some video that we have gotten to our Live Now from Fox desk this morning. Now, I do want to read you the latest information that I have. Typhoon Infa tears through parts of the eastern coast of China this morning. So they're a couple hours ahead of us here in the United States. Well, that's after it already dumped lots of rain and flooding onto the area yesterday. The storm caused about 1.5 million evacuations, and in some areas, crews were actually unable to use fire trucks to reach people trapped in homes. So they turned to rubber rafts and life jackets to reach flooding victims and paddle them to safety. One provincial government has issued a red alert, which is actually the worst weather warning possible. And more torrential rain is expected over the next couple of days. So a tragic situation that we are keeping tabs on out there in China. Bringing you back out to our XRAD radar here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we are going to head out to the Tampa, Florida area to speak with Fox 13 Tampa's Kelly Cowan about the Cuban Freedom March expected to get underway in our nation's capital here in just a couple of hours. So stay with us, everybody. That story is coming up after this 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here on this Monday, July 26th. Now, if you've been tuning in to our coverage all morning long, we have been talking about the fact that today is going to be a big day for Cuban Americans in our nation's capital, many of them traveling from far and near to participate in the Cuban Freedom March. We also were joined a little bit earlier by the organizer of this march. His name was Alian Colazo. He is out there. He was with us for a couple of minutes around the 7 a.m. hour, and he not only said that they would be rallying all night, but tomorrow they are actually meeting with top congressional leaders as well to speak on what can be done to help the island nation of Cuba. Today is actually a very special day when it comes to the regime. So ironically enough, he is from Tampa, Florida, and a lot of the people traveling to D.C. have come from all over the Sunshine State. So joining me right now from Tampa, Florida is Fox 13's Kelly Cowan to tell us more. Kelly, good morning to you. I know that it's been a busy weekend. We've seen buses leave the Florida area, specifically Tampa. So what can you tell us this morning?
Hey, good morning, Regina. Yeah, buses leaving over the weekend, not only from the Tampa area, but also Orlando and the Miami area as well. So hundreds from our Sunshine State expected to be in D.C. today for this protest. But the organizers are telling me that they're hoping that this protest is going to be even bigger than any we've seen in the last few weeks in D.C. And as you said, today is a very special day, a symbolic day, a day that's become a day for expats of Cuba all over the world to celebrate, to rally for the Cuban people, but it does mark the anniversary of the communist regime's takeover. So this is a state holiday in Cuba meant to celebrate the government. Well, they're trying to flip the script here and make this about the Cuban people and about the pro-democracy movement, and that's why they've picked today. That's why they're hoping today's rally is going to be bigger than any that we've seen. So they plan on meeting outside the White House where this rally will begin. It'll go on for about an hour and a half there, and then they plan on marching to the Cuban embassy. Of course, the U.S.-Cuban relations have been quite strained through most of our history, through the past 60 years. So for more than 50 years, we didn't even have diplomatic relations. So that embassy only existing since 2015, well, there's going to be a huge demonstration outside of it today.
Yeah, Kelly, and actually I went to college in the Tampa area. I'm in Tampa a lot, actually. I understand that you are in the Ybor City District. That's where a lot of the Cuban protests and rallies have been happening in the Tampa, Florida area. So when your team has been out there, what are these people saying? What do they want to see done? And ultimately, why are they marching?
So today is all about showing the Cuban people that there is solidarity outside of their borders, that there's solidarity not only here in Florida, but across the U.S. as well. And that's why so many people are coming from all over the country today to participate. And again, a very symbolic choice of location for this protest. So not only do they want to show the Cuban people that, hey, we're behind you, we totally support what you're doing here, but they also want to continue to put pressure on our own government, specifically the White House, because one of the things that's happened in this crackdown that's occurred in Cuba since the protests began on July 11th is that they've actually gone black with the internet access. So internet access in Cuba, fairly recent phenomenon, but something that's really allowed Cubans to talk to each other, to spread ideas, and that can become very dangerous to an authoritarian regime like you have in Cuba, which is exactly why they've shut down the internet access. Well, what they want to do, what they hope to accomplish in today's rally is putting pressure on our government to work with private companies and get internet access to the Cuban people. They want free internet access that they can all enjoy without the censorship that comes in from the state, because the Cuban government, even when the internet is on, it's not without censorship.
Kelly, your team, specifically in the Tampa area, has been covering nearly 2 weeks of rallies and marches out there in Tampa alone. What has the emotion been like and the feel out at these rallies where so many people still have family in the island nation?
And that's exactly what it is. The emotions run high when it comes to Cuba in this area. You know, you mentioned exactly where I'm standing, Ybor City. This has a rich cultural heritage. Many would say that this is the backbone of Cuban Americans in America. This is a historic district with all kinds of old cigar factories. At one point, Tampa was the largest producer of cigars because of those Cuban immigrants that came here and made this cigar city. I'm just outside of Jose Marti Park, of course, a national hero in many people's eyes, and celebrated for the movement to overthrow Spain, but also seen as a revolutionary, celebrated still for a pro-democracy movement that has simply been going on in Cuba and certainly outside of Cuba's borders for a very long time. So the emotions, it's hard to overstate just how high stakes this is for so many people here that either came from Cuba themselves or have so many family members that are still behind. They hear the stories, and just driving around town, even if you haven't come across one of the protests that have been going on, you can see people are painting their own cars, they're waving the Cuban flag. It's almost like when the Bucks or the Lightning win a championship, people have their cars decked out, they have the flags hanging outside their homes. People are highly supportive of this pro-democracy movement that's going on, and they want to keep the momentum going.
All right, well, we are definitely eager to see what our nation's capital will look like this afternoon. I believe that it is expected to get underway at around 2. So Fox 13 Tampa's Kelly Cowan, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thanks so much, Regina.
Once again, everybody, taking a live look over the White House in our nation's capital. Many of these people expecting to be outside of the White House as they call for change. So again, we are staying on top of this story this morning here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you will see a quick 2-minute commercial break, and we'll continue on with some more top stories when you return. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. A little after 9:30 a.m. here on the East Coast, but regardless of where you are watching from, good morning. Happy Monday, July 26th, and thank you so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. You are currently taking a Live Now look at the port of Port Canaveral, Florida, looking at a Disney cruise ship specifically. Now, I am not too familiar with their ship, so I cannot tell you what exactly this ship is called here, but I do know that cruises will begin to set sail very soon. Disney actually announced that they will be sailing from U.S. ports starting next month. So again, lots of strides being taken in the coronavirus pandemic. A lot of people looking to travel again, but now we are continuing to stay on top of how this could all change with the Delta variant spreading very, very rapidly. So lots and lots of officials trying to decide what to do as far as mask mandates. But as of right now, Disney Cruise Line did say that they will resume sailing, and the Disney Dream will actually depart from Port Canaveral, Florida on August 9th to the Bahamas. That will be their first voyage following months of a long pause due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Meanwhile, speaking of the Delta variant and why I took you out to Florida, it's for this next top story that we are bringing you this morning here on Live Now from Fox, because long lines are being seen in Florida as many wait to take COVID-19 tests or get the COVID-19 vaccine, as cases in the Sunshine State are skyrocketing once again. Fox 35 Orlando's Stephanie Buffamonte brings us this next story.
As people rush to get tested for COVID-19, the demand for testing going up and up.
The demand has definitely increased recently. There's no doubt about that.
1,600 people in Orange County got a test at the site on Friday. Delisa Craig, working at the site Saturday, tells me as of this afternoon, they were on track to see the same numbers today.
For a while, the demand was a little bit lower, and we're seeing some of the same numbers we saw some months ago.
Not only have we seen long lines here at Barnett Park for people who have come to get a COVID-19 test, we've also seen lines for people who want to get the COVID-19 vaccine. It's something the Department of Health has been pushing for people to do, as we've seen cases rise here in Orange County. This week, more than 73,000 new cases were reported in the state. According to new data from the Florida Department of Health, that's up by more than 17,000 compared to last week. Orange County is reporting more than 5,300 new cases. The positivity rate is nearly 16%.
Being that it's summertime, everyone's trying to do everything that they want to do, and I guess it seems like we're getting too used to Corona, and we feel like it's not here, but it definitely is here because the numbers are going back up.
Lakeisha Whitehorn, her daughter and cousin got their COVID-19 vaccines at Barnett Park Saturday. And what pushed them to get the shot?
I feel like people are coming out more in the open and they're not wearing their mask. So as I see more people doing that, it's just important for us to stay safe.
We just get tired of living in fear, just being so scared of when we're going to get the virus or if we're going to get the virus.
Stephanie Buffamonte, Fox 35 News.
All right, thank you to Stephanie Buffamonte for that report. From the East Coast to the West Coast, everybody, taking a Live Now look over what appears to be a very dreary morning out there in Santa Monica, California. Very gray looking skies and even an ocean out there. I wanted to stay on top of some COVID-19 related stories that we are bringing you this Monday morning. Heading out to California because a group of parents out there is frustrated with the state's plan to keep masks in schools for the fall semester. As Fox's Laura Diaz reports, they're now part of a lawsuit against the state, urging them to drop the mandate and claim the science doesn't support it. Let's get the latest here on Live Now from Fox.
Ezra is only 6 years old, but he knows what COVID-19 is, with some help from his mom. and he places a mask covering on his little face with ease. His mom thinks it makes good sense.
Good job, buddy.
I'm vaccinated, so I have the choice not to wear a mask. The children can't get the vaccine, so I think it's just for their safety to keep the masks on during school.
But a growing number of vocal parents strongly disagree. They're part of a group called Let Them Breathe. They demand parents have the right to decide if their kids wear a mask or don't wear a mask to school, regardless of their vaccination status. The group is suing the state of California.
Our group is pro-science, pro-safety, and pro-smiles. We are here to bring mask choice to every child.
The science has shown that children have an incredibly low risk of contracting, let alone spreading the disease. I'm more concerned about the short-term and long-term effects of mask wearing.
Public health officials defend their policy, stating the data and science are unequivocal. There's no substitute for in-person instruction, and California's COVID-19 prevention strategies are the best way to fully open our schools while protecting students and staff.
How are you feeling about your odds?
We are confident because we know that the law and the science are not on the side of the state right now. And our legal team already was successful challenging these same types of restrictions during the school closures.
Lots of parents feeling mixed emotions about mask mandates, about getting their children vaccinated. So again, trying to stay on top of all of this news here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. So currently, a little after 9:30 a.m. here on the East Coast, we've got stocks trading and the Dow Jones Industrial down this morning. Again, thank you so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to stay on top of some business-related segments when we get back from this 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are currently taking a look at the Dow Jones Industrial Board down this Monday morning. Stocks began trading at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time this morning. Now, as I do want to stay on some business-related stories here, specifically from our station, Fox 13 Tampa, kind of back-to-back segments here on our show this morning. Again, our show would not be possible without these segments provided by our owned and operated stations, all of them doing really great investigative work out there. Well, let's start with recalls. From cars to muffins, lots of recalls to tell you about this week. The Fox 13 Tampa team has your recall roundup this Monday morning.
It is time to check what recalls need to be on your radar this week, starting with a second recall from Chevy over fire concerns. And our consumer reporter, Sarbani Banerjee, joins us now with this week's recall roundup. Hi, Sarbani.
Hi, everyone. General Motors has now issued a second recall of its 2017-2019 Chevy Bolt EVs. This is after 2 of the vehicles that were repaired for a previous problem erupted into flames. GM says it has identified a second rare manufacturing defect in these EVs that increases the risk of a fire. This recall covers about 51,000 in the U.S. And the models recalled, they all have batteries made by LG Chem in South Korea. And GM is saying that until repairs are made, owners should actually park your cars outdoors, limit charging them to 90%, and don't deplete batteries below 70 miles of range. Also, do not charge them overnight.
All right, now to problems with a drug used to help people quit smoking. What's going on with Chantix?
Yeah, it's a little ironic here. Popular anti-smoking drug Chantix is now recalled because there's a chance that some of the ingredients were higher than FDA levels, and those impurities could actually lead to cancer if used long term. You can find the lot information if you have this in your medicine cabinet at fda.gov.
And a reminder to check your pantries because listeria problems strike again.
Yeah, I mean, other than ice cream, usually it was fresh produce or poultry, right? But this time we're talking about muffins. Give and Go Prepared Foods Corporation is recalling certain products because of the potential of listeria contamination. Brands affected include Uncle Wally's, Stop and Shop, 7-Eleven Selects, Great Value, and Market Side. These products are sold in stores nationwide, including Walmart and Sam's Club. Listeria, of course, can cause serious, sometimes even deadly infections. So if you have those muffins, you are urged to throw them away.
All right, now you know what to look out for. Thank you.
They come in the mail, you get the phone calls, maybe you've even seen the commercials. We're talking about extended car warranty notices. Now, some of them are scams and some are legit, but even then, there are a lot of sell-ups or upsells that you might not even need. So let's bring in our consumer reporter, Sarbani Banerjee. You got a lot of viewer email about this, which I completely understand. So first, we have to know, do we even need this?
Yeah, I get them pretty regularly, Cynthia. Do I need this? Is it real? And you've probably seen or heard these ads. They say, we've been trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty. Sometimes extended warranties, also called extended service agreements, end up really protecting you from engine failure, transmission issues, or other expenses that you could not cover if the worst happened. But yeah, there are a lot of scams out there. The first red flag is if you get an offer via a robocall with a recording. The call comes in with a message that says your factory warranty is about to expire or has. Now, that might actually be true, but then they ask for personal information. Don't do it. Instead, ask for their information. Research them and call back. If they are legit, they should also be able to direct you to a safe and secure website. Never make the decision right there and then on the phone, on the spot, to pay.
But there are real offers, legitimate ones, right?
There are, and here's the problem. If you misunderstand a policy, you might think that you've been scammed when you actually weren't. That's why before you buy an extended warranty, it's really critical to do your research. Even some policies that are solid and good have exclusions. You want to check to see what auto parts coverage is specifically listed on the policy. Sometimes it's not the whole car. Other policies only cover a certain dollar amount, and then those amounts are set for specific parts and labor rather than just straight up paying the bill. If it ends up paying less than the average market cost, that would of course mean that you're on the hook for the rest of the bill. So it's really important to read the fine print so you don't feel like you've been scammed simply because you didn't understand it.
Now, you're not talking about like regular service, are you? Like when you go in for an oil change or things like that?
Exactly. You know, the documents that you sign when you purchase an extended warranty, they don't just outline what the warranty will cover. They also say what you're responsible for. And, you know, those oil changes you just mentioned, that's something that would be your responsibility. You are supposed to maintain your vehicle. Let's say, for example, your check engine light's been on, your car starts shaking. So you take it into the shop, you present your warranty. Well, guess what the insurance company is going to do? They'll send out an inspector, and then they'll find out what, maybe they find sludge in the engine. They will ask for proof that you changed your oil regularly. And if you didn't, the damage is on you. Also remember, a warranty never covers that regular required maintenance. It's only for emergencies, damage, big things like that, but you've got to do your part.
Yeah. Wow. Well, he clarified a few things for us, which we appreciate. Thanks, Giovanni. They come in the mail, you get the phone calls, maybe you've even seen the commercials. We're talking about
A huge shout out to our Fox 13 Tampa team, and specifically their consumer reporter Sarbani Banerjee for those very informative segments, both on what is being recalled, whether it's your car or your pantry, and whether or not you should extend your car's warranty. Well, from the Tampa Bay area to Tokyo, Japan, you are currently taking a live now look of a shot of the Olympic cauldron at Japan's National Stadium. Blowing around in the night sky. You could see the flames there. This is as the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games are underway. We have been bringing you some bump shots, as we like to call, of the National Stadium out there in Tokyo. And we did just receive this shot to our Live Now from Fox desk there as well. Really cool stuff. If you got a chance to catch that opening ceremony, absolutely beautiful, especially the drone show. It was 1,800 drones put together, programmed together, and it created a globe over the arena. So really crazy stuff out there. Wanted to bring you this shot here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are nearing the top of the 10 o'clock hour here on our show. This is when we start to get feeds of live events that we are expecting to get underway here shortly. Now, we also do have some scheduled events that we are learning of. We've got New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio speaking on the latest coronavirus news out of New York City. We have also learned that around 11:10 Eastern time this morning, the president and vice president will deliver remarks to celebrate the 31st anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act. So again, we are nearing that hour where everything should start getting underway, no matter where it's from. We like to bring you these live feeds in their entirety so that way you can watch the news, you can watch these remarks, and really, make your own judgments on what is happening. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we are going to play a segment from our Fox 11 Los Angeles team. They interviewed a Paralympic jumper as he was getting ready for the Olympics. So stay with us on Live Now from Fox. That segment will be here when we return. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are live and worldwide each and every day here, currently taking a Live Now look at the Olympic cauldron burning out there in Tokyo, Japan. The Tokyo 2020 Olympics underway, and it has just been such a sight to see. We've had several vantage points out there in Tokyo, and really great to see Team USA already kicking things off on a good note out there. Well, I did want to bring you this next interview from our very own Fox 11 Los Angeles team. They caught up with Paralympic jumper Trenton Merrill before he got ready for the Olympics. So he is out there, he is competing now, and we wanted to bring you this exclusive segment from our team out on the West Coast. So let's take a listen here on Live Now from Fox, everybody.
Basically, we are not worthy. You are watching the workout routine of Trenton Merrill. He's an athlete who is headed to Tokyo next month to compete in the Paralympic Games. It is quite an amazing accomplishment. Trenton joining us now live to talk about what we can expect. There he is, coming to us from San Diego, where you are training. I want to know how you're feeling. Are you ready to go? What's going on now that we're getting really close to the moment?
Hey, Bob. I'm feeling pumped, man. I'm ready to go. Ready to represent USA and carry that flag, you know, after competing.
We're really proud of you. We're really excited. We can't wait to see all the things you do. I've seen all the videos, and you're a completely inspiring guy. Tell us a little bit about your journey so that the folks at home know how you got here. In fact, you're a motivational speaker, too. So, you know, this all started when you were 14 years old, and an accident happened, right?
That's correct, Bob. So my journey has been nothing but adversity and trials and triumph. And it hasn't been easy. I wish I could say that it was an easy path to success, but for me, it's always been like a little bit of progress and then like some type of setback and then a little bit more, some type of setback, and just year in, year out. So it's been really tough. And I know like this year specifically, a lot of us athletes have had these past 2 years have had a really tough year. And I think my past from 14 years old, losing my foot, to where I'm at now, it's all been like preparation and helping me mentally be prepared for years like this, where it's really challenging years and it's hard to stay focused, but day in, day out, you just got to grind and stay focused on your goals and your dreams and believe that it's possible.
What happened when you were 14? I know, I mean, it's had to have been traumatizing for someone so young to lose part of your leg like that.
That's right, Bob. When I was 14, I was in an accident that resulted in the amputation of my right foot. My best friend Scott and I, we had a little dirt bike track we built in his front yard, and we were just essentially, we were coming back from my house to his house to go ride on it. And we looked both ways on Paseo Cristina and San Juan Creek Road, and we didn't see a car coming. We crossed the street, and right as we passed the center median, it was like a flash of white. I just saw a flash of white, and essentially a BMW crushed my foot in between a little dirt bike. And we both got hit by that car, and my foot was eventually amputated shortly after.
Wow. So we're watching a lot of the videos of you training and your jumps. It looks absolutely unbelievable, and many of us had questions here about having the prosthetic and doing this long jump, is which you kind of specialize in. So what are the challenges of having the prosthetic when you're making that jump, or does having that prosthetic kind of like propel you even further? Are you able to jump further than, let's say, another athlete?
Those are great questions. So jumping on a prosthetic is very challenging. For me, I had to relearn how to jump off of my prosthetic. It was more natural for me once my right foot was amputated, even though it was my dominant leg, to start doing everything with my left foot. So my left foot became my dominant foot. And then later on, as I was training and pursuing my career in track and field, I decided that I essentially wanted to preserve my left foot as much as possible because it's the only one I got left. And it was taking a beating in training, trying to jump and sprint. So I decided to use my right blade as my jumping prosthesis and takeoff foot, because if it broke, I could, replace it. So
wow.
It took a long time to learn how to align the prosthetic, because aligning the prosthetic for a long jump is different than just a jogging foot or a sprinting foot. The blades themselves have different stiffnesses to them. So you have to find the right category. It's just a ton of trial and error. So eventually, once I had accumulated all these data points, from training and trial and error with the guys on my team.
Hey, we got like 90 seconds. We got like 90 seconds left. And first of all, the sensation that you must have being in the air for that long must be unbelievable. You went to the Olympics, the Paralympics in Rio a couple of years ago. You almost made it. How are you feeling again coming into this this Olympic Games just a couple of weeks ahead? I know you said you have a practice coming up in just a few minutes, but how are you feeling coming into the Games this year?
I'm pumped. Last Games, I just missed out on the podium. I placed 4th. So this year I'm hungry. I want it. I need it. So I'm going out there to fight and to win. So I'm ready to go.
All right. And there's this COVID-19 thing that's out there. We keep talking about that as that relates to the Olympics. Are you concerned at all? Are you taking extra precautions? What goes through your mind?
With COVID-19, that's it is a big concern for a lot of people, but we've been training all us athletes for a long time. And so the biggest thing is just stay focused on what we're trying to go out there and do. So I can't control anything that happens with COVID-19, but I can control my effort and what I focus on and my discipline and going out there and giving it the best I can. So that's what I'm going to do.
Hey, Trenton Merrill, we are so proud of you. I know you came out of college out here, right? And you're from San Juan Capistrano, so you're a local guy. We're really proud of you. Go Team USA, and we're going to be watching.
Let's go. Thank you for having me.
Thanks, man. Good luck.
The good old Brooklyn Bridge.
All right, everybody. I do stand corrected. Earlier, I said that he was competing in the Games as we speak, but my apologies. The Paralympics does get underway in Tokyo mid-August. So he is training, sharing his story there on Fox 11 Los Angeles. So wanted to play that segment for you here on Live Now from Fox. It is a little bit after the 10 o'clock hour, the top of the 10 a.m. Eastern hour here on Live Now from Fox. Want to let you know that you are currently taking a look at a slate that we have for Mayor Bill de Blasio out in New York City. He is rumored to be making an announcement on city workers' mask requirements. So eager to see what will be said here. He does usually get underway live a little after the 10 o'clock hour. So we will, when we get this feed and we see him getting started, we will bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox, because that is what we do, everybody. That is what our show is all about. And for those of you who are just turning us on, thank you so much for being with us here on this Monday, July 26th, the start of another work week. It is just wild to see that we are almost about to close out another month in 2021. So crazy how fast this year is going. But again, my name is Regina Gonzalez. I'm coming at you live from the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. For those of you who have been with me all morning long, it has been a blast. We've had several live guests, live reports from our Fox owned and operated stations, and now we are expected to have these events, these live feeds that we get. They usually start to get underway at around this time. It goes from no live events to about 4 options popping up on our screen. But I do expect it to take the live press conference from New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio. Again, all morning long, we have been focusing on the fact that a lot of local leaders, state leaders, they are trying to figure out what to do when it comes to the fact that we, saw all of these restrictions being eased, and now we see the Delta variant spreading pretty rapidly across the United States. So we are keeping tabs on any announcements, just like the one expected today. Eager to see what New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio will say. We already saw that LA County out in California re-implemented indoor mask mandates a couple weeks ago. So again, lots of people trying to figure out how we can move forward as a new variant spreads, while also trying to maintain that normalcy that we just kind of got back to, everybody. So again, we are waiting to see when Mayor Bill de Blasio will pop up. Should be about any minute. Again, he usually does get started around this time. But we are also keeping tabs on a rally, really, a Cuban Freedom March that will happen in our nation's capital this afternoon. If you were watching live now from Fox a little bit earlier, around 7:15 a.m. Eastern time, we were actually joined by the organizer of this march. We've got hundreds of people coming up in buses from Florida, cities across Florida. We heard Orlando, Tampa, Miami. They are out in D.C., and the rally is expected to get underway at 2 o'clock this afternoon. So we are in touch with our Fox 5 D.C. team to let us know whether or not they will be providing us ground live pictures, shots from their helicopter out there. So again, eager to see how this will play out in our nation's capital. Mr. Colazo, the organizer who we spoke with, said that they are not just rallying, but they are also going to meet with top congressional leaders as well, because it is all about helping the island nation of Cuba right now. And we are eager again to see how our nation's streets, our nation's capital streets, will look in just a couple of hours. We are also staying on top of some weather-related news this morning. I do want to bring you a look to our Live Now from Fox X-Rad radar, where you can see temperatures dancing across the nation, and those colors that you see out there, that royal blue color, is in excessive heat warning. So we did hear some good news that temperatures are expected to get a little cooler in some parts of our nation this week, but tragically, we still have at least, I believe it is 88 wildfires that are burning across the United States, across about a dozen states. So I do want to bring you that story here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. Let's take a listen and see how first responders are trying to handle these growing flames.
Dangerously hot and dry conditions continue to fuel fire danger here in California and throughout the West.
The lack of moisture means everything is ready, everything is explosive.
The Dixie Fire in California is the largest wildfire in the state right now. It's destroyed at least 16 structures and threatened nearly 11,000 more. Steep terrain is making it hard to get this fire under control. It's only 21% contained.
The fire is making its big pushes like during that time of the day when it heats up, and right now we're kind of just securing the edge and kind of just corralling the fire in a sense.
Right now, the Tamarack fire is straddling the California-Nevada border. It started on July 4th after lightning struck Rocky Ridge top, sparking flames in a tree. It spread from there. It's only 13% contained, and it's forced more than 2,400 people to evacuate their homes.
No one got hurt, and they did save quite a few structures. Yeah. So they worked hard on that, and yeah, so we've been blessed.
The Boot Lake Fire in Southern Oregon is the largest wildfire in the nation so far this year. It has already ripped through more than 400,000 acres of land. 46% of it is contained.
There's still several thousand people that are threatened by the fire.
Also, some good news for firefighters. Some cooler weather is expected this week. Crews hope it helps them get some of these fires under control. In Los Angeles, Christina Coleman, Fox News.
Some more weather-related news that we are following this morning here on Live Now from Fox. A sandstorm felt in the state of Utah, causing a crash that claimed the lives of at least 7 people. It happened on an interstate near the town of Kenosha. I don't believe I'm pronouncing that right, so if you are joining us from Utah, I do apologize. It is about 160 miles south of Salt Lake City, and Highway Patrol say the accident occurred during a time of high winds that caused a sandstorm, which reduced visibility. Several people were also taken to local hospitals out there, but again, we have learned this morning that the crash that happened yesterday has since claimed the lives of 7 people. So wanted to bring you that weather update here on Live Now from Fox. We are actually also keeping tabs on a typhoon that has made its way to the coast of China, slamming specifically its east coast. Here is a look at some of the video that we have received to our Live Now from Fox death. Absolutely tragic to see these conditions. Look at how high the water is. I actually do want to bring you the information that we've gotten to our desk this morning. It is actually called Typhoon Infa, and more than 1.5 million people have since been relocated. It did make landfall this morning, but it has brought severe flooding and rainy conditions prior to today over the last couple of days. It is the 6th typhoon of the year, and it made a second landfall after already dumping lots of rain and flooding onto the area on Sunday. The storm caused about 1.5 million evacuations. In some areas, crews were not able to use fire trucks to reach people trapped in their homes, so they turned to rubber rafts, like you can see right here, and life jackets to reach flooding victims and to paddle them to safety. We actually also do have more video that will show you how people have been relocated. They are in centers across several cities in China. I'm trying to see if there is any sound on this video. I do not believe there are. But again, we have learned that more than 1.5 million people were relocated as this typhoon made landfall. It packed strong winds, it damaged trees, and brought heavy rainfall and winds of up to 35 meters per second. So wanted to bring you those weather updates here on Live Now from Fox, because it is one of the stories that we are covering here on our show this morning. But wanted to head out to Capitol Hill because it will be a busy day out there as well. If you were tuning into Live Now from Fox at around 8:15 a.m. Eastern Time, we were speaking with Mike Haridopolos. He is the former president of the Florida Senate, and he's an author and political analyst that joins us every Monday morning to kind of break down the major political headlines that we are keeping tabs on. Well, today the Senate is expected to take up a bipartisan spending bill that calls for more than $1 trillion to be spent on the nation's infrastructure. But there are still a few roadblocks. Fox News correspondent Mark Meredith is telling us what those are.
Senators from both parties say they are very close to a final deal on infrastructure. This $1.2 trillion proposal would do a lot. Besides just repairing roads and bridges, it would expand broadband access and add electric vehicle infrastructure throughout the country. Key lawmakers say after a lot of back and forth, the end is in sight.
We continue to work hard, worked all day yesterday, all through the weekend. There are some thorny issues, but we can get it done.
Down to the last couple of items, and I think you're going to see a bill Monday afternoon.
Infrastructure has already been a top priority for the president, really ever since taking office. He tweeted a lot about it over the weekend, perhaps trying to nudge lawmakers and the public one last time. On Sunday, he tweeted, "The bipartisan infrastructure framework is a great deal for the American people, for blue-collar people, the folks being left behind now." And while the Senate may be close on infrastructure, how quickly a bill would actually get to the president's desk remains unclear. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi says she won't pass infrastructure in her chamber. That is until after the Senate also passes a separate, much larger spending bill tied to human infrastructure. The Speaker doubling down on her demands on Sunday.
The president has said that he wants to have a bipartisan bill, and we all do. But that is not the limitation of the vision of the president. He wants to build back better.
If Congress were able to deliver an infrastructure package to the president's desk, it would certainly be a legislative victory for the White House, and the Biden administration may want that to happen sooner rather than later. A new Gallup survey shows the president's approval rating slipping, now down to 50%, a 6-point drop in the last month, the lowest of his presidency so far. In Wilmington, Delaware, Mark Meredith, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Mark Meredith for that report. Again, we will keep you updated with any news of infrastructure deals, negotiations, anything you need to know here today on Live Now from Fox, everybody. Currently taking a Live Now look over the city of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Now, wanted to bring you out here for this next top story we are bringing you on our show this morning because it is just one of the major U.S. cities seeing an uptick in violent crime, specifically related to gun violence. Well, according to the Gun Violence Archive, this year is actually on track to break last year's record as one of the deadliest for gun violence in roughly 2 decades. Fox News correspondent Marian Rafferty has more on just how many Americans are becoming the latest gunshot victims every day.
$316. That's the number of people shot by a gun every day in America, according to data collected by the nonprofit group The Brady Campaign to Prevent Gun Violence. And out of those 316, 106 died from their injuries.
This is about a community saying stop this senseless shooting.
This statistic is all too real for those living in the Austin suburb of Chicago, where city officials report more than 180 shootings so far this year in that neighborhood alone. Community members marching over the weekend to preach peace, while others sent direct messages to would-be killers.
Let that young man you're planning to kill tonight, let him live.
Meanwhile, rising gun violence in Philadelphia has many on edge.
Too many Philadelphians are dying.
So far this year, more than 2,000 people across the city have been shot, with more than 300 killed. Local officials are calling on Philadelphia Mayor Jim Kenney to go beyond calling the surge a public health crisis. But the mayor says declaring a local state of emergency won't secure new funds to help address the shootings. The grim situation has many people questioning their safety while doing everyday things like going out to eat.
We came here just enjoying a typical night. Like, we were out at the bar. Like, why are we going to come here and have to have our lives at risk? I don't get that at all.
And at the federal level, Attorney General Merrick Garland is pledging to crack down on gun trafficking and increase funding for community outreach in cities plagued by shootings. Marianne Rafferty, Fox News.
All right, everybody, we've got a news alert to bring you here on Live Now from Fox. We have just received this live feed to our Live Now from Fox desk. You are looking at an expected press conference being held in St. Louis, Missouri, as a mandate that everyone must wear a mask in public places could be returning. So effective today, everyone 5 and older in St. Louis City and County must wear a mask in indoor public places and on public transportation, regardless of vaccination status. So I stand corrected. It is not potentially coming. It is already here, and we are expected to hear from officials on what this will entail. And, we are keeping tabs on how a lot of local officials in cities and towns across the nation, as well as state officials, will be responding. We actually also do have a live feed of an expected announcement from New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio. He usually gets started here around 10 to 10:15, so a little behind schedule this morning. But again, we are just keeping tabs on all of the live feeds that we have to our Live Now from Fox desk. Again, waiting for New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio, as well as this announcement from the St. Louis, Missouri area, where it looks like they are looking to get started here shortly and getting the podium set up. So we are your source for all of this news here on Live Now from Fox. And as soon as I said that, it looks like New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio is getting started. So let's take a listen here on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning, everyone. Live from Borough Hall in the Bronx. It's Bronx Week. All week long, City Hall in your borough in the Bronx. We started a little early yesterday with the amazing Dominican parade here in the Bronx, which was absolutely beautiful and joyous. All week long, we're going to be focusing on the people of the Bronx, the issues of the Bronx, things that the city can do to make life better in the Bronx. We'll be talking a lot about issues affecting the whole city, obviously, but with a special focus on the Bronx. And here is the message of the week. I use my long wingspan here. Can I do it? There it is. I love the Bronx, and I appreciate the Bronx, and we're going to have a great week here in the Bronx with leaders, with people who are doing so much good for the Bronx together. But now let's talk about the big picture for the whole city, for the Bronx and all 5 boroughs in the fight against COVID. First, a good update. Vaccination doses in New York City since day one. From the beginning, more than 9.8 million vaccination doses and climbing every single day. Officially, it is 9,871,371 doses since the very beginning. Here's more good news. 71% of all adults in New York City have had at least one dose. 71%, better than the national average. And let's talk about our youngest New Yorkers who are eligible for the vaccine, the 12 to 17-year-olds. Already at least 226,000 12 to 17-year-olds have gotten at least one dose. And we're going to be putting a big effort into play to reach many more of them before school begins. So this is what makes a difference, vaccination. But we all know the Delta variant has thrown us a curveball, and we are really, really focused on fighting the Delta variant. So last week, I announced for our frontline healthcare workers in the public sector, health and hospitals, DOH, the COVID safety requirement. Simply show proof of vaccination or get tested every single week. And I said last week this was only the beginning and we would be climbing up the ladder, more mandates to come. Well, today is that day. On September 13th, the entire city workforce will be mandated under the COVID safety mandate to either get vaccinated, which is far preferable, or get tested once a week. Let's be clear why this is so important. This is about our recovery. This is about what we need to do to bring back New York City. This is about keeping people safe. This is about making sure our families get through COVID okay. This is about bringing back jobs, you name it. In September, everything's going to come together. September is the pivot point of the recovery. September is when many employers are bringing back a lot of their employees. September is when school starts full strength. September is when people come back from the summer. September is when it will all happen. And so on September 13th, which is the first full day of school, every single city employee will be expected to be either vaccinated or be tested weekly. This means everybody. This means, obviously, everyone who works in our schools, our educators and staff. It means the NYPD, the FDNY. It means all city agencies. It means people who work in offices and people who work on the front line. Everyone. Because September is when the rubber hits the road, and this is when we have to make the difference, and so this mandate will be in place. 2 groups of city employees will be starting sooner. Of course, we announced already health and hospitals and the frontline Department of Health workers, clinical workers. That's next week, August 2nd. The second group, August 16th, 45,000 city employees in congregate and residential settings, in settings where people literally are there living together in close proximity on an ongoing basis. That will be August 16th. So we're going to keep climbing this ladder and adding additional measures as needed, mandates and strong measures whenever needed to fight the Delta variant. Number one way to fight it is get vaccinated. We're proving it. This is the reason life is as good as it is in New York City right now, because we're above the national average in vaccinations, but we need to do more. We're also going to reinforce for all city government workers starting on Monday, reinforcing very clearly, if you are unvaccinated and you are a city employee, beginning on Monday, you must either wear a mask indoors at your work site at all times, or if you would prefer not to, you have to immediately go get vaccinated. This is very, very clear. We will have to, unfortunately, be very tough if a city government employee does not wear a mask indoors and they are unvaccinated. There unfortunately will have to be consequences, because we have to take seriously. If someone's unvaccinated, unfortunately, they pose a threat to themselves, but they also have a greater chance of spreading the disease. Now, my message to the private sector is go as far as you can go right now. Do what you can do. Private entities have the right to make a lot of choices. They have a lot of freedom. They can set their own rules. Each private sector employer needs to do what they believe is right, but I would strongly urge a vaccination mandate whenever possible, or as close to it as possible, at minimum requiring all your employees to get vaccinated or to do weekly testing. Now, to help make it easier for folks who have gotten vaccinated and want to be able to show that, or have gotten a negative test and want to be able to show that, New York City is, at this point, offering a new tool to help make it easier for New Yorkers. On August 2nd, we will debut the NYC COVID Safe app. And this app is simple and easy to use, allows you to keep track of vaccination or test results and have them available to show any employer or anyone else you need to. This is another tool. The NYC COVID Safe app will give New Yorkers another option. There's the state Excelsior Pass. That's valuable too. And of course, there's something as simple as a paper vaccination card. All these tools matter. Everything that helps people to keep track and to be held accountable is a good thing. With that, I want to turn to our health commissioner, who has been leading the way, who believes strongly in these aggressive measures and will tell you why they're so important. Our health commissioner, Dr. Dave Choksi.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. It's been said that in a crisis, you must look to the helpers, those working on behalf of others despite so much risk to their own well-being. In so many cases over the past 18 months, the helpers have been city staff, whether it's foster care workers, first responders, or teachers. We need these individuals to continue to serve and to do so in the safest way possible, which is why we implemented the COVID safety requirement, proof of vaccination or a weekly negative test, starting with healthcare workers on August 2nd. And today, as the mayor said, we're expanding the requirement to all city staff beginning in September. And for those workers who are in more risky settings, such as foster care, shelters, or senior centers, this will begin even earlier, on August 16th. To ensure that our workplaces are as safe as possible, we are also fortifying our requirement that unvaccinated city staff wear masks indoors. Only with documented proof of vaccination does one have the option to forego a face covering, except, of course, in places where they are required for all, such as schools, healthcare facilities, or congregate settings. These new requirements reflect our commitment to each other and to the people whom we serve. To the city's heroic helpers, I would only say, don't wait. The virus is here now, and it's transmitting quickly due to the Delta variant, a particularly aggressive strain of the virus, with cases rising rapidly, particularly among the unvaccinated, who are most at risk of severe outcomes. We need stronger medicine to deal with Delta, which is why we're taking these steps today, and will continue with robust responses if more steps are needed. In the tug of war between vaccines and the variants, we should continue to bet on vaccines. But now is the time for our whole city to pull together to defeat Delta. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Choksi. And I want you to hear from a leading national voice, a truly leading national voice in the fight against COVID. We are depending constantly on the medical leaders who see the next steps we have to take. And one of them who has been consistently ahead of the curve, he is the professor of bioethics at the Department of Population Health and the founding head of the Division of Medical Ethics at NYU Grossman School of Medicine here in New York City. My pleasure to introduce Dr. Arthur L. Kaplan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's really a pleasure to be here, and I'm so pleased to see you and our distinguished health commissioner taking the lead in the battle against COVID. As we know, as Dr. Choksi just pointed out, COVID and its new strains like Delta continue to threaten the city. Sadly, many parts of the nation are still in denial about COVID and some of the new strains, but New York City is not. It's taking action based on sound medical and public health evidence, as good public policy ought to be. Our best defense, can't say this enough, against COVID is vaccination, which, as numerous studies show, is amazingly effective and amazingly safe. So you, Mr. Mayor, are taking, I believe, appropriate steps. Already, you're ensuring that those working with the city's most vulnerable residents, patients and the sick in our hospitals, institutional settings, are vaccinated. And now extending that protection to them makes good, ethical, and public health sense. We have to protect those in other high-risk settings, like foster care and congregate settings. Vaccinating city staff, employees, frontline city workers is prudent, it's important, it's ethical. Not only will it save lives, but as you pointed out, it will help all of us by keeping the COVID outbreak controlled, our hospitals able to function efficiently and not get overwhelmed with sick people, and protect our healthcare workers from infection, keeping the city open and the economy running. Mr. Mayor, I've worked on vaccine mandates for 10 years, a long time. I helped New York State pass a law requiring healthcare workers to get flu shots. I've worked with the state legislature, including my friend, who we'll hear from soon, I think, Dick Gottfried, to increase coverage for school children in our state. I know the law and I know the ethics of vaccine mandates, and you in the city are on solid ground in asking for mandates to protect our health. And you're on solid ground in asking for vaccination apps to ensure that our city workers can easily show their vaccination status. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for taking this important step to protect all New Yorkers. I really hope that our businesses and employers will, in light of the need right now, COVID threatens us, and the evidence for the success of vaccination, follow your lead, climb the ladder of public health, and move to mandate vaccines for their employees as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kaplan. Thank you for all you are doing to sound the alarm and help us move forward as a city and as a nation. And now I want to turn back to Dr. Mitch Katz. I skipped over him by accident, obviously leading the way with health and hospitals, which have been the front line of this fight and are the first city workers who are engaging in this mandate. He understands how important it is to keep his workers safe and how that keeps everyone else safe. Dr. Mitch Katz.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for everything you're doing to keep us safe. Health and hospitals, because we care for those people who are sick, especially the undocumented, the uninsured, the Black and brown communities, people who are homeless. We want to be sure that we are providing care that is safe by making sure that everybody is vaccinated or tested weekly. We feel very strongly as healthcare providers, it's our duty to be sure that we are not ourselves spreading the virus. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Katz. And now, as Dr. Kaplan previewed, one of the most important healthcare voices in this state, because he has for years been one of the most crucial public leaders setting progressive public policies for the entire state. As chair of the Health Committee of the New York State Assembly, we have worked together often. I think very, very highly of what he has done for this city and this state. My pleasure to introduce Assemblymember Dick Gottfried.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for bringing together all the other people who are on this panel this morning. And, you know, New Yorkers are just so fortunate to be living and working among all the panelists you've been hearing from today. You know, when Thomas Jefferson listed the rights that governments are instituted to ensure, the first on the list was life. And we do a lot in government to try to protect people's life and health and safety. You know, we don't let people drive 75 miles an hour on city streets. We don't let employers make you work overtime without compensation. We don't let children work in factories. And public employees should not be coming to work if there is a danger that they will spread a deadly disease to the worker at the next desk or the public that they deal with. And that's why it is so important to get our public employees vaccinated. And if they refuse to get vaccinated, they should at least be getting tested frequently, at least once a week. And so with the mayor...
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez cutting in here on Live Now from Fox. If you are just tuning into our show, some breaking news regarding mandates to combat the spread of the Delta variant in New York City. New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio saying effective September 13th, city workers must show proof of vaccination or opt to get tested weekly. Now, also starting August 2nd, government employees will be mandated to wear a mask indoors if not vaccinated as well. You actually heard a doctor also say that employees who are more high risk working with, or if they are healthcare workers, if they're working with students in foster care, this will also be in effect as of August 2nd. So a lot of COVID-19 related breaking news coming out of the New York City area. Again, Mayor Bill de Blasio saying that this is all to combat the spread of COVID-19, specifically the Delta variant. Now, I actually do want to switch gears here now because, as I told you before, we did have a shot of a similar mask mandate announcement being made out there in Missouri. So I do want to bring you this here on Live Now from Fox, everybody, as we continue to follow all of the COVID-19 related announcements happening as the Delta variant spreads. Let's head to Missouri now, everybody.
Good morning. These masks save lives. They prevented thousands of people from getting sick and dying. And when the mayor and I stood here in May and announced that our health departments would be relaxing some of the public health orders and protocols, including wearing masks, we did so because the case rate was headed in the right direction and vaccine access was improving. Both trends, again, in the right direction. But the Delta variant has thrown us a curveball. It's highly transmissible, and it's now jeopardizing our progress. On June 1st, the number of COVID-positive cases in St. Louis County was 40 a day. 2 months later, on Saturday, the number of cases was at 218 a day. On June 1st, the positivity rate was 2.9% in St. Louis County. And 2 months later, on Saturday, it's 9.9%. These numbers are too alarming to ignore. We, as healthcare professionals and as elected officials, can't stand idly by while this new Delta variant takes more and more victims. Masks have become a symbol of a political divide in our country. But they're not a bridge too far, as some might say. Rather, they put the virus in the slow lane and give us time to get more people vaccinated. In St. Louis County, we've launched Revive STL, an education campaign featuring people who have been vaccinated, talking about the vaccine, their experience, and urging others to get vaccinated as well. While we're diligently working to get vaccination rates higher, masks still allow us to get more and more people vaccinated and get our kids back in the classroom. Masks will allow businesses to remain open. Masks will allow our economy to continue growing and will keep people employed. Masks will allow us to keep doing what we're doing while we get more people vaccinated. And vaccination remains our focus. My priority is using all of our resources on education on and access to vaccinations. And the virus continues to disproportionately affect the African American community. Repeated opposition to medical experts who've been on the front lines of this pandemic for the past 18 months is adding oppression to the oppressed. Solutions must be for everyone, not just a select few. For real equity in our community, we have to have some inconveniences for some people. To have a safe and healthy region for everyone, it must include equity for all. Creating distractions for political gain is short-sighted at best and life-threatening at worst. As some passionate supporters of the previous president hold on tight to bombast and misinformation, we are laser-focused on protecting the health and welfare of people in our communities. Masks provide the freedom to move about in our community while vaccinations continue and our efforts continue to get as many people vaccinated as possible in our community and across the country. For those who are vaccinated, this may feel like punishment. Punishment for doing the right thing. I've heard that, and I feel that frustration. While the vaccine can protect against serious illness, it can't protect you from being infected with COVID-19 and passing it on to someone else, someone who may be more vulnerable. Until more people get vaccinated, we must continue to do what we can to protect ourselves and others. I wish we had more people vaccinated, but right now, this is where we are. Last week, the U.S. Surgeon General said that he would support those local communities like ours, initiating mask mandates, masking protocols, masking requirements in areas where COVID is surging, like Missouri. And yesterday, the American Academy of Pediatrics, only a few days ago, made a statement that they supported masking for kids over 2 in schools and teachers and staff, regardless of vaccination status. And the St. Louis Metropolitan Pandemic Task Force has recommended masking when you're in crowded public places, especially if you don't know the vaccination status of those in the room with you. As an anesthesiologist, I work an occasional shift in a hospital. I've had the chance to talk to people who've been on the front lines over the past 18 months. Those who have been sitting with patients in the ICU when they ask to be vaccinated, patients who are struggling to breathe and being placed on the ventilator, then is not the time to get a vaccine. Don't think that this won't happen to you. There are plenty of people who can tell you differently. We are among the first counties in the country to reinstate a mask mandate. So help us be one of the first counties in the country to eliminate this pandemic. If you haven't been vaccinated, please get your shot today. I'd be glad to answer any questions, and Dr. Dunnigan is here as well from the Pandemic Task Force to answer questions. Yes?
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez cutting in here once again. You are currently tuning into a live press conference from St. Louis, Missouri officials. A mandate that everyone must wear a mask in public places within St. Louis City and County is back. Officials are not going to enforce the mask mandate going into effect. But effective today, everyone 5 and older in St. Louis City and County must wear a mask in indoor public places and on public transportation, regardless of vaccination status. Officials are also urging people to wear masks outside if they are in a group. Those who are seated in a restaurant or bar eating and drinking, and those who have disabilities that prevent them from wearing masks are exempt from the mandate. So again, this is out of St. Louis, Missouri. You heard him say that they are one of the first counties to bring back mask mandates within their entity. Now, these new mandates, these announcements for any efforts to combat the spread of the COVID-19 virus is still continuing this Monday morning in several places. I actually do now want to bring you out to New Haven, Connecticut, where Governor Ned Lamont is holding a news conference to give an update on Connecticut's statewide COVID-19 vaccination distribution efforts. So let's take a listen here and head out to New Haven, Connecticut here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. Again, lots of moving parts this morning, lots of local officials taking it to these press conferences to talk about how they plan to combat the spread of the Delta variant. So let's listen in here, everybody.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Deputy. And here's the good news. The good news is that New Haven is leading the way amongst our cities in vaccination rates. So I want to thank the mayor and the health director and the city of New Haven for their leadership. The bad news is that we are seeing a pandemic of the unvaccinated in our state and in our country. And here's the thing. The people who have not been vaccinated are the people who are going to the hospital, who are getting sick, and who are dying. Our state senator colleague, Saud Anwar, who's a pulmonologist, who is caring for people with COVID at Manchester Hospital, talked about patients he had that were dying from COVID after the vaccine came out in December, and they were pleading on their deathbed for the COVID vaccine. Too late. So we have to encourage everyone in our state to get vaccinated. And back on the good news. The good news is we are 4th in the country. We are at 70% overall, but we are nowhere near getting to the 80% that we need of all of our population to reach herd immunity. And our deputy health director, I think, was dead on when she was encouraging young people, because 95% of the people over 65 have had at least one shot. 75% of the 45 to 54-year-olds have had at least one shot. Problem is, when you get down to our younger population, our 12 to 34, we have much lower vaccination rates, and that's what we need to focus on. And one of the reasons we have our coaches here today is to encourage our students to get vaccinated, because we still have half of the summer to get our young people vaccinated, because the more of our young people that get vaccinated, the better chance we have to have a successful school reopening. And we are all very much focused on that. So please, if you have family members or friends who are not vaccinated, you are our best advocate to getting those folks vaccinated, because all the research shows that it is family members, friends, and healthcare professionals that make the biggest difference with people. Maritza Bond alluded to hesitancy. You know, there's all kinds of crazy stuff on the internet about why you shouldn't get vaccinated. We just appeal to you to ask healthcare professionals if you have questions. That's why they're there, to allay any concerns, to give you the information that you need. And I want to thank, again, our partners in state government and Mayor Elliker for your partnership and collaboration. And it is my great pleasure to introduce our governor, who's been at the forefront in our country of fighting COVID-19, Governor Lamont.
Great, thanks, Susan. And as Susan said, you know, Justin, you and your team have been extraordinary leaders from the very beginning here. New Haven has done amazing work early on when it came to masking, then when it came to testing, now when it comes to vaccinations. You know, good work. We need you. And let me tell you a little bit about what's going on with the Delta variant. We've been focused on this a lot over the last few weeks. As you know, it's highly infectious, which makes it all the more important right now. Anybody with any hesitancy, come forward. You want to know who's behind me here? It's the College Corps, right? Raise your hands, you guys. These guys are going all over New Haven. They're going all over the state. They're going to folks who are often left behind when it comes to public health. We're going to be bringing the Griffin vans out to these communities, making sure they know that we need them to get vaccinated, what that means, person to person, explaining what that is. And you know why it's so important? There's sort of two schools of thought. You've seen how quickly things turned around in Europe and Israel when it came to the Delta variant, how highly infectious it is. And you heard Dr. Fauci this weekend say it could be a tough fall. You also heard Scott Gottlieb say something interesting, Connecticut's very own, who I talk to a lot, say, look, in Britain, for example, let's say they're a canary in the coal mine. They're 3 weeks, a month ahead of us. There, the infection rates have trended down over the last week. I don't know where it's going to go. I do know that if people get vaccinated, that is the best protection we've got. And we've tried very hard in terms of all different communities to reach out to people. I remember last fall, I had some football dads and soccer moms, so I thought it was really important that we keep sports going. And we're going to have sports going this fall, thanks to each and every one of you. Thanks to the coaches. Thanks to CIAC, who's been an amazing partner for us. And, you know, they're here very clearly with a message that, you know, players, you're part of a team. And you may be big, strong quarterback and sort of libertarian, and I can manage on my own, and I don't need anybody telling me what to do. Well, you're also part of a team, and we need you healthy, and we need you on the field. And if you're not on the field, your team could really have some. By the way, there's a Yankees guy right there in front of me. He's got the camera. He knows something about 6 Yankee players who weren't on the field, and what that meant to that team. There's a Red Sox guy over there. He knows what it meant, too. But what I'm trying to say is it is about the team. It's not just about you. And it's not that you're not on the field. It could mean your entire team has to quarantine, and what that means for the season. And that's an analogy for the state of Connecticut. It's not just about you. It's about all the people you're in contact with. It's about doing everything we can to keep you healthy, so that your class is healthy, so that your team is healthy, and so we get through this faster, whichever direction the variant may take. And special thanks again to Griffin. They've been taking the vaccines where the people are to make a difference. And I hope you, as Susan said, tell your friends and friends of friends, this is their time to step up. If you believe in the team, get vaccinated. Thanks so much for being here, you guys. I really appreciate it.
So we are very happy to have so many media partners here And we have all these experts behind me, so we'll take any questions.
Is there any thought being given to sort of ramping up the pressure, particularly on athletes? What I'm talking about is perhaps following what the pro leagues are either doing or thinking about doing, which is requiring vaccination before the play.
Any of you want to take that? Not much.
If you could identify something.
Sure, Glenn Longarini.
All right, everybody. Lots of moving parts here on Live Now from Fox. Hello, my name is Regina Gonzalez, joining you from the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida, for just a couple of more minutes before we pass things off to our Live Now from Fox headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona. We have an array of state and local leaders announcing vaccination efforts, announcing certain mandates to combat the spread of the Delta variant. That is what this is all about, everybody. All of them saying that this Delta variant is spreading across the United States at a very rapid pace, so they want to get on top of it now. We had New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio officially announcing that city workers will now be forced to either show proof of vaccination. You have to be fully vaccinated, or you have to opt to get COVID-19 tested on a weekly basis. He also did announce that all government employees must wear a mask inside if not fully vaccinated, and same deal for them as well. We also had Missouri. We were just in, I do believe, I don't want to get the locations crossed, but we were just in St. Louis, Missouri, where officials did announce new mask mandates, whether you are unvaccinated or not. People in St. Louis City and County must now wear masks in public places and on public transportation, again, regardless of their vaccination status. And then we headed to New Haven, Connecticut, where we had officials pushing for students to get vaccinated before any fall semester or any new school year begins in just weeks at this point. They did not announce any official mandates, but they were giving updates on the progress of vaccination distribution within the state of Connecticut. So lots of COVID-19 related news to keep up with this morning here on Live Now from Fox. Wanted to pop in here and give you that brief overview of the couple of live press conferences that we just saw since the top of the 10 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. I'm going to send some of you on a quick 2-minute commercial break. I told you before, and I'll say it again, it is that time where we still have 4 different live feeds going, 3 of them related to COVID-19, actually all of them related to COVID-19. So some of you will see that quick 2-minute commercial break. We will have more live press conferences and bringing you front row to this information here on Live Now from Fox when you return.
safety mandate for city employees and contracted staff. But because the app will be publicly available in the app stores, any local employer or business or venue that adopts the city's vaccination or weekly testing regimen can choose to use it for their employees or their patrons. In that way, I think you can really look at it as part of the mayor's call to action. We're planning to have the apps available for download by the August 2nd deadline when the first tranche of city employees become subject to the mandate. And we have chosen to go this route to manage the mandate for hundreds of thousands of city workers because other options like Excelsior Pass, which you mentioned, do not specifically accommodate the mayor's weekly testing mandate at this time, or, for example, people who are tested or vaccinated outside of New York.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. And Elizabeth, I'm going to turn to Dr. Choksi to add, but I want to say, look, there's more than one good way for people to keep track of information and provide information. The Excelsior Pass is great. It definitely offers an important service. If that's what people want to use or that's what works best for them, that's great. A paper card, a paper vaccination card, a lot of us have them in our wallets. Those are great too. They really work. So we welcome any and all. We wanted to offer something that we thought would help too. They really work. So we welcome any and all. We wanted to offer something that we thought would help add capacity, make it simple for people. But we're happy to see people keep track of information whichever way makes best sense for them. Dr. Choksi, you want to add?
Yes, sir. Thank you. And just to build on that point, this really reflects that there are multiple paths, but a common destination. And that common destination is...
Welcome, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Pace. So we heard the big news from New York City there, where they were now issuing a statement saying that all city workers will have to get the vaccine by the time schools reopen in September or face weekly testing there. So that is just from New York City. And we are seeing different cities across really the country starting to once again ramp up either mask mandates or saying that you need to get the vaccine or show us some weekly testing here. So we are keeping an eye on all of those moments. In the past hour, we heard from St. Louis and St. Louis County. Masks are back there for the public. So it doesn't even matter if you have a vaccine out there in St. Louis. We are going to go back to St. Louis, though, because they are showing some question and answer rounds here from the health officials and officials there in St. Louis and St. Louis County. Let's bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox, everyone.
Yeah, there are two pockets of folks. There's vaccine hesitancy, and we're working through that through education programs, peer-to-peer, a very intense effort in St. Louis County and St. Louis City, including door-to-door campaigns and communication and activity through social, print, radio, and TV ads, and we'll continue that intensity. There's another group, vaccine hostility, and we hope that we can turn that down. Unfortunately, that's fueled by the political environment, and that's just an unfortunate time in our history. Just want to add anything?
Yeah, just adding to what Dr. Page said, we are using our every resource available to try to educate people. The best way to do that is to meet people where they are. That's why we have initiatives going in barbershops, beauty salons, churches. We're showing up at just about every community event we can. There was one just last Friday with State Representative Kimberly Ann Collins at Farragut Elementary School, and we had a vaccination truck site, and we saw people actively getting vaccinated. So we have to meet people where they are. There is an uptick, but again, just not exactly where we need to be, and especially in the African American community, only 23% of African Americans are vaccinated, and yet we're over 75% of new cases. Yes. Well, that's assuming that he's successful, and he won't be. I mean, he even sued China over the over COVID-19, and he wasn't successful in that. I wish that he would put more of his attention towards serving the people of the state of Missouri instead of and also holding our health and safety paramount instead of filing frivolous lawsuits that waste taxpayer dollars. I'm sorry, what? Well, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. If by chance that we have to take this before the Board of Aldermen in 30 days, we're willing to do so. Aldermen yet about the mask mandate. Any update on Board Bill 2? We are continuing to reach out to President Reed to try to come to a compromise. Again, the language that he has in Board Bill 2 does not pass muster, does not follow U.S. Treasury guidelines, and we continue to reach out to find a way forward on Board Bill 2 because we want to make sure that we get shots in arms and resources to the people that need it most. I'm sorry, what? We are still evaluating that with the Comptroller's office. Yes. I'm sorry, he has. How will they affect the reopening of schools? I don't think this affects reopening of schools or any business that's currently opening or is currently open. We just are reinstituting a mask mandate in public spaces. Go ahead.
I think it's important to recognize that this mask mandate is what helps us get our kids back in the classroom and keeps us on a trajectory towards in-person learning, which is very important. We have a lot of pediatricians in the community that are very active in that conversation about in-person learning, that recognize that we have revised quarantine guidelines for students who are masked as a very important part of keeping kids in the room, and that's part of the reason why the American Academy of Pediatrics came out with their recommendation for masking in schools of students and staff regardless of their vaccination status. The question is clarification on the mask mandate. It applies to all indoor.
All right, everybody, we will be taking a quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox.
We understand that, so those guidelines will continue. Yes. Well, you know, just like everything we do, we have our public health orders. So the question is why carve out differences for eating and drinking for restaurants and bars, and restaurants and bars have done a lot to accommodate. They've been great partners with us in helping come up with these guidelines. Folks are distanced in restaurants and bars for the most part, and they're in small groups. So as long as the case rate stays where it is, we're going to work hard to avoid any other restrictions. And we believe that instituting this mask mandate keeps us on track as much as possible of avoiding any other restrictions in our community. Yeah. You know, this is the question is, how do you deal with the mask mandate and the confrontations around it? I would just recognize that this is a very difficult time in the history of our country and the history of our community, and we have to work through this together. And there will certainly be some disagreements. There will certainly be some confrontations. That's the country we live in. We have political
All right, so St. Louis officials there announcing the major news right there. Mask mandates are back. Doesn't matter if you have what your vaccine status is. They are bringing it back there. That was a lot of people, what they feared, what would happen, that as we got maybe closer to the fall months, that mask mandates would come back, even though that more than 50% of the country has been vaccinated. We are hearing also from Dr. Fauci that they are heavily considering right now a federal mask mandate once again. So we will keep an eye on all of those developments right here for you on Live Now from Fox. We do have a live event here that we want to go to. That's what we do here. A live event pops up. We bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Going out to New York City here. Again, this time they're trying to tackle the homeless problem that they see in that city. We see it really across the board in major cities, Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, all gripping with those issues of homelessness.
Caucus in the pursuit of justice. To the Texas legislators, thank you for your sacrifice and your courage. To my colleagues, we have prayed over this situation. But today, we rise in unison to organize. Now I would like to introduce the chair of the Texas Legislative Black Caucus, Nicole Collier. We're going to have our opening prayer by Reverend Maxwell Washington.
Let us pray. Our Father and our God, the Father of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, Father of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, and the Father of us all. We pause now for just a few moments to first thank you. Thank you for your loving kindness and for your multitude of tender mercies. Thank you for your love, for your grace. We thank you for the blessings of this day. Thank you for the praise that you bring us together. We're concerned about the rights of not only those in Texas, but those around the world. We thank you for the delegation here in Florida who thank you for their sacrifice of themselves. We thank you for risking their jobs, leaving their families, and coming here to do good for people they have elected to serve.
All right, doesn't it appear that that is the event that Fox did tell us about? This one looks like it is Texas there, as we're able to pan out there, and looks like this is a voting rights issue. So let's listen right here.
We thank you for our president of the Missionary Baptist Ministers Conference. Thank you for his staff. We thank you for not only leadership, but also the scholarship. And we pray that you will strengthen all of us while we're weak and build us up while we're torn down and prop us on every leaning side. Bless us with whatever it is that you see we stand in need of, that this may be a successful effort. We know that you're able because you have all power and you can do anything but fail. We know you're still in charge. You're still in control, and we're counting on you to be with this group and all other groups who are trying to do right in the name of Jesus. And we promise you that we'll always be careful and give your name the praise. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen.
Yes, Councilman. We're so thankful today to have our Councilman of Ward 5, Councilman Kenyon McDuffie.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good evening.
Come on, y'all. We are here in the wonderful Ward 5 in the nation's capital for one of the most important causes that we've seen in quite some time. We got a little bit more energy than that. Good morning. Good morning. Here we go. Here we go. Thank you, Reverend McNeil, for all of you all who worked done today, for assembling here today on voting rights, and for doing this in Ward 5. I also want to thank all the faith leaders like Reverend Nicholas, who organized and safeguard this democracy and ensure every American has the right to vote in this country. Finally, a big thank you to members of the Texas State Legislative Black Caucus who flew out here to fight to fight against such draconian voter suppression measures this year. I am proud to join the caucus chair, Representative Nicole Collier, Representative Thompson, Representative Johnson, Representative Sherman, who are standing up against this new Jim Crow that Texas Republicans are currently championing. There's a special connection between Texas and the folks here in Washington, D.C.
All right, say that, say that.
It dates all the way back to the Civil War era. D.C. slaves were the first to be emancipated in 1862. And the slaves in Galveston, Texas were the last to get the news years after the Emancipation Proclamation of 1863. Today, nearly 160 years after that Emancipation Proclamation, after the 15th Amendment, after the Voting Rights Act of 1965, D.C. residents are still denied full representation in Congress.
That's right, say that.
More than 700,000 district residents continue to live second-class citizens in the nation's capital, in the only capital city in democracies across the world where residents don't get full representation in their government. Let that sink in for a moment. We have to stand together. We absolutely must stand together to advocate for the rights and privileges of full democracy everywhere in these United States. In Texas and all across the country, there are Republican legislatures are trying to wind back the clock. They're trying to wind back the clock and bring about a new age of Jim Crow voter suppression. Their cynical goal is to prevent communities of color who turned out in record numbers last year from having their voices heard at the ballot box, because they fear our voice is the truth.
That's right.
Sadly, in the midst of the outrage, congressional Democrats have a lot of work to do too. They've got to advance federal legislation that will protect the rights of Americans across the country. Ironically, some Democrats have said preserving the filibuster is more important than preserving the right to vote in our country. Now let's keep in mind, this same Senate procedure was used by people like Strom Thurmond back in the 60s to block the Civil Rights Act and preserve white supremacy. It's time that the Senate, Democrats, Republicans, and everything in between, view this issue through the lens of disenfranchised Americans, not antiquated Senate rules, and act with urgency that is the situation demands. It's time that everybody in this Senate vote to abolish or significantly reform this filibuster. Voting rights for citizens across the country depend on federal intervention, period. They depend on federal intervention. And D.C. cannot achieve statehood without it. And we need Texas to get the full support of the Senate so that we can send these folks back home to do their business and represent the interests of all those Texans who depend on them. Listen, y'all are here today in D.C., but you are not in this fight alone. We love you, we stand with you, and we will continue to fight with you all. Thank you.
Good afternoon, good morning. My name is Nicole Collier, here with, I'm so grateful to be here with the members of the Texas Legislative Black Caucus. Founded in 1973, we are a bipartisan, bicameral organization created to represent the interest of African Americans. And we are grateful to be here with these faith leaders.
We now head out to the White House here with the president and vice president. We'll be celebrating the 31st anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act. Let's listen.
Good morning, everyone. Please have a seat. Good morning. Well, July 26th 1990 was indeed an historic day. On that day, the Americans with Disabilities Act was signed into law. On that day, America became better because we know an accessible America is a better America. Speaker Nancy Pelosi, Leader Kevin McCarthy, Chairman Pat Leahy, Senator Bob Casey, thank you all for your leadership. Steny Hoyer, I'm getting to you in a second, for being here today. Looking out, I see so many who helped make the ADA real. The activists who gave everything they had to fight for that bill. The advocates who helped to shape the bill title by title. The policymakers who worked tirelessly to pass it, including, of course, our own President, Joe Biden. House Majority Leader, Steny Hoyer. And Congressman Tony Coelho. Thank you all. Every day, in every community, lives of the American people are better because of the work you all did. When people can ride a bus because it has a lift, when they can enter a building because it has a ramp, when they can watch a movie with closed captions, when a student with a disability goes to school instead of discrimination gets support. That is the ADA in action. The ADA gives all Americans the opportunity to fully participate in our democracy, in our economy, and in our society. The ADA gives all Americans the opportunity to determine their own future. Self-determination, which I believe the government must facilitate. That is the impact of the ADA. And after all, the promise of America. At the same time, truth must be told. The ADA was a very important beginning, but there is still so much work to be done. Both on enforcement and future legislation. And that is why I am so heartened to see the generations of leaders who are here and remain committed to doing this work. In fact, earlier this month, I met with several leaders of the disability community who are fighting for voting rights. And they told me about the obstacles voters with visible and invisible disabilities face when casting a ballot. Long lines, rickety ramps, broken elevators, tables that are either too high or too low, complications with voting assistance. The list goes on and on. One of the leaders, in fact, said to me, she said, Vice President, equity cannot be achieved without disability being part of the equation. This is a fight that is a civil rights fight, a human rights fight. This is about equity. And whether or not we are truly committed to the principles of equity in every way that we as government and as a society can enforce those important principles. And as we all know, that truth is not just about voting then. It is also about employment. It is about an education starting with pre-K. It is about being able to live in your home and participate in your community, which is also why we must invest in in-home and community-based services. So folks, here's the bottom line. The President and I will continue to fight with you to make America more accessible for all people. This work is urgent, and the reason we do it is obviously important, because every person in our country deserves the opportunity to dream with ambition, to have choices, to shape their own future unencumbered by any barrier, free from any obstacle. Because this, as we know, is the very definition of self-determination. And this is the United States of America. So thank you all for your courage and for your commitment. And now, it is my great honor to introduce a person, a leader, who exemplifies all of that. Tyree Brown is an artist who lives in Maryland, and she is focused on building a future of her own design. I am grateful to her for her extraordinary leadership and that she is here with us today. Please welcome Tyree Brown.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Hello. All right. As it was said, my name is Tyree Brown, and I'm a 26-year-old Christian artist living in Maryland with faith in Jesus Christ. I was in a car accident that rendered me quadriplegic. Art and faith has always been a prominent part of my life, but everything changed after my injury. I could no longer walk or use my dominant right hand. I was sent to a rehabilitation center, National Rehab Hospital, then to a nursing home, back to rehab, only to go back to the nursing home where I stayed another 10 months. I was away from my home for over a year. While in the nursing home, a program called Money Follows the Person intervened, which the president supports, investing more funding in. The home and community-based waiver program that helps those who choose to be home in their communities by supplying durable medical equipment, home modifications, and home health care services, a program that is made possible by the ADA. This program made it possible for my mother, Dury Cox, hi Mom, to be my full-time aide where I receive the best care full of love and grace. I want to thank President Biden, Vice President Harris, and the Biden administration for being advocates for the disability community. With American Jobs Plan, there's a $400 billion investment in caregiving economy, okay? And this will directly, positively impact my mother as she is my aide. Moving forward, my goal is to be able to access affordable, accessible housing to live in on my own more independently. I've been on the waiting list for 3 years, but I hope to move my own place soon. I am now home with my family and working as a freelance visual artist. I received my associate's degree at the Corcoran College, which is actually across the street from here. I exhibited my work at the Corcoran's Next exhibition, as well as a Ross Showcase exhibition. I attend Highway Deliverance Church, where I volunteer in the reading of the Bible for my pastor, Pastor Hughes. I am also a new volunteer with the Disability Partnerships, a nonprofit organization that aims to support individuals with disabilities like myself. I'm also a newly board member of Independence Now, also a nonprofit organization. Because of the ADA, I was provided with numerous services like the Money Follows the Person program. The ADA, pushed for a more inclusive environment for wheelchair users, like making more public buildings and more public transportation wheelchair accessible. The ADA pushed for wheelchair ramps, curb cutouts, and public spaces, which made it possible for me to get around throughout my community. I was worried I would not be able to live independently and pursue my dreams of being an artist, but now there are programs that are helping me achieve my goals. It is thanks to the ADA, which paved the way for me with the full support of President Biden. Thank you, President Biden and Vice President Harris, for advocating for the disability community and celebrating the 31st anniversary of the ADA. I am honored to be here and especially to now introduce President Joe Biden.
Madam Vice President Tyree, you're an inspiration. Thank you for sharing your story. 31 years ago today, on the south lawn of the White House, President George H.W. Bush signed the Americans with Disabilities Act. He was surrounded by disability advocates and bipartisan members of the United States Congress, just as we are today. Speaker Pelosi, welcome, by the way, Madam Speaker, Chairman Leahy, Leader McCarthy, Senator Casey, Congressman Scott, Congressman, where is he? There you are, Paul. You understand this better than anybody does. And I want to thank you, Congressman, for all your work. And I want to thank you all for being here. Second, by the way, where's Mom? Mom, is she here? Oh, she's watching. Okay, I thought you looked, I said, Mom is out there. I was going to ask her to stand up, but Mom, you can't stand up if you're home. But folks, thank you for what you've done. The second gentleman is here as well. Thank him for being with us as well. And some of the same folks who fought so hard for this landmark legislation are with us today. I just got off the phone with one of them, a guy named Tom Harkin. And 2 days ago, I was on the phone with one who just had his 98th birthday, Bob Dole. But no one worked harder than Tony Coelho to get this done. House Majority Leader Steny Hoyer. Others weren't able to join us today, but were instrumental in bringing this to life. Dear friends, as I said, like Tom Harkin and Bob Dole. And I also spoke, as I said, Bob wanted to pass on his regards, as did Tom. Tom's up in Wisconsin, working on, he said, on ADA, doing something up there, and I didn't explain exactly what. There's still more with us that are here in spirit, like Ted Kennedy, Major Owen, the Congressman Major Owen, countless other advocates. I was enormously proud to be a co-sponsor of the ADA, as Pat Leahy was as well, if I'm not mistaken, as a member of the United States Senate. And I'm proud to be here today as president alongside so many fearless champions who represent the ongoing legacy of this law from the foundations to its future. 31 years ago, after its passage, many Americans have never lived in a world without the ADA. Generations have grown up not knowing a time before it existed. But many of us can still recall in America where a person with disability was denied service in restaurants and grocery stores, and could be. Where a person using a wheelchair couldn't ride in a train or take a bus to work or to school. Where an employer could refuse to hire you because of a disability. An America that wasn't built for all Americans. Then we passed the ADA and made a commitment to build a nation for all of us. And we moved America closer to fulfilling that promise of liberty and justice, and maybe most importantly, dignity and equality for all. You know, and perhaps most importantly, we did it together. This was a Democratic bill signed by a Republican president, a product of passion and compassion, not partisanship. Progress that wasn't political, but personal to millions of families. I'll never forget the moment the ADA passed. And you may remember, Pat, standing on the floor of the United States Senate, and Tom Harkin saw recognition, he rose. And the first time in the history that I'm aware of, in the United States Senate, he stood up and he signed in a speech to his brother. Tom wasn't just sending a message to millions of deaf and hard of hearing folks. He was speaking to his brother, Frank. It was personal to him. It was personal to Bob Dole as well, who lost the use of his right arm in a heroic effort during World War II, who laid out in a hospital for almost 3 years. His injury is listed, and they've also lasted an entire lifetime. But like so many Americans, he turned his disability, his apparent limitation, into greater purpose and will. He made the rights of disabled Americans a lifelong cause. And for more than 60 million Americans living with disabilities, the ADA is so much more than a law. It's a source of opportunity, participation, independent living, and respect and dignity. The bulwark against discrimination and a path to independence. And for our nation, The ADA is more than a law as well. It's testament to our character as a people, our character as Americans. It's a triumph of American values. But of course, this law didn't bring an end to the work we need to do. Today, too many Americans still face barriers to freedom and equality. But thanks to this movement that spans all races, beliefs, backgrounds, and generations, we're once again making progress together. In my first day in office, I was proud to sign an executive order establishing a government-wide commitment to advancing equity, including people with disabilities. And I was proud to appoint the first ever White House Disability Policy Director, Kim Noxted. Where are you, Kim? Where's Kim? Thank you, Kim. And I'm ensuring that dignity and rights of disabled Americans are lifted up in every policy we pursue, from continuing to make sure that this administration looks like America, appointing people with disabilities to positions across the government. In the American Rescue Plan, we were able to include substantial support for schools that better serve students with disabilities and expanding access to vaccines for disabled Americans. As part of my Build Back Better plan, it was already mentioned, we proposed $400 billion to expand access to home and community-based care, helping people with disabilities and older adults live more independently. And I'm glad that Congress is beginning to move on the Better Care, Better Jobs Act, championed by my buddy Bobby Kasich. Bobby, thank you, which builds on that effort. This past year, the entire nation saw just how vital our caregivers are and how critical home-based care truly is for so many Americans. This legislation will help ensure that caregivers are fairly compensated for their work. In addition, I've also called on Congress to eliminate the discriminatory sub-minimum wage provisions that too often keep people with disabilities from getting good jobs with fair wages. Because of additional executive orders I've signed, we are working to remove barriers that hold back disabled Americans from exercising their sacred right to vote. And we're ensuring that the federal government is a model employer when it comes to wages, accommodations, and opportunities to advance people with disabilities. That's a firm commitment. And today, finally, I'm proud to announce a new effort, the first of its kind, to help Americans grappling with long-term effects of COVID-19 that doctors call long COVID. Many Americans who seemingly recover from the virus still face lingering challenges like breathing problems, brain fog, chronic pain, or fatigue. These conditions can sometimes rise to the level of a disability. So we're bringing agencies together to make sure Americans with long COVID who have a disability have access to the rights and resources that are due under the disability law, which includes accommodations and services in the workplace, in school, and our healthcare system, so they can live their lives in dignity and get the support they need as they continue to navigate these challenges. We've made important progress, but we still have work to do. We have to keep going to ensure that every single American has a chance to contribute their talents and thrive and succeed. And I know that today's fearless advocates, some of whom are with us today, are going to accomplish incredible things. People like Mr. Tootle. Where are you? Stand up, man. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You know, I want to thank you for your continued efforts to build an America for everyone. And as I said, you courageous advocates who led the way 31 years ago, a long time before the foundation for progress is strong, though. It's part of the more moral bedrock of our nation and something every American should be proud of. Now it's my honor to sign the proclamation on the 31st anniversary of the ADA. I want to thank you all. May God bless you and all of you dealing with disabilities. You are an inspiration to all of us. I really mean it. You're an absolute inspiration. May God bless you all, and may God protect our troops, Now I'm going to walk over and sign this. I'm going to invite up, though. Nancy, come on up. Stenny, I think we ought to get you up here. You're a big part of it, Tony Quello. Am I leaving anybody out? Pat, you were there at the time, weren't you? Well, get your rear end up here and put your... The leader is taking his camera because Pat would rather use his camera than I think anything else. Yeah, come on. Tony, you get right in the back here. You were a big, gigantic part of this. Okay.
Pat, come on.
All right. Anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act 2021. Hey. Good to see you. Madam Speaker. What? I will, but I want to make sure I got all the... Yeah. Thank you, everybody. Let's keep it going. Well done.
Mr. President, do you have confidence you can get the unvaccinated Americans vaccinated?
We have to.
How?
And President Biden wrapping up that event, their 31st anniversary of the ADA. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Biden also co-sponsored that bill when he was a senator for such a long time. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break for some of you. When you come back,
from my team, we have Rosanna Rosado.
You see Governor Andrew Cuomo making some remarks now. You'll have it on the other side of the break.
Council member and the incoming president of the Bronx, Vanessa Gibson. Okay, let's talk about today and where we are. Let's start with the good news. It's Monday. We can start with the good news on a Monday. It was a nice weekend. Good news is we have a birthday coming up today. Whose birthday is it today? It is the birthday of New York State, which turns 233 years old today, day from when we ratified the Constitution. I think New York State looks good for 233 years old, don't you? Let's give New York State a round of applause. And the good news is that 75% of adults in New York have been vaccinated, 75%. When the president first set 70% as a goal, I can't tell you how frightening that was for us. 70% of the people in this state had to receive a vaccine. It seemed almost impossible, right? The diversity of this state. But we hit the 70%. And we're now up to about 75%. So that is really, really great news that New Yorkers stepped up and New Yorkers stepped forward, that we could administer the vaccine to that many people, and many of the people in this room made that possible because everyone had to be deployed to do this. But New York did it. New York did it. And I'm proud of the state, and I'm proud of what everyone in this room has done to make that a reality. Well, then what's the bad news? Bad news is when you do 75%, it means 25% have not received the vaccine. And 25% may be a relatively small number, but it is a lot of people. 3.5 million unvaccinated people. These numbers are hard to put into context. 3.5 million is a lot of people. 3.5 million is larger than 21 states' total population. Think about that. We have an unvaccinated population larger than the entire population of 21 states. And then when you put this COVID Delta variant, which is transmitted much easier than the normal COVID virus, you put that variant together with 3.5 million people, that spells spread of COVID. That is what is happening. We know that's what's happening. We see it in the numbers. 1,900 positives yesterday. 1,900 new COVID positive cases. Well, how does that compare to where we were? Last month, 346. Numbers don't lie. 346 to 1,900 in just 1 month. And remember all the work we did to get here. 72% of the new positives linked to the Delta variant. It is what they say it is. It is spreading faster than the normal COVID virus. The vaccines are working. Only 0.15 of vaccinated New Yorkers have been infected by the COVID Delta variant. Think about that. Only 0.15 of the people who received the vaccines. The vaccines work. They work. And it's proven in the numbers. Those who are vaccinated reduce the risk of hospitalization by 94%. So if you're vaccinated, you are much, much less likely to get the COVID virus to begin with. And if you get it, it is not as severe and you're not hospitalized. Those are facts. What we're looking at is a pandemic of the unvaccinated. A pandemic of that 25% of the population that has still refused to get the vaccine. So the problem now is vaccine hesitancy. We've had a lot of problems that we had to overcome over the past year. First, we couldn't get the tests, remember? Then we got the tests, but we couldn't get the swabs. Then we couldn't get enough tests. Then we couldn't find enough places to put out the tests. Then we couldn't get enough vaccine. Then we couldn't get the vaccine distributed fast enough. All of that has been done. We're now closing vaccine sites. Why? Because there's no demand for the vaccine compared to the number of places that we have giving out the vaccine. The problem now is vaccine hesitancy. They don't want to take the vaccine. And look, I've had thousands of these conversations. I get it. I truly get it. Some people, communities of color, have had really horrific, historic experiences with vaccines. It is true. Tuskegee experiment, it is true. So the cynicism, the skepticism, some people ideologically, well, government says we should do this. I think it's all a government conspiracy. I don't think there is any such thing as COVID. We've all had all the conversations. And then some people are just nervous of the vaccine. Well, it was created quickly. I don't know if they fully tested it. I get it. These are not arguments that I am unsympathetic to. But on balance, they don't make sense. There's no logical theory that anyone can advance now that says it's more logical not to take the vaccine than to take the vaccine. There's no logic to that argument. Well, we don't know the long-term consequences of the vaccine. We don't know what's going to happen a year or 2 or 3 or 4 down the road. Yeah, but you don't know what's going to happen on the long-term consequences of COVID either, do you? And you know that there's information about what they call long haul syndrome. People who get COVID and they don't just get better in 2 weeks or 3 weeks or 4 weeks. And they have lingering symptoms. And nobody can tell you that COVID in 2 years and 3 years and 4 years inside the body isn't going to come back as something else, right? Once that virus is in your body, it's there. And it can have other manifestations in years to come. Nobody can tell you today what it means to have COVID 2 years, 5 years from now. So yes,
we're going to take another quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox.
Of COVID either. And I would rather take my chances with the long-term consequences of the vaccine than with the long-term consequences of COVID. And then some people are just in denial. Oh, this is going to come and this is going to go and there's no real problem. This is all a media and political creation. Denial does not work as a strategy. Denial does not work in life. If you deny a problem, you are never going to solve it. If you deny that you have an issue, whatever it is, you're never going to solve it. And you're condemned to living with it. Some states took the course of denial. Some political theories took the course of denial. It's not a problem. We're just going to live our lives. We're not going to succumb to COVID. We're just going to go out there and live our lives. Florida now has the highest number of cases of COVID, and it's growing rapidly. Why? Because denial doesn't work. We know that for a fact. What do? Get smart. Target the communities that have high COVID spread and a low vaccination rate. Be smart. We have the data. We're looking for 25% of the population that has been unvaccinated. Target that population and target it in areas where you're seeing COVID spread and you know you have a low vaccination rate. We have zip codes across the state, 117 zip codes. Only about 6.7% of the state has new positive cases above the average and a vaccination rate below the state average. So we're focusing on those 117 zip codes. In New York City, Bronx, Staten Island, Brooklyn, tends to be communities of color, tends to be poorer communities, tends to be communities with less access to health care. And over 61% of those zip codes in the state are in New York City, which is not surprising because New York City has the larger population. You go to Long Island, 21 zip codes, 18%, and that's where the 25% of the population lives. That's where COVID's spreading. That's where the vaccination rate is low. That, my friends, is what we have to target. We know where this is happening and where this is spreading. Other parts of the state, it's in the Mid-Hudson, it's all over the state. But we know exactly where it is by zip code. And it is Capital Region and Central New York and Mid-Hudson. It is the Mohawk Valley. It is the North Country, Southern Tier. It's everywhere. But it's targeted and it's focused. We have communicated this message every way possible. You turn on the TV, you see everyone saying the same thing. President Biden says you have to get a vaccine. Every doctor you've ever could name says get a vaccine. Every scientist, every health professional, everybody has said get a vaccine. I don't know that you can communicate any more than we have communicated how important it is to get a vaccine. I've said it 987,000 times. My children keep count of of how many times I tell them something. Not that it sinks in or they listen, but they keep count of how many times I say something. We need a different approach. And the approach has to be community-based organizations who can have conversations in the community with people who know them, who culturally know them, who know their issues and their fears, and it almost has to be a one-on-one conversation with that 25%. Because it's not going to be a top-down message. It has to be someone who speaks their language, literally and figuratively, and says, let's talk about this. Tell me what you're worried about. Tell me what your fear is, and then addresses it with facts. And that's what we're going to start doing today. We have great community organizations that are organized all across the state. And we're going to fund them to go out and literally have these conversations in these communities. Hispanic Federation, Federation of Protestant Welfare Agencies, the New York Immigration Coalition, the Asian American Federation, the Charles B. Wang Community Center, APICA Community Health. They are going to organize to get into these communities door to door and have these conversations with people in the community to get those numbers up. We're also going to do another new public service announcement that shows New Yorkers, other New Yorkers, and what we've done in an attempt to communicate. And we'll show you that now.
Early on, New York State had the highest rate of COVID infections in the nation.
That was scary. But we were New York State tough.
And now we have one of the lowest infection rates.
We still need you.
To get your vaccine.
Together.
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 Together. We will beat
this virus.
Like only New Yorkers can.
Stay tough, New York State.
Beat the virus.
Beat the virus.
And look, in closing, before I turn it over to my guests, we cannot go through what we went through over the past year. We can't. We can't. You can't. I can't. The economy can't. Society can't. We can't go through it again. We did have the highest infection rate because we were attacked by COVID before we knew COVID was ever here. Remember what happened to us. Everybody was saying COVID was in China. President Trump, China, 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 China. COVID left China. It went to Europe. And it was in Italy and France and Spain. And nobody knew it. And all those flights were coming into JFK and were coming into Newark Airport and landing at LaGuardia. And COVID was coming here for months and no one knew it. And then when we discovered it, it was too late. We had COVID cases before they knew it was COVID. And then it just took off on us, and that's why we had the highest infection rate. And we were alone. It was like a New York-only phenomenon. I talked to these other governors, and they said, well, I don't know what's going on in New York, but we don't have that here. It wasn't because of us. It wasn't something about our immune system. It's just that it came here first. And we had to fight back from that highest infection rate. And it was hard, and it was painful, and we lost a lot of loved ones all along the way, and we learned a lot. But we cannot now go back to where we were, and I am telling you, as I sit here, I have told you the facts on COVID from day one. Whether they were easy, whether they were hard, I told you the truth. While a lot of people were talking politics, and a lot of people were talking theory, and a lot of people were trying to deny because they didn't want to deliver bad news, I told you the truth. You know why? Because I believe in you. I believe in New Yorkers. I believe if they get the truth and if they get the facts, they will do the right thing. I'm a lifelong New Yorker. I know New Yorkers. Give them the facts. Yeah, but the facts are ugly. Doesn't matter. Give them the facts and they will do the right thing. I am telling you as I sit here today, if we do not make progress on vaccinating that unvaccinated population 25%, with the Delta variant, you're going to see the numbers go up. And that is a large number. And we're going to lose lives. And it will be disruptive. And we cannot let that happen. I'll do everything I can. But you know what it comes down to for me? What it comes down to for me is giving you the facts and you the truth so you can do what you need to do. Who brought us from the highest rate of infection to the lowest? Not me. New Yorkers did. Because they got the facts and they did the right thing. We have to do the same thing here. Everybody's saying, oh, the numbers are going up, the numbers are going up, the numbers are going up. Yes, the numbers are going up. Do something about it. Do something about it. And that's what makes us different as New Yorkers. Because we act. We're not passive. We're not just going to sit there and let it happen to us. We see the problem coming. We see the cloud on the horizon. We see where it's moving. Let's get to work together as New Yorkers. Recognize our individual responsibility and get this job done. That's what I mean by New York tough. Everybody says, oh, you New Yorkers, you're tough. You're tough. When I was in the federal government in the Clinton administration, I worked in every state in the United States. Somehow they would figure out they'd figure out that I was from New York. I don't know how they did that. I think maybe it was my tie used to give me away. But they'd figure out I was from New York and they'd say, oh, you New Yorkers, you guys are tough. I'd say, yeah, we're tough, but we're tough in a good way. We're not tough in a bad way. We're tough in a good way. You have to be a little tough to live in this town. But we're tough in a way that makes us smart. And it makes us united. Otherwise, this doesn't work unless we're united. People from all over the globe in one place, we're united. And we're disciplined. When we have to get a job done, we do it, and we're loving. We care about each other. I wear a mask because I care about you. I get a vaccine because I care about you. We understand that we are all in this together. We understand that as goes one, goes all in this city where we all live together and in this state where we all live together. We have to get back to work. We have to get back to work. And we have to get back to work now. And we have to spread this message or we're going to spread the virus. And we have to get in those communities and we have to knock on those doors and we have to convince people and put them in a car and drive them and get that vaccine in their arm. That is the mission. And while everyone else in the country is saying, oh, boo, the sky is falling, the numbers are going up, New York is going to say, yeah. And that means we're going to get ourselves in gear and we're going to get the job done. And the people who are with us today will be on the front lines. And the people who are in this room will be on the front lines. And I will be there with you. We went from the highest infection rate to the lowest. Now let's show this nation how to stop the spread of COVID among an unvaccinated population. If anybody can do it, New York can do it. And we will do it. Thank you. You go first. I'm going to turn it over to a person who I admire very, very much. And she's been through many critical situations, and her leadership has always shown New York a light. Jennifer Jones Austin.
Thank you, Governor. I first want to begin by doing something that many of us don't get the chance to do, and that is to thank you. Thank you for your leadership throughout this pandemic. It's been a long 16 months, and you've stayed the course. It's been a long haul, and it's continuing, and we know that we can count on you to stay the course. So I just want to thank you for that.
Thank you very much, Jen. Thank you.
I want to thank you for inviting me here today, but more importantly, I want to thank you for the funding that you've announced to support community-based organizations on the ground, reaching out and engaging with those who have been hesitant to take the vaccine up until now. The new funding that is being provided for community-based organizations throughout New York will greatly expand our joined-up efforts to make sure everyone is accurately informed about the vaccine and that everyone has easy access to it. The research, as the governor talked to us, is showing us that the great majority of those who sadly and tragically are becoming infected, hospitalized, and dying these days from COVID-19 are unvaccinated. And so often they're from the communities that have been hardest hit, communities of color. With this funding, local organizations with deep connections and earned trust in these communities, organizations in my neck of the woods, in my community as an African-American woman, organizations with local branches and chapters such as the NAACP, the National Urban League, and the National Action Network, many, many more like them and working with them who are on the ground working on behalf of our communities are going to have the financial support that they need to reach people with the most accurate and up-to-date information and then get them to the places where they can get the vaccine. Years ago, when I was battling a life-threatening illness and I needed a bone marrow transplant from a donor of African descent, I turned to the community, my community, for help. I needed my community to bring me along. And the community responded. The community showed up. I got a transplant and I survived. And I learned community is best positioned to take care of community. And that's just what this funding is going to allow. It's what this funding is going to enable. Community taking care of community. Now, we all have a role to play in this critical final push. I'm going to call it the final push. We're not going to be at this for the long, or much longer if we all do what we need to do. So it's the critical final push. We've come so far in this battle to end COVID-19. It's like a race, and we all have to finish strong. Not doing all that we can to get as many people as possible vaccinated is like nearing the end of the race and not finishing strong. Now, I'm not a preacher. Well, I'm not a licensed preacher. But I do read and I do follow the scripture. And in this moment of urgency, I am leaning in on a verse in the second book of Timothy, chapter 4, verse 7. I have fought the good fight, I have finished the race, and I have remained faithful. Governor, with your support and with this funding, we're going to remain faithful, we're going to keep fighting the fight, and we're going to finish and finish strong. Again, I say thank you.
I think Jennifer Jones Austin has the genes of a preacher. Don't you agree? Let's give her another round of applause. Let me turn it over to Frankie Miranda, who is the president and CEO of the Hispanic Federation, who's been a great partner to us and the state of New York all through this COVID pandemic on many other issues also. Frankie Miranda.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Governor. And it's such an honor to be here with you, your team, and my colleagues. Hispanic Federation and its network of agencies have been on the front line since day one on the health crisis to ensure access to critical services and information. The COVID-19 pandemic, we all know, exacerbated long-standing inequities in our communities of color. And for months, we have seen vaccination rates of people of color trailing behind. But our community, Latinos, are hungry for information. Our job is to empower communities with the information they need to get vaccinated. We have learned the best tactics to overcome these barriers. Trusted sources providing culturally competent vaccine events and information. The financial support the governor you have announced today and you have made possible is vital to clearing roadblocks through vaccine education and outreach in the areas with the highest need in New York State. We're already doing everything we can to make sure our communities know that everyone 12 years of age and older should get the vaccine. But access is not about availability, and equity is not about equality. Access means shots administered during hours that working people can make, in community centers that people trust, with the right incentives and with the information in multiple languages. All people can be equally eligible, but equity is meeting people where they are and in the language they speak. Nationwide, Latino community-based organizations and its culturally competent services continue to be the most effective but underutilized resource to fight this pandemic in our communities. Investing in these organizations is how we will defeat COVID in the Latino community. And thank you, Governor, for your leadership and vision of making us a priority to support the work of the most trusted messengers in our communities, our Latino nonprofits. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Next, we'll hear from Joanne Yu, who does really incredible work on so many issues and has made so much progress. Joanne is the Executive Director of the Asian American Federation. Joanne, thank you for everything. Thank you for being here. Joanne Yu.
Thank you, Governor, for inviting me to be here and for the support that you've announced. It's really wonderful to be up here actually with all of the colleagues that I talk to on a daily basis and see many of my colleagues sitting in the audience. This grant will help us send a very clear message of our shared priority, and that message is every New Yorker, especially those in the Pan-Asian American community, please go get the vaccine. This is how we will crush COVID. This is how we will destroy the Delta variant. I know that the anti-Asian attacks in our community this year can make it worrisome to leave your neighborhood.
We're going to take another quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox.
And they heard the message loud and clear, and the governor understands this. So there are places in our community, such as Korean Community Services and the Charles B. Wong Community Health Center, where you can go get the vaccine. By getting vaccinated, you will help our community and all the communities in New York State to rebuild our state after this horrible pandemic and to resume our lives. Thank you, Governor Cuomo, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Joanne. And batting cleanup, we have Murad Awada from the Executive Director of the New York Immigration Coalition, which has a statewide operation, is very effective on the ground, and is going to be a tremendous asset. Murad.
Thank you, Governor. Good afternoon now, everyone. How's it going? My name is Murad Awada. I'm the Executive Director of the New York Immigration Coalition. We are the nation's largest and oldest statewide immigrant rights organization of its kind. We have over 200 members across the state of New York, from Buffalo down to Brooklyn, from Brooklyn to the East End of Long Island. Thank you for having us, Governor, here with you today. Over the past year, we have lived through one of the most challenging times of any of our lives. If you think back to any other moment in life, what has been more challenging than the past 16 months? And we've come a long way. And today is not the day that we let go of the gas and start braking. We actually hit it harder to go faster so that we can continue to accelerate back to living as normal as possible. I also want to make sure that we acknowledge the fact that the most marginalized and most vulnerable amongst us were hardest hit through the pandemic. And through the work that we have done at the New York Immigration Coalition and our membership across the state of New York, we were able to react almost immediately in providing PPE, in providing cash assistance, food assistance. To this day, people are still hungry. The vaccination is the final critical effort we need to make to defeat COVID-19 for good. But not all communities are taking the shot. Today's announcement of $15 million to improve education and awareness of the benefits of the vaccine is vital. We need to spread the word. and our communities, our staff, and our members are ready to do that. This funding will help organizations with local networks reach New Yorkers who haven't yet taken the vaccine and bring them into the fold. After all, the best protection against COVID-19 is the vaccination. I thank the governor and his staff, Secretary of State, for their efforts on behalf of underserved communities and look forward to seeing a healthier, safer New York as a result of this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Murad. I'm excited. I believe in this strategy. I believe it's going to work. I believe these groups have the credibility. I believe we have the facts now. We have a very strong case. You know, it's not like we're asking people to take a vaccine the first week of this situation, right? You have an entire world that has been taking the vaccine. But with this manner of communication, the credibility they bring, the facilities they bring, I think it's going to make a big, big difference. We're going to get to work. Any questions from the press? We'll take a couple. Seeing no questions.
Governor, until last week, New York was the only state in the nation that hadn't sent out billions of rent relief to people in need. Only a dozen New Yorkers got help last Monday. How many are going to get help this week? Who's accountable for the slow, glitch-plagued rollout? And what will you do to get the money out before the moratorium lifts or the Fed shift money to New York money to a state with a better program? And also, Governor, why is your office calling the AG's probe politically motivated when many of your allies have called for people to support her integrity? And lastly, Governor, every day in your press release, you tell New Yorkers that the total COVID death count is about 43,000 people. But death certificate data that you send to the feds show that 54,000 people have died of COVID. Why aren't you sharing the more accurate, higher figure with New Yorkers? So just summary, it was rent relief.
Yeah, no, I got what it was. That's what my job is, a joy, isn't it? None of the questions are leading, by the way. On the rent relief, you're not accurate about all states. The rent relief funding will go out. It'll go out by August 31st, which is when we have a moratorium in this state. That says nobody can be evicted until August 31st for non-payment of rent. And it will go out by then, so nobody will be affected. There's also a balance here. You want to get the money out the door right away. We went through this last year with unemployment benefits. But you want to make sure you give the money to the people who need it most, and there's no fraud and there's no scam. Otherwise, I'll get a question. Same person will ask me a question in 3 weeks. How did so many people receive funding when they were ineligible? Why didn't you check? Why didn't you take your time and make sure that there was no fraud? The program has guidelines. People have to follow the guidelines. We have to make sure the money goes to the people who need it most. We're going to start with funding the poorest tenants and then work our way up, which we think is fair. And the funding will be out by August 31st. Let me mention the Department of Justice announced over the weekend that they were not investigating New York State and other states for nursing home deaths. I don't know if you caught this, but last year in the middle of the campaign, President Trump was saying, he was saying a lot of things. COVID is not a problem. COVID isn't real. COVID's going to be gone by Easter. Don't worry, it's just a Democratic conspiracy. And then he shifted to COVID is only a problem because Democratic governors mishandled it. And he pointed to deaths in nursing homes, which was a particular problem across the nation, and said, well, the Democratic governors caused deaths in nursing homes. That was his political narrative. They then started an investigation with the Department of Justice against 4 Democratic states and 4 Democratic governors during the Republican National Convention, which I'm sure was a coincidence, to make this point. And the Department of Justice announced an investigation, New York, Michigan, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, 4 Democratic states, 4 Democratic governors. and that they were going to investigate us for causing deaths in nursing homes. The political environment has gotten so toxic in this country. So toxic.
All right, everybody, we are switching gears. We continue to bring you always the live events that are happening in real time right here on Live Now from Fox. We're heading out to Minnesota right now. There is a news conference going on and a rally for Representative John Thompson, who St. Paul police say apologized to a police officer that he accused of racial profiling during a traffic stop back on July 4th, but Thompson said just yesterday that he did not apologize. So let's hear what he has to say, as well as his supporters.
Surprise, because we live in a country that is deeply rooted in racism, that leaves out people who are Black, Brown, Indigenous, and we need to recognize that. Not recognizing it means that you are perpetuating it. And so I invite folks to continue being a part of the movement for racial equity, for justice and liberation for everyone. You are not alone. You have so many people here who are fighting that fight with you every single day. And let's keep re-electing John to be our state representative, because you are the change that we need in the world. So keep it up.
We will now call the president of Black Lives Matter, Minnesota, Todd, please come forward. Trayhorn, I'm sorry. Trayhorn Cruz, please come forward.
I'm Trayhorn Cruz, TRAHERNCREWS. I'm also with the Minnesota Green Party, and we invite John Thompson to become a Green Party member and leave the status quo parties of the Democrats and Republicans, the same two parties who couldn't pass a reparations bill. Reparations is the #1 issue in the Black community right now, yet the Democrats aren't working on it. The Democrats couldn't pass the George Floyd Act or the Eric Garner Act. The Democrat Party here in Minnesota presides over the best state for white people, but the worst state for Black people. So John Thompson, like others said, was elected by the people he represents, and he shouldn't be unseated by some lawmakers who continue to uphold the status quo. The Democrat Party should stand by Black people, but we continue to see Black people get demonized by both Democrats and Republicans. So we want no other race of people, no other group of people voted for the Democrat Party at over 90%, except Black people. 90% of Black women vote for the Democrat Party. Yet you see Black leadership under attack, or you don't see any proposals or any legislation that helps Black people being passed into law. So with all this, we wish the same energy that Governor Walz and the rest of the Democrat leadership is focusing on John Thompson, that they would use that same energy to close the racial wealth gap in Minnesota, to close the health disparities in Minnesota, to close the housing disparities in Minnesota, to close the education gap, which is the biggest in the country right here in Minnesota. That energy that you're using to attack Black men should be used to close our disparities here in Minnesota. And we invite anybody who is disappointed with the leadership of the Democrat Party to join the MN Green Party. You can go to www.mngreen.org and sign up today. All right? Peace.
We will now call forward Nick Kalik with the St. Paul NAACP.
Name of God, most gracious, most merciful. I'm the president emeritus of the St. Paul NAACP and on the executive board, and we'll say a few words on behalf of our president, Richard Pittman. You know, I'm 78 years old, and I never thought when I was a young man during the civil rights struggle that I would be standing here today trying to defend and deal with some of the same issues that our forefathers and others dealt with here in good old Minnesota. At one time, Ebony Magazine and Jet Magazine had Minnesota rated as one of the top 10 places, especially the Twin Cities, for Black folks to move to. What happened? Now we're at the bottom, and it's just totally unacceptable. The other thing, this is America, and we go all the way back to George Washington. Every one of our politicians have had some bumps in the road. And that has proven to us as Americans that we're human beings. But some of us are held to a higher standard than others. That's right. You can't, the Democrats, the Republicans, cannot pick our leaders and set the standards for us as a community. This brother, before he even thought about getting into politics, got involved in helping our community at great risk to himself, without the promise that he was going to be rewarded with a position. And now that he's there using the same tone and tenor, some of us talk that talk before we get elected, but after we are elected, we don't walk the walk. This brother has been consistent and persistent in defending and standing up for black people and all oppressed people here in Minnesota. And each and every one of us have some skeletons in the closet. And some of those skeletons still have meat on the bones. But that's been swept under the rug. And so we will not allow this body to make a decision for the people who duly elected him. Let the people decide. And we don't have a lot of folks sitting in this house defending our positions. And so we honor those that are here, especially brothers like this who have proven themselves. And so I would just ask that the people making the decisions to step back and put the people who elected him first before you put your own biases first. And finally, let me say, some years ago, I got in a fight with an airport officer at the airport over parking illegally. And he ended up putting a gun to my head, and I had to scream and holler for folks that I wasn't fighting back for a parking ticket. Did you see what happened today? Just visualize a vehicle driving up here waving a Black Lives Matter flag at a group of right-wing protesters holding a press conference. Just imagine what would happen. And so like the speaker said earlier, this makes our case about white privilege and white supremacy. And I ask you, if you don't do nothing else, if you don't do anything else, give this brother the same opportunity that others have gotten. And we, the people, have the final say on where he stands. And brother, we love you, we respect you, and we thank you for all your sacrifices. And may Almighty God continue to protect you.
We will now call forward a youth. He is the president of Minnesota Teen Activists, Jerome Treadwell.
I gotta raise this up a little bit. I don't know. There we go. Hello, my name is Jerome Treadwell. As she said, I do work with Minnesota Teen Activists. I'm here because John Thompson is a hero. He's my hero. He's one of the first black House of Representatives that were elected in Minnesota, and a reign of terror that occurred in Minnesota, from Philando Castile to George Floyd and so many other victims. And every time he walks through that tunnel in that Capitol, he's exercising the light at the tunnel that he gives us youth. So it is so important that we support and we give hope and we give prosperity to our men and our women who are supporting the cause and are actually elected in areas that are populated by minorities, and proposing bills that give millions of dollars towards the youth, towards the minority community, and is not labeled as racist, as unexperienced, and so many different things. Was not Jesus persecuted? Was not Martin Luther King persecuted? So this is just an act of his dignity, an act of his call to action, and in response to so many white supremacists and so many injustices, this is the result of a black man who finally has a seat at the table and advocating for many of us in our community. So I urge you to check your facts, get straight, make sure that you are actually advocating for those who are publicly in presence at the rallies, at the protests, for the families on the floor, and not those who are coming in our communities telling us what we need to be done. Gone are the days that people who aren't a part of our communities tell us what we need. Now we have people who have a seat at the table and can dictate what needs to be ordered on the menu. So make sure that we are advocating for our people so that people like me and my brothers and sisters and my peers have a light at the tunnel as he exercises that every time he walks through the tunnel in the Capitol. Thank you.
We will now call for an activist in the community, our brother Jonathan Mason.
Thank you. My name is Jonathan Mason. I want to go right off the bat and tell you guys this is a character assassination, right? These are the same tactics that white supremacy uses regularly. They'll try to use his wife to go against him, say he's a deadbeat father, but in all actuality, they're a lot of the criminals behind the walls that are doing legislative things like stopping homelessness, like stopping hunger, like increasing the proficiency rates for black kids in Minneapolis public schools and St. Paul public schools. And that's something that I know my brother John Thompson is fighting for. And this is putting fear into a lot of those people who get paid off of the status quo, right? And so now that, and I told him prior to him even running, I said, they're going to attack you, but you're not going to fold. And after I heard all the allegations and all the media missteps, because that's what it really is, and a character assassination, I said, John, don't fold. You have to keep fighting for the people. You're fighting for black people. You're fighting for the Hmong. You're fighting for the Liberians. You're fighting for the Nigerians. You're fighting for white folks. So I know for sure they're going to attack you, right? And so the perfect incident right up here, the woman's still not out of her car. They don't know what's going on. Right? No guns drawn, but they were in fear for a person that had a license in a different state, but when you can drive all over the United States with that same license. So we see these diversion tactics, we see these systematic oppressive tactics done to black men, especially black men. That's why when he said, I feel like I'm racially profiled and you want to maybe ticket me, and they had a conversation, but we seen that they allowed her to drive through the flowers, drive through the grass, go over there, almost destroy some of the Capitol, right? That is built on stolen land. But when we're all here running around and we're seeing this madness continue to happen, we have to stop and say, why is these things happening to our brother, John Thompson? And it's because he's going to make a change in our state. So we're demanding that you guys apologize to their family. We're demanding that you apologize to his wife. You apologize to his children, because they do, like Lee said, they're seeing it on Facebook. They're seeing it on the media. And then these are lies, right? But will the media say a white supremacist drove up, almost attempted to kill the crowd, had to turn around, the police came and let her go drive off, and then she drove off and then almost smashed another car? No, they're not going to do that. But hopefully they will today, right? Because we're going to change the narrative. So I appreciate all you guys coming. I just want to tell you that I love you, brother. He's been fighting tooth and nail, hard in these streets, and I've been right here next to him, and I know he's a good man, up and down, and so we're not going to stop fighting for him, and definitely if you guys don't stop persecuting him. And one more thing.
Let's take another quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox.
So you guys can figure it out, but he won't be resigning. Thank you.
I would like to say, as someone who is standing here that lost a loved one at the hands of law enforcement here in the state of Minnesota, I would like to say that I am very grateful for my brother John Thompson, who has stood with our families that are out here in the community that are hurting. The officers are still walking free that have stolen our loved ones from us. And this is the perfect example today of white supremacy. This is the perfect example when we see that prior to Derek Chauvin, someone who their hands was forced because they were afraid of the reaction that the community would give if they did not hold Derek Chauvin accountable. Prior to that, the only man who had ever been held accountable for killing a civilian in our community was a black man that killed a white woman. So these are the perfect examples of privilege, white privilege. We know that there are other representatives that are sitting in these seats that have allegations and have things against them. But yet they are not held in this position that John Thompson is being held in right now. They have not been slandered in the way that this man has been slandered. They have not risked losing their position in their seat, although they have the same type of allegations. So we see clearly the white privilege and the white supremacy that is happening. So we are not here to attack anybody, but we're here to talk about in all fairness. We're here to talk about what's right. We're here to talk about the fact that we have a brother that's standing for us, and we want the assassination of his character to stop. So again, John Thompson will not be resigning. We as the people elected him to be in the seat that he is now in. Let the people decide. But the people that are sitting in the seats that have some of the same allegations should not be deciding on whether this man loses his seat.
Ooh, say that.
Please stop attacking his family, his wife, his children that are hurting. This is what the system did to our families after they murdered the father to my child. They assassinated his character and who he was as a man. He was a man to my son. He was a companion to me, and that was stolen from me. And luckily, they did not take John Thompson's life. Even though there was some mistakes or whatever was made in the past, he's still alive to be here, to change his life around, and to fight for the people, and to fight for the community. And that's what matters most. And that's what matters to our community, and that's what should matter to all of you. We conclude this press conference for today. Do any of you guys have any questions?
Yes. I have questions for Representative Thompson. Where should we start? Who are you? Take work with the Pioneer Press.
Give me 1 second. We're going to decide whether we want John to be answering any questions without his attorney.
So I'll be real brief. I can't answer any questions because it has legal ramifications. I mean, I have a lot of, without my attorney present who's not in the state right now. But I will share with you, if you're not careful, the oppressor will have you believing they're the ones being oppressed. If you're not careful, it's the truth. And here's another piece for you. One of the greatest quotes I've ever heard in my life is your life begins to end when you remain silent about things that matter the most. I will not remain silent, and I will not be resigning. That's my only quote.
Any more questions besides for John Thompson? So because of legal.
Interested in answering any more of y'all's questions.
So, any of the questions.
To respect my family's privacy, which you guys have not in the beginning. I don't want to answer any questions. Take what you get out of it. You guys are going to twist it.
All right, folks, we are going to step away from that. We are keeping an eye out in Chicago. 70 shot over the weekend there. More than 10 dead in shootings, weekend violence. Once again, every Monday, they do have a talk about this, and it continues on there during, of course, the summer months. Let's continue on right here on Live Now from Fox, going out to Washington, D.C., where we have Republicans, senators, and representatives coming together to demand worldwide support and solidarity with the Cuban people. Let's listen.
Again, the president doesn't have to take the word of us, of the elected officials that represent the community. He doesn't even have to take the word of the exiled community, the brothers, the sisters, the parents of those in the island. But Mr. President, at least stop listening to those who have always been apologists to the Castro regime and start listening to the Cuban people who clamor freedom. This is very simple. This is very simple. Our president, the President of the United States, has the chance to be known in history as one who stood with the Cuban people in the most urgent moment, who stood up and led when the Cuban people were in the streets. Or he will be one more of those who betrayed the Cuban people in their fight for freedom. A ustedes, gracias por estar aquí. El pueblo de Cuba no se ha cansado, nosotros no nos vamos a cansar. El pueblo de Cuba sigue en las calles, nosotros vamos a seguir presionando. El pueblo de Cuba. Amigos, les voy a presentar ahora a una persona que no necesita presentación, pero antes que eso, que nadie se equivoque, esto no es de limosnas, esto no es de aspirina, esto no es de remesa.
We're going to take another quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox.
Gracias a ustedes. Nuestra profunda admiración por lo que están haciendo. Esto es una batalla que se tiene que ganar. Ahora, deme un segundito. I want to introduce somebody who needs no introduction. Because ever since before he was a member of the United States Senate, when he was our governor, even though the issue of freedom is not really a state issue, he was always there. He has always stood up on the issue of freedom. Ladies and gentlemen, our great senator from the state of Florida, Senator Rick Scott.
Thank you for being here. This is how we change the direction of Cuba. We show up, we tell the White House what we want. We have demands. They work for us. Number one, the Cuban embassy in D.C. needs to close today. The Cuban dictatorship is illegitimate. They should not have an embassy in the United States of America. Number two, the White House needs to make sure we have the internet in Cuba now. Number three, Joe Biden needs to show up and talk about all the atrocities, all the people, all the family members that have been killed, the people who are protested, beaten up, and all the people arrested and tortured. Today, he needs to do a press conference every day and talk about these atrocities now. He wants to be part of the world stage. He wants to be friends with all of Macron and Boris Johnson. Then show up and lead America for freedom in Cuba now. Libertad, 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 libertad. ¿Dónde está Biden? ¿Dónde está Biden? Nowhere. ¿Dónde está Biden? 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 So, to all the freedom Cuba.
We now go out to Chicago. Over 70 shot in the city over the weekend. Let's listen right here.
Office on Street Outreach. Then we'll have Pastor James Brooks from North Lawndale community come up and have some discussions with you all regarding the community, and then we'll pass it on to Chief of Detectives Brendan Dinahan for comments for investigative follow-ups from over the weekend, and then I'll come at the end with comments, and then we'll take questions. No?
Good morning. My name is Norman Kerr, Director of the Office of Violence Reduction in the Mayor's Office. We are right here in the heart of summer, and we are undoubtedly faced with considerable challenges regarding the levels of violence in our city. However, Mayor Lightfoot remains committed to an all-government and all-city response to address this issue of violence. The summer safety strategy is a coordinated effort that includes participation from various city departments to collectively focus on 15 areas on south and west sides of Chicago due to consistent violence over the past 3 summers in these areas. Every week at this press conference, we applaud the work of city departments, including CPD, Parks, BACP, CDOT, and others, and our community partners, faith institutions, community-based organizations, street outreach, and victim services partners. And we will continue to applaud these groups for their steady and consistent contributions because it truly takes an all-city response to tackle this issue. Let me add that street outreach workers and peacekeepers are working to mitigate violence into the wee hours of the morning, putting their lives on the line to increase the safety of our city. Unfortunately, some have been shot recently and some have succumbed to their injuries. And still, there are committed individuals who continue to work despite these challenging conditions. Furthermore, we are sending our condolences to the families of street outreach workers, peacekeepers, and residents that have experienced the loss of loved ones this past weekend and this year. The city is poised to assist those in need of services with connections to various organizations that specialize in providing support to victims and their families, including short and long-term mental health services for all family members. Please visit the website for the Mayor's Office of Violence Reduction for more details. In closing, we will continue to emphasize the importance of an all-hands-on-deck approach and express special thanks to all those who remain committed to increasing the safety of our communities and our city. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Pastor James Brooks. I am a resident of North Lawndale. I also serve as a pastor in North Lawndale at Harmony Community Church. I'm also a leader at Lawndale Christian Health Center. I was here not long ago, and I just want to reiterate about the people of North Lawndale. Matter of fact, 2 of the young men, my godsons, stand with me. I have Floyd and Lloyd, who have been born and reared in North Lawndale. And I just want to tell you about North Lawndale a little bit, is that it's an awesome community. It's a community that faces challenges, but it's a community where the people are resilient. And with limited resources, we come together to make a difference in the lives of our young people, contrary to what you may hear about. I want to leave you with some points that I learned from a lawyer by the name of Brian Stevenson. You guys may have heard of him, Just Mercy. 4 points that he lifts up that I would like to just share briefly. One of our strategies in North Lawndale is to become proximate. Being with our young people matters. Being close to our young people makes all the difference in the world. Second point is to change the narrative. Change the narrative. We have some awesome things going on in North Lawndale. We have some wonderful people. The police and community come together to work together like I've never seen in years past. but I'm thankful for the 10th District even being a great partner with the community. Third point is offering hope. There is hope. We experienced a rough patch last week. That was worse. It was tragic. Losing young people, seeing young people being gunned down. That was tragic. But there's still hope. There's still hope, and we won't give up. Number 4 is being courageous. Being courageous. Standing together and saying, no matter what, we're going to step outside of our doors, and we're going to step forward, and we're going to love on our young people. We're going to share information that we know with Chicago police so they can apprehend any suspects. We're going to be courageous on this journey. And then finally, I want to lift up my own point, and that's to all the city of Chicago. Let's not give up on our young people. Let's not give up on these efforts. Yeah, I know sometimes it seems as though we're taking 1 step forward and 2 steps back, but we're still moving forward. Let's keep moving forward and being courageous and not giving up. Scripture tells us, be not weary in well-doing, but in due season we will reap if we faint not. So I want to challenge you, instead of pointing fingers at one another, put your arms around some young people. Everybody, put your arms around a young person today and say, we're going to do this together.
Thanks, Pastor. And as the pastor mentioned, a lot of positive things going on. And I know I normally talk about the shooting incidents, but we don't always cover all the positive things that are occurring in these communities. So a couple of things that I'll cover quickly and turn it back over to the superintendent is we did have 2 police-related shooting incidents last night, 1 on duty, 1 off duty. Obviously, COPA is doing a lot of investigation as well, so I can't give a lot of detail out, but I will give some basic information. 1 incident happened at near 45th and Drexel. On-duty officers in uniform were chasing an offender armed with a handgun. The offender discharged his firearm once, and the officer in return discharged his firearm, striking the offender. That offender is in custody, and charges are pending. And like I said, I can't give too much more detail on that investigation. There was a second incident up in near the 20th District, near 1400 North Magnolia. This officer was off duty, seated in a vehicle. Appears it was an attempt carjacking where he pushed the offender's gun away and then discharged his firearm. There is nobody in custody, and it appears nobody was struck for that incident. We did have one of the murders over the weekend near 68th in Peoria. We had a 17-year-old who suffered a fatal gunshot wound and a 15-year-old who also was shot in extremely critical condition. The detectives are working with individuals on the scene, and it appears another juvenile was the offender for that incident, and that individual is not in custody, but the detectives are working that investigation and working with the individuals to bring that, to arrest that individual. I know there was some reporting on an incident in River North where an individual was stabbed and shot. And once again, that's pretty active, ongoing investigation. Nobody is in custody at this time, but detectives do have some leads on that investigation. There was also a carjacking mission done over the weekend with Chicago Police Department and many other agencies, including Cook County, our federal partners, as well as our suburban partners, where a total of 9 arrests were made, 5 handguns were recovered, and 16 vehicles were recovered, 6 of which were hijacked and 10 of which were stolen. So I just want to thank everybody who took part in that mission. They did an excellent job. With that, I will turn it back over to the superintendent.
So as I mentioned, every presser as much as I can. For the weekend, our gun recoveries were 104. And for the year, gun recoveries are at 6,865, which is a 25% increase over 2020. We did have a couple of notable things that happened over the weekend that I want to convey to you. One was our command staff, all of our command staff participated in 2 community events. One was an Operation Wake Up, there in the 10th district. And we had not only Congressman Danny Davis, Alderman Michael Scott, but other faith leaders, outreach workers, community activists, and area residents all participated in a Operation Wake Up, which was a static event, but also we did a walk after the event ended. Secondly, the command staff also participated on Saturday morning in a peace walk in the 15th district. At this peace walk, Alderman Mitz, along with Congressman Davis again, along with local clergy and residents, we participated in a peace walk and marched down Chicago Avenue. Notable arrests that we've made this past week are a couple, if I can find them. 18-year-old Tavares McKinley was arrested twice in less than a month. Both times he was arrested for aggravated unlawful use of a weapon. 18-year-old Tavares McKinley was arrested twice in less than a month by Chicago police officers. Both arrests were for aggravated unlawful use of a weapon. And Andrew Moore, 26, was arrested for a couple of charges. One, a person was sitting in their Mercedes and they noticed a Dodge Charger parked behind them. The Charger had been stolen 2 days prior. Offender Moore exited the Charger and entered the victim's vehicle from the passenger door and displayed a handgun. The offender ordered the victim out of the vehicle. Both vehicles drove away. Both the Charger and the Mercedes drove away with the offender in it. There was a license plate that was registered on our license plate reader. Third district officers observed the vehicle while monitoring the radio transmissions. During this apprehension, the driver of the offender vehicle struck a marked unit several times and fled several times. After striking the marked vehicle, the offender vehicle was eventually disabled due to the accident, and the offender was approached and arrested. This offender has a criminal history of not only possessing stolen motor vehicles, but also unlawfully possessing a weapon by a felon. Now, this is just two highlights that Chicago police officers are doing their job. They're doing their part in helping address the violent crime wave we are seeing here in Chicago and across the country. And no one would do what these officers are doing, which is face down these armed individuals who are not afraid to use their weapons on police officers as well as people in the community. Officers are running toward danger each and every day, risking their lives for the people of Chicago. The officers shot at overnight, I believe, were the 36th and 37th officers shot at or shot this year, which highlights the bravery and courage that officers are displaying. And finally, I would say this, we are not obviously going to quit. We are dedicated and committed to pursuing justice for our victims. And I would highlight, finally, in closing, before I take questions, that violent offenders need more serious consequences in our courts. And I would encourage media, journalists, to use the same energy when you obviously confront all of us every Monday regarding what are we doing, and I answer what we are doing. Be as adversarial to the courts. I would ask journalists to be as adversarial to the courts. And there is documentation from journalists in this city that violent offenders are being released back to these communities that are seeing violence. Chicago Tribune reported in several articles that over 90 people charged with murder This is not Superintendent Brown reporting this. This is the Chicago Tribune reporting that over 90 people charged with murder have been released back on electronic monitoring. I would encourage you in the media to sit in bond court and see the violent offenders being released back into the community each and every day. I would ask you to report on violent offenders being released and repeatedly arrested by Chicago police officers. Don't report Superintendent Brown said this. I would ask, be adversarial to the courts and the message from the courts that it's anecdotal that violent offenders are repeat offenders that are released back into our communities. With that, I'll take questions. I would defer. I believe there's mayor's office is going to have a press release here shortly to this subject, so I would defer to that later today. Any other questions? Yes. Again, I want to highlight the work that Chicago police officers are doing. They're arresting people charged with murder. They're arresting them. They're arresting other violent offenders charged with robbery, charged with carjacking, as we mentioned. We are arresting the violent offenders. The courts are releasing these people back into the community. It's documented in media reports. It's documented in empirical studies. It's the media's job to find and be adversarial to the courts. You should be adversarial to government, all branches, not just the executive branch. You should be adversarial to the courts. Use the same energy that you just asked me that question to ask the courts, why are you releasing violent people, dangerous people that Chicago police officers arrest and charge back into these communities to create this environment of lawlessness that we're seeing here? Be adversarial to the courts is my plea to the media gallery this morning. Be adversarial. There are media reports that document what's happening in the courts. Use those as your citations, not the superintendent. Sit in bond court. The way you're sitting here, sit in bond court and see the people being charged with unlawful use of a gun by a felon, aggravated use of a gun by a felon, being released back into these communities the same day they are arrested. That should be a headline in this city, and it's not. So be adversarial to the courts. Again, we're asking you to do your job in the way you do it with other branches of government in the city. It answers the question. It answers the question because every Monday I go through, how many guns we recover. This is a violence issue with guns here. People are being shot by guns in the wrong hands of people who are repeatedly arrested by Chicago police officers. That's the answer to your question. What can Chicago police officers do? They can continue to be brave and courageous, committed and dedicated in arresting violent offenders. My question to you is, ask what the courts can do different. Rather than release violent people back to these communities to create an environment of lawlessness, can the courts hold people in jail who are violent, who have been arrested, who have been charged with murder? Murder. I don't think there's another city in this country releasing people charged with murder back into the community on electronic monitoring. Yes. It is the baseline for policing, what we're doing. We are not judge, juror, or jailer. Our democracy set it up that way for a good reason. There should be independence of each of the branches that enforce the law. If we had our druthers, we would keep violent people in jail longer. We would hold them accountable for their violence. That we would not release murderers back into the community on electronic monitoring. That we would hold absconders from the electronic monitoring program more accountable. There's people AWOL from electronic monitoring. We would fund the sheriff much more so that he would have the capacity to manage the electronic monitoring program. We would challenge any and all documents that support releasing violent people. But we're not the media, we're not the jail, we're not the funders for the sheriff. What we can do different is continue to highlight these issues that impact what our effectiveness can be. We can only arrest violent offenders, and we're doing it at the highest level historically in the Chicago Police Department's history. We're on pace to recover 12,000 guns. Every gun recovered is a potential life saved. A potential deadly force encounter with our police officers and these violent people who shot at us last night, who shot at us 35 other times this year. What we can do different is challenge the courts to render Chicago safe by holding violent offenders in jail longer, not releasing murderers back into our community. That's what we can do different. Or fund the sheriff to the capacity to manage it, what he's been asking for. I echo his plea to the funders of the courts, the county. He needs the funding to manage the 3,000 people on electronic monitoring. He has no capacity to manage those people. Many are AWOL. Many don't show up to court. They fail to appear in court, make their court dates. This is not something that I believe can be done behind closed doors. The judges are elected, the prosecutors are elected. This is a plea in the public square to the people of Chicago who elected the people that run the courts. That's why this is not a closed door meeting. We meet and we respectfully disagree. I have high regard for Judge Evans and State Prosecutor Kim Fox. I do have high regard. We disagree, and there should be a natural tension between the courts. There shouldn't be a rubber stamp on what policing want for offenders. There shouldn't be a rubber stamp. I'm not asking for a rubber stamp, but it is unconscionable to release more than 90 people, according to the Chicago Tribune, charged with murder. It's unconscionable. It's just as frustrating that it's not in your headlines, except for the Chicago Tribune. Use that citation, other media sources. Use that citation for your reports about the people charged with murder. Don't use superintendent's quote. Use the citation from another media report that's under the Chicago Tribune is a very ethical paper, by the way. They wouldn't run something in their paper that wouldn't at least have two other sources that convey that it's an accurate report. It has editors, right? So editors signed off on that article written. So you can use that. You can use that article in the Chicago Tribune as your citation for over 90 people charged with murder, released back on electronic monitoring into these very communities. Thank you very much.
A fired up Chicago police superintendent there telling the media to please do your jobs when it comes to reporting the violence in Chicago. And he's saying why this is happening because of this open really door policy really in Chicago, where a felon gets charged and then on the same day can be released on ankle monitoring. He also said, citing the Chicago Tribune, that 90 people accused there of murder have been released into the general public. So he is saying to the media, please do your jobs. Chicago Tribune that's what the Chicago police superintendent has said, and he wants others to do the same thing, because every Monday he comes out there, talks about the violence in Chicago and how it increases in the summer, but nothing ever seems to come from it, and nothing really after the fact. We just see more and more shootings there in Chicago, even after community members say enough is enough. So we'll continue to follow that. We saw that Chicago police superintendent very fired up there, more than recent weeks we've seen from that. All right, everyone, we're going to take a quick 2-minute break for some of you. When we come back, we will take you out to the White House. We do have the press secretary there ready and going on this news conference.
Make recommendations based on health data. To your question about the president's visit to ODNI tomorrow to see the director of national intelligence, first woman to lead the intelligence community in history. I'll just note, yes, I think the president, he will go there to receive an update on their work, but also to thank them for their work during what has been, no doubt, a challenging time for members of the intelligence community over the last several years. He's someone who believes in the role of the intelligence community of civil servants. He believes they're the backbone of our government, and certainly he'll make that clear. But, I think you can all make the inherent contrast. I don't think that will be a central part of his message tomorrow. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. To follow up on masks, Dr. Fauci confirmed yesterday he was obviously part of the discussions. Is President Biden part of the discussions as well regarding whether to bring back the recommendations and or any of his economic advisors? Just trying to understand who's making the decision.
Well, the president receives regular updates from his COVID team, but the guidance or the discussions are primarily between the health and medical experts about how we should proceed from here to address the rising cases from the Delta variant among unvaccinated and protect the American public.
Is there anything you can share about what they are considering? What are the pros and the cons for re-recommending masks for vaccinated people?
We don't look at it through that prism, and they don't make these decisions or recommendations based on politics. They make them based on data. So it's quite simple. They look at data across the country. They make a determination about what steps they could recommend to protect more people and save more lives. And then if they make a recommendation, as you've seen over the past several months, we will work to implement it. But it is not more complicated than that.
Thanks, Jen. And one on Afghanistan.
Yeah.
In recent days, there have been several U.S. airstrikes against the Taliban. After the deadline for troop withdrawal on August 31st, will the U.S. continue to support Afghan forces in airstrikes?
Well, we've said we would maintain over the horizon capacity. Beyond that, I don't have any other updates.
Go ahead, Kelly. A group of healthcare professionals are saying that there should be mandates for all who work in the healthcare system because of what they say is an ethical need to do so, to be vaccinated. And we see that there are local communities that are bringing mask mandates or recommendations. And so are we at a point where Americans should be looking to professional organizations, businesses, and local officials for guidance on what to do more than the federal government at this point?
Well, first I would say we would hope that the guidance is aligned with. There are going to be localities that have higher rates of outbreaks that they may make additional recommendations. They may take steps to keep their communities safe. We certainly have seen, as you noted, that there are institutions, including across the health industry, as many of you may have seen today, 57 leading healthcare groups, including the American Medical Association, the American College of Physicians, the American Academy of Pediatrics, and the American Public Health Association, all called for all healthcare and long-term care employees to mandate employees be vaccinated against COVID. Now, that is the healthcare industry where they are very much on the front lines, and these actions, in our view, are meant to keep patients and employees safe. And in fact, I expect our own federal healthcare providers may look at similar requirements as they do with other vaccines. As it relates to what the American people should look to, look, the CDC is looking at data across the country. They provide broad public health guidance, not based on politics, driven by science and data, and they make updates when they feel it is necessary to make updates, and then localities will apply that.
Are you suggesting perhaps the VA would be making a similar recommendation or requirement? Is that what you're hinting at there?
Well, I think there'll be more to say in the coming days on that, Kelly. But I will tell you that we certainly believe that that health officials are on the front lines of being vulnerable to getting COVID, and we certainly support these actions by these hospital associations.
Does the White House view it as a benefit if employers as varied as the NFL to hospitals are trying to push vaccination? Would that close the gap, in your view, with some of those who have not yet done so for a variety of reasons? I mean, do you see this as another lever that might actually be helpful to the president's goals?
It may. And beyond the president's goals, it may save lives, and that's the most important factor in our view. And so we're seeing institutions, healthcare providers, colleges and universities, the NFL implement different approaches and steps to incentivize and increase vaccination rates. The more people are vaccinated, the more the country will be safe.
One last one. Do you expect that for air travelers domestically in the United States who've been required to wear masks by FAA regulation for a long time, that's set to expire in September, should we anticipate that that would likely stay in place given the Delta variant?
I don't want to get ahead of any guidance by our CDC, but certainly they will continue to provide guidance on masks that keeps more people safe. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. On COVID, Dr. Fauci says we're going in the wrong direction. Whose fault is that?
Well, I would say first what he was referring to is the fact that because there is still a large population of people in this country who are unvaccinated, and we have the most transmissible variant that we've seen since the beginning of the pandemic, that more people are getting sick with COVID. And those numbers are not moving in the right direction. I think that's accurate, and you can see it by data.
Okay, and then on crime, it has been more than a month since the president announced his comprehensive strategy to prevent and respond to gun crime and ensure public safety. This weekend in Chicago, 73 people were shot, 11 of them were killed. Does the president think his strategy is working?
Well, I think you and I both know that when there's been rising crime rates across the country, including Chicago, for 18 months or more, that unfortunately it's not going to turn on a dime. And that we are working with Chicago. It's one of the cities, one of the 5 cities we're working with. The Department of Justice has a group in there to help address the transmitting of or the selling of guns that are getting into the hands of people who shouldn't have them. We're working closely with the mayor and local elected officials. They have benefited a huge amount from the federal assistance and funding that the president fought to include in the American Rescue Plan. And what our hope is that we can work in partnership to bring crime down, save more people. In cities like Chicago, we know gun violence is a big driver of that.
And after a couple shootings here in D.C. last week, the chief of police blamed some of the crime on marijuana dealers. He said he knows the people know that marijuana laws have loosened up. Does the White House think that it may be time to get tougher on marijuana?
I think as we look to the crime that has been happening in D.C., again, one of the cities where we've seen rising violence over the past year and a half, one where we're working in close partnership through both the DOJ gun strike forces and as well as our community violence intervention collaborative. We're looking to address a range of causes, but working in close partnership with the mayor and police, local police, to bring crime down in our city. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Quick question on tomorrow.
Sure.
January 6th Selects Committee.
Yeah.
First meeting takes place tomorrow. Hearing takes place tomorrow.
Yep.
Do you know if the president plans to watch any of it, and what are his expectations for the outcome?
Well, I think first the president has called for, as you know, a full and independent investigation into the events of January 6th, and he continues to support Speaker Pelosi's leadership of that work, including her decision to appoint Republican members who are similarly committed to this objective. So in his view, in our view, tomorrow's hearing will be an opportunity to hear firsthand from the men and women in the Capitol Police and the Metropolitan Police Department who bravely protected our Capitol on that day. His goal is the same goal that Speaker Pelosi has, which is to get to the bottom of what happened and prevent it from happening in the future. And he trusts her leadership to do exactly that.
Will he be watching any of the hearings?
Well, as you know, he typically has quite a packed schedule. He does catch news clips. Sometimes all of you are featured in them, and I'm sure he will be kept abreast of the hearings and the work that's happening on the Hill tomorrow.
And then a follow-up on COVID. We're hearing from health experts who are increasingly voicing their concern for the FDA having yet to grant full approval to COVID vaccines. Folks are using phrases like grave mistake, puzzling as to why they haven't yet. What is your understanding as to why we have not seen full approval yet from the FDA, and do you have any kind of expectation for when we might?
Well, the FDA is the gold standard in our view, and they move at the speed of science. They look at a range of data, and they make sure that when they make conclusions and when they give full approval, they have confidence in the science and the data that backs that up. It wouldn't be responsible to expedite that process at a faster speed than the science and data allows. Certainly everyone is eager. As the mother of 2 children under 12 myself, I would love to have vaccines approved so I can get my kids vaccinated. We understand that completely and understand the desire to have full approval, of course, as well. We're hopeful to see that in the coming months, as I was going to call him Secretary Fauci, as Dr. Fauci has said. But again, we rely on them to determine their own timeline.
Coming months, does the White House believe that we could be losing valuable time in waiting for full approval if this is what's keeping so many folks from getting vaccinated at this point?
Well, again, I think what's most important is that the FDA maintains itself as the gold standard in approving use of vaccines for approval. And the fact that they are always going to be driven by the speed of science. They're going to have extensive data they look into. They're going to have the best health and medical experts making that conclusion. That will maintain confidence over the long term. Of course, we all want to see vaccines fully approved, vaccines for kids under 12. I think most Americans would say that, but it's important they move at their own speed and the speed of the scientists. Go ahead.
On an international issue, I wanted to ask you about Tunisia.
Sure.
The president has dismissed the parliament, most of the government, and it's been denounced by multiple parties as a coup. Does the White House see that as a coup and have any reaction to what's happening there?
Sure. Well, first, we're concerned about the developments in Tunisia, which come as the Tunisian authorities are seeking to stabilize their economy, confront a resurgence in the COVID-19 pandemic, and improve living standards for all Tunisians. We are in touch at a senior level from both the White House and the State Department with Tunisian leaders to learn more about the situation, urge calm, and support Tunisian efforts to move forward in line with democratic principles. As you know, and as you just asked about, there have been a lot of developments even over the last 24 hours. A legal determination about a coup, a determination about a coup is a legal determination, and we would look to the State Department to conduct a legal analysis before making a determination. So there hasn't been a conclusion on that front.
Okay, and then I just wanted to ask about the embassy in Tunis, which handles a lot of business for the region, including Libya, et cetera. Any changes as far as operations there?
I've not been made aware of changes, but again, that would be a decision made by the State Department based on their diplomatic security advice on the ground. But so I would send you to them for any.
Okay, and then just on a different issue, with people talking about COVID and what some of the impacts of this new surge that we're seeing are going to be, there might be some economic impacts. We've seen some Wall Street banks bring down their forecast for what GDP growth is going to look like for this year. If that continues to be an issue, would the White House consider more stimulus of the type that we saw earlier this year, $1,400 checks, et cetera?
Well, I think an important piece to note for all of you is that the way the American Rescue Plan was designed was for it to have lasting effects that would go over the series of several months, far beyond the initial months of implementation. So there are components of the American Rescue Plan that are still being implemented that will still be implemented for months to come. That's a lesson we've learned from the past about how people will need assistance for a longer period of time than just a short window. I'd also note that there are areas, we've seen obviously data in the housing market, right, where there are there's an impact, an economic impact is on people being able to stay in rental properties or in their homes. There are areas of continued implementation. I think you're familiar with these, but I'll just note them, including on the forbearance program that we have implemented in recent months, where people will be able to apply. I'm just using this as an example because I think housing and being able to stay in your house is a big impact of the economy. People can still apply through the end of September and still benefit from forbearance for 6 months following, and then even longer. So point is, there are a number of programs, the child tax credit, which, as you know, we started implementing in monthly checks, but there's still going to be a benefit through to next year, that are part of the American Rescue Plan that we will continue to implement. I would also say that when it comes to the economy, there's no significant signs, according to our economists at this point, that the Delta variant impact across the country. We'd expect that much of any economic impact would be felt in the communities with lower vaccination rates. That's why we're doubling down on our efforts to ensure we're reaching Americans with the vaccine where they are. And that's one of the notes that I think our Secretary of Commerce made last week as well. One of the biggest, most important steps people can take is to get vaccinated.
One very quick one about the meetings that Wendy Sherman has been having in China. I know that both sides basically came out of those meetings saying that there were disagreements. What does that tell us about the possibility for some kind of talks between Xi and Biden? I mean, you kind of set this template that, with Russia, that even if you have disagreements, you're going to still have meetings at the highest level. So where does that stand, and do you still see that as possible or likely?
Well, first let me say, broadly speaking, as it relates to diplomacy, that is how we feel. And it was important for Deputy Secretary Sherman to go to Beijing and have these meetings because we think it's important for us to say directly to the Chinese officials in private what we say in public. It's in our interest to be very clear to Beijing about where we stand and explain our concerns in detail. And our philosophy is that we should not avoid hard topics. And they are certainly a part of any discussion we have diplomatically. There are areas where we have concern. We're very straightforward about, whether it's the crackdown on Hong Kong, ongoing genocide and crimes against humanity in Xinjiang, abuses in Tibet, curtailing of media access. There are also areas where we might align: the climate crisis, counter-narcotics, non-proliferation, regional concerns, including DPRK, Iran, Afghanistan, and Burma. The topic of, the president continues to believe in face-to-face diplomacy. That is something he has long been an advocate for, and we expect there will be some opportunity to engage at some point, but it did not come up in the context of these meetings, and that was not the purpose of these meetings. Go ahead, Caitlin, and I'll go to you, Mike, next, and then we'll go around the room.
Two questions for you. One, does the president favor restrictions for unvaccinated people when it comes to restaurants, museums, concerts?
The president favors using the CDC as his North Star and what the health and medical experts are going to advise on how to save more lives and protect people.
So no, he doesn't think that there should be restrictions on unvaccinated people like some other countries have instituted.
He believes that we should be guided by the science and by the data. And so he will look to his health and medical team to advise on what steps we should take.
And on Iraq, what will the number of U.S. forces be by the end of this year, given the drawdown you're going to confirm today?
Well, I think, one, it's important to note that this is one in a series of strategic dialogues, or this has been an ongoing strategic dialogue, and at the early part of the strategic dialogue, we had about 9,000 troops. We are now at about 2,500 U.S. forces in Iraq. We are there, of course, at Iraq's invitation to improve the capacity of Iraq's security forces and help them in the fight against ISIS. But the real announcement today, or real news today, I should say, is about a change of mission. And the numbers will be driven by what is needed for the mission over time. So it is more about moving to a more advising and training capacity from what we have had over the last several years.
Right, but regardless of the title and what their mission is, what's the number that we expect to be there by December, given it's by the end of the year?
Well, I would just say the most important part is that it is a change in mission, and that the mission is changing in Iraq, and that it will be driven by what is needed for the mission. So I'm not going to give you operational, nor will I have operational details. I would point you to the Department of Defense on that. But the first step is the change in mission, the end of combat, of a combat role in Iraq, and moving to more of a train, advise, and assist role. That is what.
All right, folks, we are going to take another quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we have another live event to get to. We will be going out to South Carolina. Check that. Charleston, South Carolina, getting an update where the solicitor is holding this news conference on the Jamal Sutherland case. The Ninth Circuit solicitor, Scarlett Wilson, called this news conference on the investigation into Jamal Sutherland's death at the Charleston County Jail back in January. We'll take it right for you. Live Now from Fox coming up in just a moment.
He agreed to review this case and to help me with the analysis and help me with our investigation. One of the things when I talked with Mr. Rainey, I just met him in person for the first time over the weekend, but we've had many Zoom calls, many telephone calls, you name it. And one of the things I liked about him is that he's been an expert about half the time for plaintiffs, people who have been hurt by law enforcement, and about half the time by law enforcement who's been accused of using force inappropriately. He's not a hired gun. He's independent. He has his reputation to uphold, and I think it's stellar. He has worked as a monitor in taking over jails or helping jails reorganize after the Department of Justice and judges have decided that they were subpar. He did that for the Obama administration. He is clearly a nonpartisan type of guy, like I hold myself out to be as well. And he has, as you will see in his report, been remarkably thorough. And so I'm going to turn it over to him in a minute. While you're listening to him, again, I ask you to remember, the issue is not so much what the deputies did or proving what they did. Obviously, the issue is what they did, but the issue is not our ability to prove how many times there was a taser used, how long this took place, whether or not a spit mask was used. We can prove all of those things, but we have to prove the criminal intent. It's called the mens rea. We have to prove what their state of mind was when they committed these offenses. And so as you hear Mr. Rainey talk, think about murder and malice aforethought, which usually means evil, a heart bent on mischief. Voluntary manslaughter. That occurs when someone has an uncontrollable urge to do violence, an uncontrollable urge that's provoked by another person. Or involuntary manslaughter, which is a conscious disregard. A suspect, or in this case the deputies, having a conscious disregard for the risk of death to Mr. Sutherland. And what that means, sort of in layman's terms, conscious disregard, is that they knew what they were doing was likely to kill him, and they just didn't care. As you hear Mr. Rainey go through parts of his analysis, parts of his findings, think about those elements which we would be required to prove. And then after he speaks, I'm going to come back through and wrap up these facts with the legal analysis. Again, you're going to have my analysis, his report. We're not going to read all 50 pages or all 20-something pages. You will have it. You will see it. But I do think it's important for you to meet him and for him to give you the highlights of what he thought was most important as he waded through this. Mr. Rainey?
Thank you, Solicitor Wilson. Again, my name is Gary Rainey. I'm honored to be here and saddened to be here. The last few years, the focus of my work has been use of force and in-custody deaths in jails in the United States. I work from California to the East Coast. I have another criminal case right now that I'm helping a prosecutor prosecute in the state of Maine against correctional officers who used excessive force. It's a sad situation, and sadly, it is often dealing with the mentally ill, just as with Mr. Sutherland's case. Our jails have become the mental health repository in the United States, and I hope we change that. So what happened on January 5th of 2021? This is all in my report in much greater detail, but I'll just sort of outline the steps. The commander of the jail ordered a forcible cell extraction of Mr. Sutherland, even though it violated the policy of the sheriff's office. Sergeant Fickett and Deputy Houle were tasked with that extraction by a lieutenant. As they started, they failed to employ adequate de-escalation techniques. That's a word we commonly know now in law enforcement. It's an expectation in law enforcement. It's an expectation in jails. And their efforts were, again, inadequate. There was insufficient staffing in the jail to do a cell extraction. One person, Deputy Houle, was the only one who, by the sheriff's office custom and practice, was quote unquote certified to do a cell extraction. Only one person against a very large, powerful man. He sought assistance from Sergeant Fickett, who had previously been certified, quote unquote, but had moved to another assignment. Since he was on his own, he called her up and asked for help. Consider, though, two people expected to go in and forcibly remove somebody who we can foresee is likely to be violent. This is unheard of in jails of the United States, to send two people in to do a forcible cell extraction on one person. And that sets the stage for what happened. The deputies sprayed oleoresin capsicum, commonly called OC or pepper spray, into the cell twice, trying to gain the compliance of Mr. Sutherland. That was ineffective. The biggest error they made after that is the common practice after you spray pepper spray is to wait at least 5, often 10 minutes for that to take effect and see if they surrender. They failed to do that. After the first exposure, between the first pepper spray and the second pepper spray was, I believe, 3 minutes and 50-some seconds. Second pepper spray to what I'm about to describe, the taser, was less than a minute. Sergeant Fickett used her taser to shoot Mr. Sutherland. While it's questionable whether that use should have happened at all, it was effective. Mr. Sutherland reacted to the taser. He slid to the ground at the back of the cell. And then, as they gave him commands to slide to the front of the cell, he began sliding along the ground. And of course, you've seen most of this in the videos. He reached the point where his feet were outside the threshold of the door, and then turned with his knees to the side, but not away from them, and said that that was as far as he was going. In what seems like a minor tactical error, and at the direction of Sergeant Houle, the senior officer, Sergeant Fickett, Deputy Houle moved behind Mr. Sutherland to handcuff him. And what that did, from a tactical perspective, is put him into the interior of the cell, so that if something was going to happen, Deputy Houle had no escape and was effectively trapped. And again, that's the second major set of circumstances that set the foreseeable future. If something went wrong, he was going to have no logical option other than using force. Deputy Houle got one handcuff on Mr. Sutherland's left wrist. Then it's unclear to this day exactly what happened, but he was struggling to get that other handcuff over on Mr. Sutherland's right wrist. He perceived resistance, and it may well have been. He went to roll Mr. Sutherland over to his right side. Again, he had the left handcuff on behind his back. And because of poor communication, Sergeant Fickett perceived that as Mr. Sutherland resisting. When she perceived that, she discharged her taser a second time. That's when, in the report you'll see, I call it the melee begins. The situation literally went out of control for all involved. In the moments that followed, Sergeant Fickett used her taser 5 more times for a total of 7. Deputy Houle discharged his taser 3 times. And as absurd as that sounds, please read the details in the report about what was in the deputies' minds and what happens. There are general rules for using a taser, but there are no absolute rules. With any weapon in a jail or in law enforcement, the greater the threat, the more extensive you could use that weapon. If it was a baton, if it was OC, if it was a taser. They eventually subdued Mr. Sutherland, and there are other concerns that I outline in the report. But my task was to determine did Fickett and or Houle violate policy, training, and accepted jail practices in what they did. Nothing Fickett or Houle did violated any agency policy or training practice. The Sheriff's Office of Professional Standards issued a report that I believe you will have access to, where they exonerated Sergeant Fickett and Deputy Houle from violating any policies and acknowledged that they were doing what they had been trained. Even though I do this for a living and see many deaths in jails, I was shocked to see the videos. How could this happen? How did we get to this point? In 2008, the Sheriff's Office decided that they wanted to adopt different tactics for cell extractions. Those tactics relied upon intimidation and aggression rather than communication and de-escalation. You'll see the videos, you'll see the evidence. In my mind, the training and tactics the Sheriff's Office have used since 2008 are indefensible. Much of the training and the practices in jail were not based on best practices that we know in jails and how to do extractions, how to deal with the mentally ill. They wear load-bearing vests with pepper spray canisters. Shocking to me, unheard of in other jails, they wear tactical shotguns at, as best I know, all times in the jail. Tactical shotguns are only meant to be used at a distance, but they wore them into the cell with Mr. Sutherland. It's nothing less than shocking in my mind. Their what's called Special Operations Group, or their tactical team, was conceived as an elite group, full-time, wearing this militaristic uniform. As Solicitor Wilson said, I'm a federal court monitor in a 6,000-bed jail in Southern California with significant gang problems and a lot of violence. That jail does not have a full-time tactical team that uses the weapons and approach that the Sheriff's Office here used. There was a failure of policy, training, and supervision, but Fickett and Houle had done this many times. You could shoot bullets in the air 99 times and nothing would ever happen. But the 100th time could kill somebody. I believe from the evidence that these actions, very similar actions, had happened dozens, probably hundreds of times before between 2008 and 2021. This was the 100th time where sadly somebody died and didn't need to. There are many more details in the report. It is long, I apologize. I encourage you to take the time to read it. I try to write in a manner that is understandable. And I have to emphasize, because this is what I do, I analyze uses of force, I analyze in-custody deaths. My appreciation for Solicitor Wilson's diligence during this. And evidence came in and I would be forming my opinion one direction and suddenly something new came in and it changed that direction. And it was piece by piece trickling in over the past few months. You'll read about that. She may comment on it. We don't want justice from quick reactions. We want justice from being thoughtful and diligent and following the law. This is my 38th year of being involved in law enforcement and being an officer. These are hard decisions, and I thank her for the opportunity to help with some of that diligence.
I just have two questions that I'd like for you to address, and they may have some more later. But one is, you talked about the tactical gear that the SOG, that's this, quote, elite group, wore, and the shotgun that they wore. Why did that have such an effect in this case?
Two things. One is I'm a very big believer that organizations, particularly human service organizations, which law enforcement are, thrive off healthy cultures. And when you create an elitist mentality that become gladiators rather than guardians, you create that culture where we resort to force. There's that old saying of if all you have is a hammer, every problem is a nail. I have seen patterns where jails emphasize tactical teams too much, and out of that comes patterns of excessive force. The shotgun, I think, it was not involved in this case at all, other than, I think, maybe being an obstacle that you could see in the video. But I think it sets the stage for the mentality. Tactical shotgun, it doesn't carry lethal rounds. It carries what we call less lethal rounds, beanbags, but they're only meant to be used at a distance. So for all other jails that I know of in the United States, you would never carry a shotgun like that into the cell at such close quarters with Mr. Sutherland. But they did. And that is an example of some of the dismaying, concerning tactics that I think created the situation, the mentality that this was okay. You'll see in the videos, this was taught over and over again. This is the way you do it. I think you will, even in the training videos, you'll find them as shocking as I did of what was being taught to these SOG deputies.
The second question I had is regarding the use of tasers in the jail versus operators, detention officers just using their hands, their fists, instead of a taser.
So taser is considered, so we really don't use the force continuum that you may have heard of in the past. You still see it around some. Taser is less harmful than what we call a fist strike or a foot strike. I mean, when you have strikes, they're typically ineffective. If I punch somebody in the face or I kick them, it's typically an ineffective way to control that person and subdue them. Plus, it can often cause injuries to both the staff member and the inmate. So in the escalation of force, the taser is considered a very good tool. It is a way of incapacitating somebody and subduing them and allowing them to be taken into being handcuffed or controlled while typically not being harmful. I've been tased. I know what it feels like. It's not fun, but it's really not harmful. It can be abused, and as you'll read in the report in this case, the 10 taser deployments and the cumulative time that they were shocking or being discharged on Mr. Sutherland is very bothersome. But as Solicitor Wilson said, there also comes into intent, and you will read that the deputies either did not know about the other one discharging the taser or thought, rightfully so, that the taser.
Let's take another quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox.
If used in the right way.
Again, you will have Mr. Rainey's report right here, and for those who are watching online, it should be up on our website now. In my report, you will be able to link to various videos. You'll be able to link to other reports. You'll be able to link to more information about the training that the Sheriff's Office conducted over the years. And again, Mr. Rainey went back to 2008 to talk about that culture and to talk about the use of intimidation, the use of force, instead of de-escalation, because that's the way they operated at that time. Sheriff Graziano has said that she intended to make changes. I take her word for that. She ran on that. And I fully expect that, and I look forward to her review of the report. What you will see after you take the time to go through all of these things is that while all of us can see that what happened was wrong, that it shouldn't have happened, it was wrong, but within the sheriff's office on January 5th, 2021, it wasn't rogue. It wasn't rogue. It had happened many, many times before, and there was a pat on the back and a march on to the next one. It can't be that way. It can't stay that way. It is hard for anyone to imagine forcing a mentally ill defendant, at that time he was a defendant, but a mentally ill person who's suffering, who's trying to get help, to go to a bond hearing for a misdemeanor assault that carries 30 days, and to be forced to that hearing. And what you will hear and see in the evidence is that Deputy Huell, who was the one man on duty to handle all of this, when he met Jamal, knew something wasn't right. When he met Jamal, he goes to his supervisors and says, I don't want to do this. I don't think this is a good idea. Don't make me do it. It went up the chain of command not once, but twice. And he was ordered to go in after Jamal Sutherland. The hardest thing for me, the public, and my goodness, the Sutherland family, is to think Jamal Sutherland wasn't going to hurt anyone in that jail cell. He was there by himself. He wasn't a danger to other inmates. He wasn't a danger to anyone else, but they decided, the administration decided, that it was so important that he go to a hearing where we all know he likely would have gotten a PR bond and been released. So the thought was, use this kind of force for a minor offense that's likely to get a PR bond. And when the people that observe him, that's another thing that you'll see, is it wasn't just 30 seconds or a minute. Deputies spent 12 to 15 minutes before this all happened trying to talk to Jamal and get him to come out willingly, trying to explain to him what was happening, where he had to go. And you'll hear one of them, Deputy Fennell, who talked with him the longest, saying, come on, just put your hands through, just cuff up. I'll go with you. You want me to cuff you? I'll go with you. They didn't want to hurt him. As Mr. Rainey said, when all you have is a hammer, you see a nail. And that's what they saw. They saw that they had to go in, per their supervisors. They had been given two tools, the spray and the taser, to subdue him. After the first two tasers, it is no wonder that Jamal Sutherland was afraid, was frantic. You know, just within the last 24 hours, he had been talking about the Illuminati coming to get him. He didn't know who these people were, dressed like they were dressed, acting like they were acting, doing almost everything that you wouldn't want with someone who's mentally ill. There's no question that they were negligent. There's negligence throughout this case. The problem in proving the criminal intent, however.
I do want to go out now live to California here. You got Governor Gavin Newsom, where just announcing today the major breaking news in California as California state employees will now be required to submit proof of COVID-19 vaccination by August 2nd or take regular tests and wear masks at work. Let's listen.
Health and safety of Californians. Look, we are mindful that we are here at an important juncture in the history of this pandemic, this disease. And while it's absolutely true, and I appreciated the comments, that California is leading the nation in terms of doses administered, over 43.5 million doses have been administered in this state, 17.6 million more than any other state. We are mindful of the increase in positivity rate. We're mindful of the efficiency of the Delta virus. We're mindful of the increase in case rates and hospitalization rates in this state because too many people have chosen to live with this virus. We're at a point in this epidemic, this pandemic, where choice, individuals' choice not to get vaccinated is now impacting the rest of us in a profound and devastating and deadly way. That choice has led to an increase in case rates, growing concern around increase in death rates, and self-evidently around hospitalization rates, not just here in the state of California that has a 5.3% positivity rate, that's half of Texas, roughly a third of states like Florida, but across the rest of the nation. We're mindful of our responsibility to do more and to do better. We're mindful of our responsibility to lead by example as well. California was the first state to do a stay-at-home order. It wasn't without its critics. Continues to address the issues by asserting itself, this state, by leaning in. And we will continue to do that as we advance today's new cause, and that's to address the concerns we have in our healthcare facilities throughout the state of California. But as it relates to leading by example, 246,000 Californians are state employees. 246,000 Californians should be vaccinated. And if they're not vaccinated and cannot verify that they've been vaccinated, we are requiring that they get tested. California is committed to vaccination, verification, and or testing on a weekly basis. We're not stopping just with state employees. Today, we're also announcing partnerships that include those like Kaiser, private sector now stepping up, organizations representing physicians and dentists, dialysis clinics stepping up, private sector clinics are committing to the same. In healthcare settings, they're committed not only to verification of vaccines, but also testing, and that testing cadence will increase to twice a week in high-risk, highly vulnerable settings. What are those? Well, not surprising, acute care settings, skilled nursing facilities would be among them. Our application implementation of these new requirements that will go out under a health order in the state of California begin on August 9th and are implemented through August 23rd. And we hope this example of public and private leadership as it relates to vaccine verifications, vaccine mandates.
And we're going to take another quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox.
Times a week with also commensurate PPP, or rather PPE obligations as it relates to protective gear, N95 respirator masks as an example, will lead to others to replicate this example in the private sector. You're seeing that in private businesses and enterprises, from Bay Area businesses, the bar businesses that are deciding to come together and require some form of verification. We encourage that in the private sector across the spectrum, not just in these healthcare settings. But as it relates to healthcare settings in the state of California, dental settings, doctors, all of these other acute centers, as well as congregate centers that include jails, homeless shelters, we are now asking for that verification, no longer requiring, or rather encouraging, self-attestation. This is a requirement to prove you've been vaccinated, and if you have not, you'll be tested. And so we are sincere in our belief and desire that we need to step things up at this stage of the pandemic. Our projections are sobering. Our projections over the course of the next number of weeks will show a significant increase in hospitalizations if we continue down this path. Our projections will put additional pressure on systems like Kaiser's and systems all throughout the state. Here's the good news. Last week, we saw a 16% increase in the number of people getting their first dose or receiving a J&J vaccine, a 16% increase in vaccinations last week. First doses representing a little over 255,000 shots administered. We're seeing as well an increase in people getting vaccinated in what we refer to as the Healthy Place Index Quartile 1. And forgive me, I lost 99% of you, but for the 1% that understand what I'm talking about, that's the most vulnerable zip codes in the state of California. Those are the communities most at risk, the communities most impacted by this pandemic. That's around our equity frame, our equity metric. We have actually seen a 7-week consistent increase relative to other quartiles of vaccination rates, and that also includes the Latino community, of which we have seen a very modest uptick, an encouraging uptick in vaccination rates as well. Look, I am not naive, and I'll close, that there are many people still vaccine hesitant. That's why the state put $40 million up. We announced this last week in a CalVax grant program to encourage family practices, family physicians, to have a private setting where they can address that anxiety and that hesitancy. But we are exhausted, respectfully, exhausted by the ideological prism that too many Americans are living under. We're exhausted by the Ron Johnsons and the Tucker Carlsons. We're exhausted by the Marjorie Taylor Greens. We're exhausted by the right-wing echo chamber that has been perpetuating misinformation around the vaccine and its efficacy and safety. We're exhausted by the politicalization of this pandemic, and that includes mask wearing that has been equated to the Holocaust. It's disgraceful, it's unconstitutional, it's unconscionable, and it needs to be called out. Increasingly, it is being called out, and I want to acknowledge that. And I want to applaud particularly Republican leaders that have had the courage to call that out. And I hope more and more will do the same to live with this virus. And with all due respect, you don't have the choice to go out and drink and drive and put everybody else's lives at risk. That's the equivalent of this moment with the deadliness and efficiency of the Delta virus. You're putting other people's, innocent people's lives at risk. You're putting businesses at risk. You're putting at risk the ability to educate our kids by getting them back in person full time for in-person instruction. No more Zoom schools. We want to keep our economy moving. We want our small businesses on their feet. Your choice not to get vaccinated and to listen to these pundits that are profiteering off misinformation, intentionally misinforming you, comes at a real societal cost. We need to be more clear about that, and we need to call that out. And so we are doing just that in our state, and increasingly we're seeing that with leaders of all political stripes across this country, and that is indeed encouraging. And so it's in that frame, in that spirit of some optimism about our capacity to deal with this. We can deal with this disease in a month. If everybody that has not gotten vaccinated got vaccinated, we can extinguish this disease. You won't be asking about mask mandates. It's the wrong question. The question is, why haven't we followed the science, and why aren't we finishing the job? 75% of Californians, 74.8% of all eligible Californians have received at least one dose, but there's 25% of people that haven't. And that's our focus here today. Lead by example, encourage these healthcare settings to do the same in the private sector, not just the public sector, and to start be a little bit more clear about the lines that need to be drawn, calling out the failure of too many that have megaphones, that are abusing that privilege and that right by spewing misinformation, while the entire time they're sitting there working for organizations that require vaccinations to be administered and have received life-saving vaccinations themselves. That's a hell of a thing. And so forgive me for being pointed, but it's time we call that question and call some of these people out. And that's, again, the spirit that brings me here today, a spirit of focus and energy that I hope will get us to the other side of this pandemic once and for all. And with that, we're happy here to take any questions.
Governor Greg Lee, KTVU. Assemblymember Wicks alluded to this about schools beginning to open in a couple of weeks. I know this does not include teachers, but are there conversations with public education about perhaps a verification for teachers and perhaps students moving forward, especially those that are over 12?
Well, as you know, and I appreciate your recognition in the question, that our teachers are not state employees. As a consequence, they are not included, as you suggest, in the guidelines going out here today. But we are encouraging and we're hopeful that more school-based sites, more opportunity, as you know, to prioritize, as we have since the beginning of the distribution of the vaccinations, prioritizing our caregivers, our teachers included, and paraprofessionals. It's not just our teachers, it's the bus drivers, it's the folks out there doing the hard work behind the scenes, including custodial staff, that they have access to free, safe vaccines. That continues. Everybody, by the way, has access to free, safe vaccines, regardless of their immigration status. It's just a reminder to everybody of the availability and the increasing ubiquity of access. As it relates to guidelines in the schools, we'll continue to work with our local districts and encourage more vaccination take-ups. But so far, we've just required mask wearing and a series of other guidelines that have been published and updated recently as it relates to this fall session.
Hi, Governor Newsom. I'm Harriet Rowan with the Mercury News. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about the ideas or discussion around having a more broad vaccine mandate, and then also, are there next steps of this mandate that you might implement if the problem continues?
I appreciate the question. The announcement here today is broad, it's significant. I believe we may be the first state at scale to not only require for all state employees, but to engage a public-private partnership with all healthcare facilities in the state more broadly. We have made this crystal clear. There's one thing that's been absolutely consistent throughout this pandemic is that we're open argument. We're interested in evidence. And we're not ideological in terms of next steps and decisions. On the basis of one thing we've consistently said, and that's the facts on the ground, science, evidence, the epidemiology, the nature, spread, this disease, the variants, of which we're not just tracking the Delta variant. There's over a dozen other variants and mutations that we're tracking. And that's another point. It was made by, I believe, Senator Skinner appropriately. The longer we wait to extinguish this disease, the more likely that we will be facing another variant, another mutation that may not have, well, where the vaccines may not be as effective in addressing that mutation as the vaccines are effective today of addressing the Delta variant. And so, again, encouraging folks to consider the opportunity to take this as a chance to consider their own employer relationships, and encourage the private sector and employers down the state to consider mirroring some of the efforts we're announcing here today for state.
Luz Peña with ABC 7 News. What are some of the consequences of refusing to get vaccinated? Could state employees lose their jobs?
Well, we have existing MOUs in the process and the procedures as it relates to workplace rules. This is just going to be added into that. And so you look through the bargaining units, you'll look through the MOUs, you look at the language, and there's processes and protocols that are well established, well in place. This is a requirement to either get vaccinated or to get tested once, 2 days a week, surgical masks in some cases, respiratory masks in other cases and other settings, and those are all part of the health order that's going out, an implementation process that will occur over a few weeks beginning August 9th to August 23rd.
So is California also considering to reinstate the mask mandate as the Delta variant spreads?
Vast majority of Californians are living under a jurisdiction, including the Bay Area, where we are today, that recommends it and or mandates in some parts of the state, particularly two notable parts in Southern California. Our focus is on vaccinations, so there'll be no need if we can extinguish this virus and put.
Live Now from Fox does continue. We take you out to Bakersfield, California right now, getting an update on Kern County. Deputies shot. That happened yesterday. We are bringing this to you now live now on Fox, giving you an update there where the sheriff's office says 2 of our deputies were struck, one with moderate injuries, one with major injuries. So let's get an update on that.
His family to find out from social media, from the news media, from rumor mills, and we tried to control it as much as we could. We did not want to be a part of the problem. We wanted to be a part of the solution, and we just felt like it was appropriate to wait till today to name him because we weren't sure. You know, I was there when the wife and the mother and the father. We just felt we needed to wait. I'm sorry? You leave behind a wife? Yes, and 2 children. 2 small children.
Sheriff, do you know about the suspects' firearms, how they were acquired illegally?
Bob, we're working on that right now. We're not releasing the suspect's name because we don't know. The coroner's office will make notification, and then that will become available. We will do a criminal history, we'll do a research, and we'll have more answers as we go forward.
Do you have any sort of count on how many rounds were fired yesterday?
A lot. There's video out there of that people took. You know, there was 2 separate incidents, and there were a lot of rounds fired. No question about it.
Was this a hostage situation in the house, technically, or was it did not rise to that level?
Well, again, we don't know for sure, but I'm assuming that 3 people didn't stay in the house and wait to be shot, and 4 were able to leave the residence. So I have to assume that it probably was the reason for the entry and not waiting was we had received a 911 call that had an open line, and we believed that the victim, at least one victim, was still alive, and we felt obligated to go in and try and rescue that victim.
And when you guys went in, was there anybody that was alive that was still in the house?
There was not. Anybody else?
How can the community show support? What can they do?
Oh, they already are. You know, my phone's just been, I have to leave it someplace because it's blowing up with people that want to show support. Social media. This community is made up of people that 99% or 100% behind their law enforcement agencies, and we greatly appreciate that because now is when we need it. And so we already have that, and we ask the public to be patient while we go through this investigation. We will release all the information that we can as quickly as we can. We just want to make sure we get it right, not quick. 1350 Norris Road, 93308.
And the other deputies involved, is there any sort of care that they can receive now? Or are they going to be on leave for a while?
Yeah, we have 23 deputies are off on administrative leave. Some that were not shooters, some were just close friends. You know, an incident like this, as you all know, you don't have to be intimately involved to really have a serious impact on your mental health, and we're experiencing that. We already suffer from a manpower shortage on patrol. Bakersfield Police Department is stepped up, handling some of our calls, or most of our calls. I've received texts and phone calls from probably 25 sheriffs throughout the state of California offering their help, their manpower, or whatever we need. And that's what sheriffs do in this great state.
Sheriff, you were elected in 2006. Never have you, with the exception of tragedies involving car crashes and others, never something like this, right, where someone was shot and killed.
I have had one. Not as the sheriff, but I was the commander when Deputy Rick McHale was shot and killed about a mile from here.
Now, I'm very sad to talk about, obviously, but yesterday you got that phone call. Is that how it works? You get a phone call?
Yes, yes, and it started out with a hostage situation or barricaded suspect with potentially had shot and wounded somebody inside the house. And those texts come, as you know, in our society quite frequently. Didn't pay a lot of attention until the undersheriff called me, and then I knew that it had gone south. Philip. Oh, I'm sorry. Dizander, D-I-Z-A-N-D-E-R, Guerrero. And Philip Campas, C-A-M-P-A-S.
Have you been able to talk to any of the families from the victims that were killed?
I have not. We're still trying to decipher who's who in this. It's easy from the law enforcement side because we know them and we know their history and we know their families. But we have to be very cautious. Right now, I don't know the relationship of the three with law enforcement that were killed. I don't know the four that escaped, whether what relationship they have. So we're pretty cautious with getting out in front of this.
Sheriff, can you talk about the efforts?
I'm sorry?
Can you talk about the efforts from your deputies yesterday?
Yeah, what you saw was a heroic attempt to rescue people. We have protocols that we follow with our SWAT team. Had there not been other people in this house, we'd probably still be there doing what we do, and that's wait until the suspect decides that he's had enough. In this particular case, we had a choice. We believed, with information we received from the 911 calls, from the open line, from the information we had, that there was people that were alive in there that needed to be rescued. And I think we were correct in that assumption. And that requires a SWAT entry, which is probably the most dangerous thing that we do. And I think in this case proved out that yesterday.
Can you confirm the ages of the suspect's sons that were killed?
I believe one was 17 and the other was 24.
Sheriff, describe for us what the camaraderie within the SWAT unit.
Yeah, our SWAT team is down right now. The SWAT team yesterday, when the undersheriff and I were at the hospital, and we found out that Deputy Campas had passed, we didn't relay that information to the SWAT team because they still had a job to do. We wanted to make sure that they were doing the right thing for the right reasons. But after the event last night, we went down, met with the SWAT team down in our SWAT room, and it was obvious that they were incapable at that point of responding to another SWAT call-out. So we contacted the BPD, and they will handle any SWAT call-out. Hopefully we don't have any, but if we do, they'll deal with it for us. We're just not capable of doing it today.
How many people are in that unit?
20? 28. It was an AK-47 style rifle. I don't know the caliber at this point. Keep in mind those 28 are assigned to different areas of the organization. SWAT is duty on top of their normal assignment.
Can you talk about the symbolism of your badge and your leadership badges as well, right there that you've covered up with?
Are you talking about the band? Yeah, the black band we wear when any officer in the state of California or in the United States, and when we get notice that until the funeral, we wear that black band. We wear it during Memorial Week, and quite frankly, we've been wearing it most of this year and last year. It's on more often than it's off, and that's a sad commentary for our country.
Sheriff, can you confirm real quick then, did the suspect die in the house or at the hospital? And then also, did at any point did he make a 911 call?
I have no information that he made a 911 call and he died at the scene. Yes?
Sheriff, you mentioned you were at the hospital last night at medical. Can you talk a little bit about who was there and what were the thoughts and feelings when you were there?
Yeah, it'd be easier to tell you who wasn't there. We had Kern County Fire, CHP, 100 deputies, and they were there even after we realized we had lost Deputy Campas, and they all escorted him to the coroner's office.
deputy cops reside in Bakersfield, and do any of them reside in Wasco?
The SWAT team, I can't tell you where each one of them lives. I can tell you that Deputy Guerrero and Campos did not live in Wasco.
Do you have any information on the funeral service yet?
We do not. It's we're working with the family. That will be driven by the family when, where, what they request. We're here just to serve them in whatever capacity we can. Whatever they want, they get. Anybody else?
Sheriff, do you know how old these girls are?
They're relatively young. I do not have their ages.
Can you talk about the scenes a little bit as far as you've been in this field of work for a long time? Is this way more severe than you've seen?
It seems that we're seeing a trend across this country of violence against police officers, and a lot of it is, no offense intended, is driven by the media. And we just need some level, honest reporting. We're not perfect. We do some things that we need to be criticized for. We welcome that. But I think even you all can look across this country what's occurring and realize this has got to stop. When you call 911, you expect someone to respond to help you. That's what we do. We make mistakes, and we sometimes have people that do things that embarrass us. But we hire from the human race, and we get humans. And we're doing the best that we can, as every other organization in this country is. I'm just asking that take a look at the way we do our business, and let's be part of the solution and not part of the problem. Anybody else?
Would there be anybody available to give us like a quick soundbite?
All right, so the suspect there in that shooting that happened yesterday in California there has died. They're being reported that he died at the scene. 2 deputies were shot in this hostage situation that was ongoing there in Kern County, California. But we were listening to the sheriff here talking about just how hard it is for the police officers and deputies, not only in California, but across the country, that have to deal with crime on such an escalated situation that we are seeing it. Let's take another quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page, as we continue to roll on more live stories and breaking news events from across the country right here. We're going to go out to another live event here. Take you out to Minnesota now, where the governor and other state officials are talking about Minnesota being a leader in clean car city there and state. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
To set our Next Generation Energy Act goals, and we need to be a leader on electric vehicles too. My car kicked the bucket a couple of years ago, and I wanted my next car to be electric. And so I started looking around. I live in Minneapolis, so you'd think that there would be pretty easy for me to find a car. I had to drive an hour and a half to a dealer to find the car I wanted. It's because there's just not a lot of inventory here in our state, and that's because the auto manufacturers are going to sell to the states that want it, to the states that are pushing for electric vehicles, and those are the clean car states. We're the first in the Midwest to be one of those, and that's just good for Minnesota consumers. That means we're going to have more opportunity to purchase vehicles using the great technology of the company that we got a chance to tour today, and that's going to benefit our state for jobs. It's going to benefit our state for having better cars to drive, and then also obviously for climate and clean air, where we know that we have a lot to do with transportation being our number one source of climate pollution in our state. So I just want to thank Governor Walz for stepping up, being a visionary, being a leader in this space, and knowing that we can't sit back and wait. We can't wait for other states to be first. We don't have the time for the climate, and that's not good for our economy or for Minnesota drivers. So thank you, Governor Walz, for your leadership. This is a great day.
Thanks, Chair. Appreciate it. Well, it is exciting. I'm glad that Representative Hansen mentioned that. We were outside back in September of 19 and had young people there with us and had that vision, and then the incredible amount of work, countless town hall meetings, tens of thousands of public comments, and the work that was done to craft this. So it was a lot of work to get to this day, but as you can feel it here, when you can find these win-win-win things, it does feel pretty good. And the partners that are standing up here, and there are many, many more, of those Minnesotans who made this happen. So we're really grateful. We're really excited. And again, Tom, it's great to see that this slice of the peripheral benefit of what happens with this. As you said, you move with the industry. As they moved, you moved from carburetor technology into fuel injection and just on, and here we are. And this is one that, again, the opportunities for Minnesota to be on the forefront are immense. And so we're going to start today, and we just keep on moving forward. With that, any questions of this group?
What's your response to the argument that this is putting California in charge of our environmental agenda?
Well, that's untrue, and it's like many of our arguments, they're very superficial on this. We all know that this was a national standard. California went to court over the Clean Air Act and was granted the ability to do this. The other 13 states that followed along. Like I said, I think that this will be the national standard before long. We saw the last administration roll back some of these. Now it's coming back the other way. So it's used, as you heard Senator Franson say, it's used as like being scary or something like that. The sixth largest economy in the world is California. They've innovated on many fronts. We certainly don't follow everything, and we don't follow exactly as it goes. That's the rule that allows us to lead and do things that Minnesota needs to do. And again, I can't stress enough. Chair Long is right. This is being led by business. This is being led by the manufacturers. This is being led by market demand, by folks who know we got to clean our economy and that these EVs are the way to go. And the thing that we as the price point continues to come down, as we get more market saturation, long-term costs of owning EVs are much less. And so you see in these states that have it that they are saving immense amounts of money.
Can you give us a timeline of when buyers might be able to expect these new cars to come into the state? Is this happening?
Yeah, no, as you know, this is ours because it gives the lead on it. This goes into effect January 1st, 2024. Peter, correct me if I get this wrong, and then it's for model year 25 that will come out. And I don't know, and this is where I would turn to maybe some of the experts on this. One of the things is when you make a move like this, we're sending the strong signal to folks to get ready and the market to get ready for this. And so whether manufacturers, again, they meet their demands in the states where they have it. I think the example I used is there's about 16 different models, if you can find them, are available in Minnesota. In clean car states, it's above 40 different models, and that will continue to increase. So I would hope we would start to see that as this starts to move forward, that manufacturers start getting on the ground here, starting to put those out. And again, I would remind Minnesotans, if you are not in the market to buy an EV, although 70% of Minnesotans, when surveyed, said they are interested in finding out more and doing that. But if you're not one of those, there will be many options for you for an internal combustion engine. So we hope in the near future, but it'll go into that model year 25 is where it becomes the law.
Have you ever driven in an electric car? And for people that haven't, how might you describe it? I've driven in one, and I would say what I think of it.
Yeah. Well, it is the first thing you notice is the quietness of it, the lack of instrumentation. My brother-in-law has one. And I think for me, the torque that they provide, how quickly they accelerate. And I say this as an old gearhead who had the old Camaros, and we were always trying to get them to go a little bit faster. There's no comparison. I think Tom is right. The experience is pretty stunning. The comfort of them, the quiet, the acceleration, and then driving. I think, folks, the charging capacities and what you're seeing here. I think, Tom, correct me if I'm wrong on this. The ones that you say will be available in restaurants and in, not the great big rapid charger, but these, you get about 30 minutes or 30 miles of drive for an hour of charge. So overnight you can recharge the whole thing. So my experience has been incredible. I mean, we're having this discussion at my home about getting on the F-150 list. So I'm still I'm working that, but they're fabulous. It's a joint decision at our house, so I think we will.
Along the lines then of the other arguments that have been raised, the auto dealers say that this is going to saddle them with all sorts of cars that people don't want to buy.
Well, that's not true either in the other states. And I remind folks of this. It seems almost stunning to me. It was 1984. Some of you with a little gray hair remember this. We didn't have the seatbelt law till 84. The auto dealers fought against the seatbelt law because it was going to add too much cost and people wouldn't buy new cars. That was the argument. And then, of course, we went through the perfunctory. Boy, that was much ado about nothing. The fact of the matter is there will be a demand here. They're not going to be saddled with these cars. As you've heard, people are driving hundreds of miles to find them as it is now. Once you have it in the Midwest, we will be a market for others. I think what you're going to find is I would anticipate the fight will be that they can't get enough, and they're going to be asking. And again, it doesn't say that each dealer has to have a certain amount. It's the manufacturers put them out. So if people are buying them in the Twin Cities, which it doesn't just appear to be a Twin Cities initiative, as we start to build out more charging infrastructure, whether that be at our state parks, whether it be at the rest stops, whether it be private businesses or multifamily housing units and things like that, people start doing that more. But here's what I would say is, the 14 other states that have done this, that is absolutely 100% false. So the idea that you would bring that here and use the argument that was used in some of these other states, there is no data to support that whatsoever, that they will be stuck with those vehicles.
What will it take to get a rebate passed in the state?
I might let the legislators talk on this.
Well, we worked really hard on that this session. It did pass the House this year to have. Yeah, so you can talk Senator Franzen. And the rebate that we created was a really good one. We had rebates for used vehicles. We had tiered rebates based on income, so we were trying really hard to address affordability and equity with our rebates. But we know that's the most effective policy to get additional folks to buy vehicles, and it was supported by the auto dealers. They were out there trying to push at the legislature for us to get that done. But I'm hoping next year. I think the antagonism that we saw around clean cars took up a lot of space on talking about electric vehicles. But so we were given a no electric vehicle policy of any kind from the Senate was the blanket approach this session. But I'm hoping that next year, now that the dust is settled and we're moving on, that we can actually take a real hard look at this, do EV rebates, do EV infrastructure, do the responsible things that we need as a state to help support the Clean Cars Initiative.
That's great. I couldn't agree more. I was talking with Tom. I again throw these things out there because this is what the discussion spurs, that we should look about, and I ask the legislators to think about tax credits for building owners who are putting in these charging stations and things, because there's some trenching work, there's the electrical work. They were saying out here these units are all prefabricated, ready to go. There's no additional training for the electricians, but if you could get some of these multifamily units that would get a tax rebate that would come back for installing these, we'll get that money back. It will come back and flow to us. So there's a lot of great ideas, but I think Chair Long is right. All talk around climate just froze in place because of the opposition to this. And as I said, I think there are hills to die on, and I never understood it on this one because it's the market and the manufacturers and the entrepreneurs and the business community, and everything is moving this direction.
On COVID, your health department is having its first media call in nearly 2 months today.
you potentially calling another peacetime emergency over the Delta?
Yeah, we're not there yet. I'll be leaving this meeting and having that conversation, specifically dealing with schools in the fall. I do note to folks that Minnesota, one of those 15 states again, there's probably some correlations between the clean car states and the vaccination rates would be my guess. You guys could experiment and look at that. But being one of those 15 states that reached the 70%, we're now, I think, today 46th or 47th in the spread. It is increasing, and we have just about doubled in the last 7 to 10 days. We've doubled ICU beds. It was incredibly low. I think we went from 24 to 48 or somewhere in there today. And the same thing with cases. But the numbers of where we were, we're not seeing the overwhelming numbers in our hospitals that would overwhelm the system. But there is still every reason to be concerned. So what we're doing now is we're putting things in place, looking at how will we respond to this. It appears, and some of you heard this, the Delta variant, and just let this sink in, is 100 times more contagious. It's 100 times more contagious, and for several reasons. One is our seniors are pretty well vaccinated. It's preying on younger, and it's moving younger and younger, and we've got grade school age kids intubated in Mississippi. With that being said, we believe, and we're trying to formulate how this will be approached regionally. Early in the pandemic, there was talk about, well, why are you shutting down all areas of the state when certain areas have a higher population? That spread, and because there was no vaccine, and because there was no limit of where it could go, didn't make sense in states that tried it like Maine and Illinois. It didn't work very well. That may be where we go. So we've not talked about statewide emergency. The one thing I would remind...
We are going out to the White House right now, where we do have some playback right here of President Biden meeting with the role here of Iraq right now with the Prime Minister of Iraq. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
The United States for some time now in the Middle East, and I've engaged deeply in Iraq for my entire career, back in the Senate as Vice President and as President. And I've worked with Iraq and a matter of fact, my son Bo was in Iraq for a year with the Army National Guard. And the sacrifices that so many have made to build the U.S.-Iraq partnership has been real, and it's consequential. And my administration is committed to strengthening that partnership, Mr. Prime Minister. And the U.S.-Iraqi strategic dialogue is about commitments that expand our cooperations on issues like healthcare, climate, energy. For a matter of fact, I want to tell you, I was told you that 500,000 doses of COVID vaccine we're sending. You were told they wouldn't come for a while. They'll be there in a couple weeks. Thank you. They'll be there quickly. We support strengthening Iraq's democracy, and we're anxious to make sure the election goes forward in October. And we're also committed to our security cooperation. Our shared fight against ISIS is critical for the stability of the region, and our counterterrorism cooperation will continue even as we shift to this new phase we're going to be talking about. I'm looking forward to consulting with the Prime Minister today. We have a lot to talk about. He's been a good friend, and I'm anxious to get going. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a great honor to be here today with our American friends. We have strategic partnership. I'm happy here in Washington to discuss the future of our nation and how to prove this relation between our two countries. America, they help Iraq. Together we fight and defeat ISIS. And I'd like to thank the American people on behalf of all Iraqi people. Mr. President, I thank you for all the blood and treasure the American has given for a free and democratic Iraq. Today our relation is stronger than ever. Our partnership exists for economy, the environment, health, education, culture, and more. I'm looking forward to work with you, Mr. President, to bring our two countries more closer for benefit of Iraq and United States. God bless our two countries. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you, folks. Whoa, hang on a second. If you want to talk about Iraq, ask me a question about Iraq.
How many troops would you like to see in Iraq by the end of this year, and how does the relationship changes, considering this is the last strategic dialogue that you have with Iraq and the Prime Minister?
This most recent dialogue, you mean? Well, we've been talking a lot. Our foreign ministers, our cabinet members have been talking. We're looking forward to seeing an election in October. We're working very hard with the Iraqi government to make sure the UN and the GCC we have oversight that these are full and fair elections. I've been in contact with Khatami. Anyway, I think things are going well. Our role in Iraq will be as a dealing with it's just to be available, to continue to train, to assist, to help, and to deal with ISIS as it arrives. But we are not going to be, by the end of the year, in a combat mission.
Mr. President, Veterans Affairs is going to have a mandate.
You are such a pain in the neck, but I'm going to answer your question because we've known each other for so long. It has nothing to do with Iraq. The answer, no. I'll answer your question. Yes, Veteran Affairs is going to, in fact, require that all docs working in facilities are going to have to be vaccinated.
Thank you, guys. Let's go. Thank you, guys. Let's go. Let's go. Come on, guys. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you.
All right, President Biden there wrapping up this Oval Office meeting, telling one member of the media that you're a pain in the neck for not asking a question that was on topic right there. So that is the end of that meeting right here on Live Now from Fox. We continue on right here. Let's take another quick 2-minute break. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Everyone, we're going out to Chicago here. You got Mayor Lori Lightfoot talking at a news conference here and answering questions from the media. Let's listen.
In New York, they're requiring city workers to either show that they're vaccinated.
Show that they're vaccinated or to take a weekly test.
Correct.
Yeah.
Are you reconsidering that for the city of Chicago, given the surge in cases?
Well, we're looking at a lot of different options, and obviously we're a unionized town, as is New York. We'll be having those conversations with our partners in organized labor to make sure that everybody's walking on the journey at the same time. But we have to look at a variety of options. We've seen an increase week over week in the last 2 weeks, which is why Dr. Arity and I sounded the alarm last week about the rise in cases, but also the rise in hospitalizations. Really, the Delta variant is, I think, the thing that we're most concerned about, and primarily concerned among people that aren't vaccinated. The numbers are very clear. 97% of the deaths, same number for hospitalizations, are among people that are not vaccinated. That is alarming, concerning, so that's why we rang the bell last week, and we're going to continue to talk about it. We're not in the danger zone, in part because there is a lot of vaccinations that are out there, but I want to make sure that everyone takes advantage of this life-saving vaccine, and no one is put in a position where they're sick and in a hospital on a ventilator and wishing, if I had only gotten vaccinated. There's plenty of free vaccine. We are ramping up our resources to bring them directly to people's houses. So I hope the message gets clear. And let me in particular say this among Black Chicago, which is where we see the lowest levels of uptake, particularly on the South Side. There is more that can and should be done, but we need people to raise their hand and say, I want the vaccine. We'll bring it to your house. We'll come to your place of business. Whatever it takes, we want people to get vaccinated.
And Mayor Lightfoot, Lollapalooza.
Yeah.
As we get closer to the first performers taking stage, are you having any second thoughts?
I'm not having second thoughts, and here's why. One, the Lolla people, I think, have done a tremendous job of really educating what they believe is going to be their core group of folks that are going to be coming to participate about the necessity of getting vaccinated. In order to get into Lolla, you have to do two things. You either have to prove that you're vaccinated, or you have to prove that you have a negative test within 48 hours of entering on whatever day it is that you're planning to go. The other thing I think to keep in mind is it's outside, and that makes a difference. We know now for a year plus that the danger of transmission is less outside than it is inside. And the truth of the matter is we have large-scale events that have been happening at least since June 11th when we became fully open as a city, and we've been able to do those things successfully. DCASE has put on many of these citywide events, but others have been put on by third parties, private individuals. We haven't seen that uptick. The concern is with the folks that are unvaccinated. The concern is with other parts of the state. If you look at Southern Illinois, you look around East St. Louis, which is obviously proximate to Missouri, those are the areas that we're watching with great interest and frankly concern. But I don't have any hesitation about Lolla, particularly because the organizers have been very focused on public health and public safety.
Mayor, question for my colleague about mask mandates. Are you
I'm sorry?
Mask mandates? Are
Yeah.
you reconsidering any kind of mask mandate indoors, maybe for people who are vaccinated, just to try to stop the spread of things?
Well, again, we are not in a danger area based upon the metrics that we follow, but I do think it's smart for people to wear masks. When you're in a group, you don't know who's vaccinated or not. We know that the risk to the unvaccinated is extremely high, not only for them getting sick, but also transmitting. So I think everybody's going to make their decisions about what makes the most sense for them. But if we see a surge, anything like we've seen in the past couple cycles, then everything's on the table. But right now I feel confident with the measures that are in place, but everything is subject to change based upon the data and the science.
We were talking to the superintendent this morning just about the violence numbers. Continue to have dozens and dozens of people shot, nearly a dozen people killed. The superintendent doesn't seem to think that they need to do anything differently, pointing the finger over at the courts. Does CPD need to do anything differently on their end?
Well, this is a time for all of us to ask ourselves that question. What more can we be done? What more can we as individuals, as communities, as families, what more can each of us do during this time? We are seeing a downward trend that started in April of this year. month over month, year over year, from 2020 to 2021. We're making progress, but we've already had 89 people killed in the city of Chicago just this month. That's a breathtaking number. It cannot be on CPD alone. We know that the relying 100% on the police with an arrest strategy, we can't arrest our way out of this problem. What we're seeing is the manifestation.
Let's take another quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox, everyone.
Decades of years of neglect. Part of the reason we're excited about the opportunity that this particular investment makes is we're giving people who have had challenges in their life, who had difficulty getting employment, an opportunity to improve their skills, build a resume, if you will, but also contribute back to their community. We have to keep looking for these type of opportunities, but in particular, we've got to reach those young men who are the trigger pullers. We've got to give them a sense of hope and opportunity that their destiny isn't preordained to be a member of a gang, to mine somebody's corner spot, to go to jail, or worse, an early death. The increase in violence across the country is obviously alarming and has attention and focus of every single mayor that I know, me included. I've said this before and I'll repeat it. It is the only issue. All of the great things that are happening across our city, and there are so many every single day in every neighborhood, none of them matter. None of them matter if we don't get a handle on the violence that we're seeing. If people don't feel safe in their home, in their neighborhood, and the ability to come out on a warm and probably, I'd say more accurately, really hot summer day like today. I can't say more about this other than we've got to all dig down deep, each one of us, everyone, and do what we can. We know what the root causes are. We know who the kids are that are at risk. We've got to keep doing everything we can to reach those young people. And for the ones that step over the line, you've heard me say this before as well. I'm channeling my mother. We love them. We want to support them. But when you're wrong, you're wrong. And what we need is people in communities to step up and to talk about the people on their block who they know are causing problems. Step up. You can do it anonymously. Step up, and if you report where guns are and it leads to a seizure or an arrest, we're willing to reward you for taking that leap of faith. But it doesn't work if we're just saying CPD is the problem. We are all part of the solution, and we've all got to step up and own that responsibility.
Are you satisfied that CPD is doing all it can?
As I said, I can't isolate CPD alone, but yes, I believe that the plans and the deployments that they have in place have been effective. But the challenge is we're seeing an unprecedented level of violence here in our city that isn't abated since last year. We're making progress, but the level of brazenness, for example, there was an officer-involved shooting today. There was a traffic stop, and an individual, as I understand it, took out his gun and shot at police who are wearing uniform. We've had almost 40 officers that have been fired upon this year. It is a different time than what we've seen in recent years. I would say you'd have to go back to the 90s to understand the dynamics that are on the ground now. We're far better than we were then, but it is a very challenging time, and it requires all of us, everyone who cares about their home, their neighborhood, their block, their city, to step up and ask, what more can I do to be part of the solution?
And I also can warn you that I have 2 questions from good old Fran.
Tell Fran to come back.
All right. Anyway, first, my questions. You just talked about Lala, and you said that you need a test 48 hours. Originally, you needed a test 24 hours when it was first announced. On the website, it says you need a negative test 72 hours. So
let me figure out, my understanding as of this morning, it was 48 hours. If I've got that wrong, we'll correct it. But the point is, you've got to demonstrate as you come in the gate that you have a negative test within a reasonable period of time, because we don't want people coming in who are unvaccinated, who have not taken the time to get a COVID test and demonstrate that they're negative.
All right, so just to finish
so
my question.
we'll clarify the time.
There are health experts like Dr. Emily Landon who say throwing Lala is a mistake.
I don't agree
And she also
with.
adds that it's all about the money.
Well, God bless Dr. Landon. I don't agree with her. She said a lot of things over the course of these last 16 months, which I don't agree with. Who I have confidence in is Dr. Allison Arty, our Director of Public Health, who has been working with the folks at Lala for some time now, and particularly over the last few weeks, to understand what their plan is, to make sure that they are abiding by the public health guidance and that they've got the latest information and that we're all on the same page about what is needed. If I thought for a moment that shutting down Lala would prevent further spread in the way that we're seeing it, then I wouldn't hesitate to do that. But as I said, it's outdoors. We've been having large-scale events all over the city since June without major problems or issues. The Lala team has been phenomenal. They've hired their own public health experts who've been working hand in glove with us since we started these discussions, really back early in the spring, about whether or not Lala was going to go forward. So God bless the critics standing on the sidelines, but I feel confident that the Lala folks have a good, solid plan in place, and we're going to obviously hold them accountable to make sure that that plan is enforced.
Mayor, some are surprised that you told the New York Times that your re-election is not a gimme.
Yeah, I apparently that's caught a lot of people's attention. Here's what I said in context. You know, when you come into office, you have a vision of where you want to go. And I certainly had that myself. And I still do. But the world and fate.
Taking another quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox.
16 months into a global pandemic, a massive economic dislocation, surging violence, it's not a gimme. Now, the truth is that I believe in being prepared. We've raised over $2 million since I took the oath of office. We had, in this last year alone, we raised over $500,000. So I believe in being prepared, but it's a conversation that I need to have at the appropriate time with my wife. All the things that are going on in our city, all the challenges that we are facing. And I think that residents have a right to demand my full attention on. My reelection is not a priority for me at this point. It will become something that we talk about as a family later on, but that's not now. So the writer of the tweet in the story has been writing my obituary since I think May 21st, 2019, which is the day after I took office. So, you know, I think the facts speak for themselves.
Could you talk to us from Fran, wanted reaction to the new FOP contract? The president said it has pegged the cost of this retro pay at $600 million. Where will that money come from?
Well, it's on average, because it's an 8-year contract, which accounts for, I think she's going to, Asha, give her a minute. I think it's an 8-year contract. It accounts for the 4 years that are expired and 4 years into the future. It's an average of about 2% a year. We have, if you check our budget, we've been tucking money away for this little by little every year. And so we feel prepared to manage the expense that will be incurred, and we can give you more details later.
But you're pleased with this new contract?
Well, I am pleased that we finally got it done. It shouldn't have taken this long. I shouldn't have walked into office with a contract that was already 2 years expired. It shouldn't have taken us 2 more years to get it done, because we had an FOP leadership that was literally refusing to get to the table. And I told them over and over again, we're not going to talk about money unless we talk about accountability. And so I'm happy with the progress that we've made on reform and accountability, and I think those are the top line features. We built into the contract some other resources to help support our men and women around health and wellness, but it shouldn't have taken another 2 years. And really, we got it done in a matter of weeks when the president of FOP finally got serious about getting something done. This could have been something that we did a year ago.
And then finally from Fran, can you talk about the concerns, do you have concerns about the way CPS is picking facilities and janitorial vendors in light of the Sunday article in the Sun Times?
Well, we've had a lot of discussion about that, and I made no secret of the fact that the previous contracts and the lack of accountability, there have been substantive changes that have been made in the contract. One, shrinking the size of the contract that was awarded and making sure that there was more hands-on facilities management by CPS in a way that didn't happen before. But as always, the proof is in the pudding. And in my view is, if this new contract, if the vendor doesn't live up to the commitments in the contract, it's my expectation that we will put them on notice and we'll terminate the contract. There is no reason ever, ever, ever that any of our children should be going into a school that is filthy. It should never happen. I expect, particularly in a time of COVID, that our schools are above reproach when it comes to cleanliness. And the schools that I've been in, over and over again over the course of this last 16 months, have really been spotless. Even when students have returned, that's what we want. And frankly, that's what our students and their parents should absolutely have every right to expect. And if a vendor thinks they're going to get a fat contract and not do their job, those days are over. And I'm going to hold CPS accountable to make sure that they are doing what's necessary to hold the vendors accountable. The contract in the first instance is with CPS, but my expectations on this are real clear. Clean schools, live up to your contractual obligations, or get out. Right here. Go ahead.
Hi, Mayor. You've talked quite a bit about COVID and the announcements that have come out of New York City today, with similar announcements coming from the state of California. Any conversations happening with the city and the state on possible requirements, vaccine requirements, mask mandates?
Well, we're looking at this with great interest, obviously. We're in a different situation than California is. I think LA's daily case rate is over 1,000 a day. Ours is still about 137, I think, was our number today. But all of us are concerned about what we're seeing in way too many places across the country. I won't steal Dr. Arwady's thunder tomorrow, but you can expect that there are going to be other states that are added to the travel advisory list. Places that have not taken vaccination seriously. They've sown. Look, they're reaping what they've sown, unfortunately, and people's lives are at risk. This virus is serious. It is deadly. It is still present. And the longer you take to delay getting a vaccine, you run the risk of a further mutation of the virus, which is going to be more difficult. Luckily, the vaccines that have come out with Pfizer and Johnson & Johnson and the other have been effective against the Delta variant, but they're not effective if you don't get vaccinated. And so what we have to do as a country, and I think the president is doing this, is really place a huge amount of emphasis on getting more and more people vaccinated. We know that the virus doesn't respect geographic boundaries. And so we can do everything we can here in Chicago, and we've got more work to be done to be sure. But if we're seeing places that are proximate to us, like Missouri, like Iowa, not take the vaccine distribution seriously enough, it's a worry for us. There's no question about it.
Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot talking about rises in COVID-19 cases, as well as, of course, the violence that continues in the Chicago area on the weekends there. Another 70 shot in the city this past weekend with 12 dead. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We continue on here. It is now 3 o'clock on the East Coast, 12 o'clock West Coast. We're taking a live look right now. Pretty soon we'll be getting this in-demand news conference as the U.S. Attorney, the FBI, and Philadelphia police announcing a murder-for-hire arrest here. So we'll take that when it happens right here on Live Now from Fox. It's expected to go at any moment right now, so we'll keep an eye for you on that in just a little bit. In the meantime, we will be taking a quick 2-minute break, but we are also looking for other stories from across the country right here on Live Now from Fox as well. We take you now out live to Philadelphia, getting an update on a murder-for-hire arrest.
Good afternoon. I am Jennifer Arbitier Williams, Acting United States Attorney for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania. A few months ago, I stood before you on Independence Mall with FBI Special Agent in Charge Michael Driscoll, Police Commissioner Danielle Outlaw, and the heads of more than a dozen federal agencies in the Philadelphia region to announce our All Hands on Deck initiative to combat the gun violence epidemic in Philadelphia. At the time, I announced some of the steps the federal agencies would take as part of this effort, including FBI task forces that would provide additional support to the police department in a joint effort to investigate and apprehend the most violent, dangerous criminals plaguing the streets of our city. And I announced that we in the United States Attorney's Office were determined to prosecute these individuals federally wherever possible, resulting in very long prison sentences and safer streets. We are here today to announce a prosecution that is the direct result of these efforts. We are here today to announce federal charges against Darnell Jackson, also known by his street name, Major Change, who is alleged to have orchestrated a murder-for-hire plot stemming from an ongoing state narcotics investigation. In court filings unsealed today, the government alleges that on July 19th, just 1 week ago, Jackson told another individual that he was willing to pay $5,000 to have someone murdered, and he allegedly sent a photograph of his intended victim to this other individual. In ongoing conversations, Jackson is alleged to have mentioned that he also wanted someone to locate close friends of his intended victim so that they could be harmed as well. And Jackson allegedly agreed that the murder would occur on Wednesday of last week, July 21st. When Jackson allegedly received a phone call late on July 21st, falsely conveying that the intended victim had been killed, he responded that he was on his way to meet the caller to make payment. But when law enforcement officers pulled him over minutes later, they allegedly found him with nowhere near $5,000, but he did have a loaded Glock-style, personally manufactured firearm, also known as a ghost gun. Darnell Jackson was immediately arrested and taken into custody pursuant to a criminal complaint. Now, I recognize that there are hundreds of families in this city for whom today's news means very little because it won't bring their loved ones back. And I am sure it may seem to some that trying to fight back against the violence in this city is like drinking from a fire hose. But I promised you in April that we would be all hands on deck fighting this battle, and we are. Working in coordination with more people investigating, more law enforcement tools being used, and more resources. And we will continue to work hard every single day in an effort to make Philadelphia and our entire district safer, not only by arresting and prosecuting people for violent crimes already committed, but also by proactively preventing violent crimes from happening whenever possible. In this case, based on the allegations, it is no stretch of the imagination to conclude that law enforcement thwarted multiple potential murders as a result of this fast-moving, relentless investigation and arrest. So if you are thinking about committing an act of gun violence here in the Eastern District of Pennsylvania, I am talking to you. Don't do it. If you do, we will find you. We will put all of our resources and skill and hard work towards taking you off the street and proving our case, and you will find yourself in prison, potentially for decades. Now, I must at this time thank the team from the U.S. Attorney's Office for all of their hard work. Standing behind me are Jerome Mayatico, Chief of our Narcotics and Organized Crime Unit, and Justin Ashenfelter, Assistant U.S. Attorney in that unit. I also must thank the dedicated men and women of the FBI and the Philadelphia Police Department who are responsible for taking Darnell Jackson off the streets last week. The U.S. Attorney's Office stands with you because we are all hands on deck. You will now hear from two other individuals who will discuss more details of the case. First, you will hear from FBI Assistant Special Agent in Charge for Philadelphia's Violent Crime Branch, James Christie. And then you will hear from Philadelphia Police Chief of Investigations, Chief Inspector Frank Venor. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is James Christie, and I'm an Assistant Special Agent in Charge of the FBI Philadelphia office. Our Safe Streets Gang Task Force received information on an alleged murder-for-hire plot early last week. We immediately determined this was truly a life-threatening situation for one person and potentially several others. Agents and Philadelphia Police Department task force officers worked quickly, taking all necessary steps to disrupt this plot to commit a murder. Our joint investigation went according to plan. As a result, the intended victim is safe. The alleged mastermind of this plot is behind bars. And a ghost gun is off the street. The number one priority for the FBI and those standing here with me is the protection of human life. We refuse to cede this city to criminals who think solving a problem means pulling a trigger and using violence. The FBI's commitment to the people of Philadelphia, our law enforcement partners, and the All Hands on Deck initiative is absolute. This initiative is producing results and is ongoing. You'll be seeing more results in the weeks and months to come. Thank you.
Right, good afternoon. I'm Frank Venor. I'm the Chief Inspector of Detectives for the Philadelphia Police Department. On behalf of the Police Commissioner, I wanted to thank the FBI and the U.S. Attorney's Office for continued effort to collaborate with us to reduce gun violence within the city. Our department and our law enforcement partners work tirelessly to prevent gun violence. Prevention is a very hard statistic to show you. People ask me every day about how many shootings there were, how many homicides there were. I really can't tell you how many we prevented during the course of each day that the officers are on the street. Arrests like the one announced today shows that this joint initiative, All Hands on Deck, and why it was created, is being successful right now. I especially want to thank the U.S. Attorney's Office. As you heard us say many times, we are taking a record number of guns off the street this year. Over 3,400 guns this year to date, have been taken off the street. It's about 1,000 more than we had the same time last year. But without the serious consequences for these gun violent offenders, we can't reduce gun violence within the city. So we thank very much and thank you.
Questions? Yes.
Do you know the ATF that Pennsylvania specifically has the second highest amount of ghost guns recovered in the entirety of the U.S.? What's the issue? What's the problem here specifically in Pennsylvania and in our area with these ghost guns? And possibly Chief Inspector Venor might be able to speak to that as well.
I can't tell you what the problem with the law is. I know this year alone we're over 300 ghost guns, and they're all crime guns within our investigations. We a lot of times don't find the guns, but we'll find the kits. There's nothing illegal about them. The problem is when they're apart, the legality of the pieces is not something we could always take action with. So it's very difficult to get them when they're together and they're a firearm. We are charging a number of cases. Like I said, they're well over 300 of our 3,440 crime guns.
I can also comment that in this case, Darnell Jackson is charged with having been in possession of a ghost gun, but because ghost guns do not have serial numbers, they are not traceable and therefore cannot be charged as having an interstate nexus. However, he was also arrested in possession of ammunition. Therefore, in addition to being charged in a federal murder for hire case, he is also charged with being a felon in unlawful possession of ammunition. So whereas perhaps he thought that having a ghost gun protected him from prosecution, it did not, because the ammunition is prosecutable. Want to address that?
I'm sorry, what was the second part of your question? He was. we were asked by the Philadelphia Police Department to start focusing on the southwest division of the city due to the spike in violence. We targeted a gang known as the 524 gang. As part of that investigation, his name popped on our radar, and through our investigation, we uncovered this plot. It was related to the drug gang business, but that's still under investigation.
I will also say that the criminal complaint and affidavit have been unsealed, and we will be handing that out at the conclusion of today's press conference. That has significant additional detail for you.
I have another question for you. I understand that this all hands on deck initiative. Your office in particular is taking on quite a lot more of a caseload when it comes to prosecuting some of these gun violence crimes. Can you talk to me about the increase that you see in your cases and why it's so important for you to take this to the next level of prosecution?
I'm actually going to turn the microphone over to Jim Christie about some of our joint efforts in the All Hands on Deck initiative.
So even before the start of the initiative, but after the initiative, we've made a huge priority, especially violent crime. And some of the things we're doing on our side of the house, we're collaborating very closely with the Homicide Division of the Philadelphia Police Department. I don't have an exact number, but we've apprehended multiple homicide fugitives since the announcement of the All Hands on Deck. We've also, our investigation resulting in carjacking, Hobbs Act robbery, and drug trafficking indictments. So that's where we're focusing on, where the violence is, and trying to go after those, what we call crime drivers, who are responsible for the violence in the city.
Would you say that here in the city of Philadelphia, obviously we've seen a large number of murders, almost record, if it continues on this way. Would you say that there aren't that many crime drivers? It's a matter of getting those crime drivers out versus, the average citizen. Most people are good here in Philadelphia.
Listen, there's a small percentage of the population that's responsible for the majority of the crime. We're doing our best working with Philly PD, working with our intelligence analysts to identify who those people are who are driving the violence, and obviously predicating federal investigations trying to target those individuals who are responsible for the violence and the drug trafficking.
One more question? All right, thank you all very much.
And next up here on Live Now from Fox, weekend violence continues across the country, this time in Seattle. The mayor and the police chief giving an update. 4 people killed, 6 others were shot in a series of unrelated shootings across Seattle just yesterday. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
National crisis. Over the past week, from Chicago to Minneapolis to Washington, D.C., there have been over 900 shooting incidents. 900. These tragic events have happened at national baseball games, during the Minneapolis Bucks celebration event, and here in Seattle outside of popular nightclubs in the heart of historic downtown neighborhood. The victims, like I said, have been family members, loved ones, friends, children, parents. This level of gun violence in Seattle and our country cannot become the new normal. Just this past week, I announced a number of upstream prevention measures that the city's moving forward on to address the roots of gun violence and reimagining public safety in our community, including more than $10 million to fund 33 trusted community-led safety programs, $30 million in investments recommended by our Equitable Communities Task Force to address the disparities that are impacting communities of color. This legislation is sitting and awaiting a proviso leaf at City Council. We announced a plan for a new specialized triage response team and the expansion of SPD's very successful Community Service Officer program, and $2 million to invest in a regional peacekeeping collective to deliver the wraparound case management and family-centered engagement that we know can help disrupt the cycle of gun violence. Together, these investments will help to create a multi-pronged strategy in our region. But it has to be multi-pronged. We have to take guns off the street through SPD and other federal partners and other programs. We have to invest in community-led solutions. We have to create a support system for young people at risk of gun violence and appropriately hold accountable individuals accountable for their acts of violence. And that's not enough. Even as we look to ramp up alternatives to sworn officers' response and prevention, this past weekend serves as a reminder. There are many times and types of 911 calls that require a traditional sworn police officer to respond. We saw this weekend street racing, nightlife-related altercations, firearm incidents, other life-threatening emergencies that require the response of an armed police officer. SPD officers and first responders quickly responded to secure separate scenes in different parts of our city and provide When people called 911 across the city this weekend, they expected a fast response. But nearly every officer in our city aided in the response to the incidents we saw, while continuing to address urgent 911 calls. I will have the chief discuss in greater detail the response and staffing challenges that SPD faces. But as a city, we cannot continue on this current trajectory of losing police officers like we have this year into the next years. Over the past 17 months, the Seattle Police Department has lost 250 police officers, which is the equivalent of over 300,000 service hours. We're on path to losing 300 officers. We are creating meaningful alternatives, but as I said last year, the city has an obligation to still continue constitutional policing and respond to 911 calls. Not unexpected, losing these number of officers, when city leaders talk about cutting a department by 50%, you will lose employees. Families need security. Workers, even police officers, need working conditions that support them. We cannot just cut. We need a plan, a comprehensive plan that addresses both prevention and intervention, but at the same time provides adequate number of police officers. In recent months, Chief Diaz has been working on a plan to ensure continued public safety in our city that recognizes SPD's current budget, including out-of-order layoffs as proposed by Council has admitted cannot occur. In August, I will send down an ordinance to City Council to promote more alternatives to 911 calls and address the urgent staffing crisis, including options to recruit qualified police officers quickly, to ensure that SPD has adequate staffing levels to keep our communities safe at the agreed-upon staffing levels in the 2021 budget. It is a false choice between community-led solutions and police officers. We need both. And we need a plan to stand up those alternatives in a way that they can deliver on what communities need. As short-term steps, Chief Diaz is making some staffing adjustments to ensure more officers are able to respond during those key hours. We're also going to engage with businesses and nightlife districts to discuss safety planning, as we've seen increase in public safety challenges around our nightlife establishments, not just locally, but nationwide. We'll also continue to accelerate hiring and the retention of good officers. I'll say it again, there is more that needs to be done to address gun violence in our communities. There is no one-size solution to this crisis, but the widespread availability of firearms in our nation is feeding this violence. The inaction of our state epidemic of gun violence at this time only adds fuel to the fire. Until this is treated like the public health crisis that it is, people will continue to lose their lives and our communities will continue to suffer. I now will hand it off to Chief Diaz, who can go through an update on this weekend's events, but I want to close this as well. We saw voices in the street demanding community alternatives to policing, to bring attention to the systemic racism that has impacted communities of color, particularly the black community, for generations. Make no mistake about it, this gun violence is also disproportionately impacting those communities of color. We need to stand with communities and with mothers and with families and find a way to stop the senseless violence. And that, I'll turn it over to the Chief.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon. Late last week, Mayor Durkin and I stood outside Harborview Medical Center, where most shooting victims in Seattle are taken for life-saving treatment. And we talked about the city and King County's new community-based efforts to help stop the rise in gun violence. Then Friday night, a man was shot and killed in the Roosevelt neighborhood. Yesterday morning, at least 8 people were shot across the city. 3 people died and at least 5 were wounded. Overnight, another victim was shot and killed. That's a total of 5 homicides this weekend. And then again this morning, shots rang out at an encampment along Yesler. At last update, the victim was receiving medical care at Harborview Medical Center. The violence is all over Seattle, from Roosevelt to Belltown, to Pioneer Square, to the Chinatown International District, to Capitol Hill, to Lake City. And the bloodshed is proof. Criminals with guns are not someone else's problem. This is a citywide crisis that impacts all of us. Far too many families are grieving the death of loved ones today, and this violence must stop. Our city is experiencing the highest number of shots fired in recent history, and just a few weeks ago we had over 24 shots fired in a week alone. We've seen more than a 40% increase in shots fired this year compared to the same time last year, and we've seen more than a 100% increase in drive-by shootings year over year. And this year alone, we've recovered close to 2,000 shell casings. Even with diminished police resources, our officers have been exhaustively working every gun violence incident, because every shot fired by a criminal with a weapon is an attack against our entire community. And we do have diminished resources. I have 115 fewer officers in patrol than I did just a year ago. I have 38 fewer detectives to follow up on reported crime. And as the mayor said, we've almost are losing over 300 officers over the last 2 years. This is forcing tough choices, and I'm down a remarkable number of officers and I have a reduced and restricted budget. I'm having to make tough choices where essentially my hands are tied between having enough officers to respond to multiple scenes of violence across the city and having officers staff special events and other low priority events. It should be no surprise that the clear choice, I must have officers responding to shots fired throughout the city, provide medical emergency aid like tourniquets and wound packing, interview witnesses, gather evidence, and hopefully make it possible to hold people accountable. But I don't always have enough officers to handle the events and violence that is occurring and covering these events. So far this year, more than 5 days a week, on average, we're having to go to priority call statuses, where we focus exclusively on priority 1 calls and priority 2 if there is time. I need more officers, and that will take time, but I'm going to do all we can with the support of the mayor to get our hiring where it needs to be. We're seeking good response rates to our hiring tests, but there also requires making it clear to officers, current and prospective, that we will have their support, or that they will have our support, financially and otherwise, to do this job well and know it will not be laid off because of budget cuts. Until those officers are brought on, we're going to need to bridge a gap on technology, and we have proposed a slew of projects that have shown effectiveness in other cities to help, but we also need partners. I've spoken even this morning with our federal partners, and they've all pledged to do what they can, but we also need our community to help us. We need to make sure that we're getting these guns out of the hands of people wanting to do harm. We need legal gun owners to keep their firearms locked up and safe so they can't be stolen and used to commit dangerous criminal acts. We need everyone to encourage friends and family to put down their weapons and find other ways to address concerns and resolve their issues. Make no mistake, this is a gun violence crisis. As police officers and public servants, we can't do everything. Lessening the devastation that is happening in our streets and our homes is not something SPD can do alone, and this is something we all need to do together. And thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Either the Chief or I can take questions.
Mayor, it's no coincidence perhaps that these new police reform bills went into effect over the weekend. Do you feel that this, maybe perhaps for the Chief, is giving a perception to the public that police won't answer?
Of its ability, and that the reforms that the state legislature passed to the greatest extent were things we were already doing in Seattle. And so there are still issues there that need to be resolved. We need a model policy, for example, that's not going to be for a year from now. And so in between this interviewing year, what to do. But make no mistake about it, the Seattle Police Department is responding to incidents. They're doing everything they can to respond to every type of incident, and they will continue to do so. But they also will make sure that they use the policies and procedures that have been put in place to de-escalate appropriately, to do everything possible to make sure that our constitutional policing is in not just officers here, but it's a key part of who we're recruiting. When we say we need more officers, we're not just filling up the department. We're still making sure that we get officers who are going to be committed to the highest level of policing for the community. Thank you.
I don't mind add. So even as Sunday night or Sunday morning, within the first shooting, we actually responded to a fight disturbance, broke everything up. So officers had responded out to the scene. Just a short time later, that's when the first shooting happened in the Belltown area. 45 minutes later, so that creates a significant response. Then a short time later, within 45 minutes, the second shooting with 2 dead and other victims, with the crime scene being almost 2 blocks along. An hour later, another shooting happened in the CID. Very shortly thereafter, we had another shooting in Cal Anderson. That we had to take literally every resource throughout the city and be able to not only manage all the crime scenes, making sure that we've got all the detectives responding and the CSI and everything that goes on. So officers are going out doing the work. They're trying to do everything they can to save lives, but it is a challenge because we only have a certain amount of officers able to respond. We had to extend third watch, bring first watch in early. So every officer is going out and doing the hard work that they need to do.
Chief, do you happen to have the response times for each of those calls?
We will get it. We will get that to you. But I do know. I think it's like 1:38 in the morning is when the first shooting occurred on that Sunday. So, and then it's like 2:32. So we'll make sure to get you all that information.
Chief, you mentioned the gun violence across the country. I know down in Portland, the FBI is working with the Portland Police Bureau. Are there any plans to bring any kind of federal agency to the ground here in Seattle?
Yeah, actually, we've been working on Project Safe Neighborhoods and others with FBI, ATF. We just did a recent operation that resulted in 19 search warrants, 50 guns recovered July 1st. So that was, one of the things that we've been working with them. But they're committed to continuing to be partners. They're committed to addressing those that are really focused on harming our communities and preying on our communities. And so we are currently working with them right now.
Can you say more about the street racing? Has that been a problem recently, and what was happening that day?
Yeah, so on Friday night, King County Sheriffs had responded to a street racing that occurred in around 155th in Aurora. As they broke that up, one of the vehicles had left the scene, driving down into the Seattle area, and had done a U-turn, and when they were speeding back up, hit a semi, and that would cause a collision, which was a DOA at that time. So we were handling a shooting scene in the Roosevelt neighborhood, and then had to have our traffic collision investigations unit respond out and handle a traffic death as well. So all within about a 30-minute period. So if you can imagine, the north end was using all of their resources just within about 30 minutes, which makes it very difficult to be able to respond to just basic 911. Then.
Mayor, you mentioned you would be interested in putting legislation forward in August of the council to free up other officers. Or do you plan to fund programs like the LEAD program, or what are other details of that?
Yeah, we have a comprehensive plan we're putting forward. We talked about some of it on Friday. We're, creating this new triage entity. We want to make sure that we hire additional CSOs. We're looking to also pay things like because more officers left, the amount of severance pay is higher than we expected. So there's some that are administrative, but we're trying to create programs in this space that actually can be responsive to community emergencies. In the RFP that we put out for $10 million, we got some great proposals back, and we will be funding some really important community-based initiatives, but none of them replace response to 911. Even they said that. And so when a person from Seattle calls 911 when they're a business or resident and they need a response, we have to have a response ready. We're hoping to build up those responses that aren't police officers to those kinds of calls where you don't need a police officer. But there are calls where you need a police officer to respond.
Mayor, you mentioned some of this money going to these community programs to ideally prevent gun violence. I've heard from some folks that say that money, it takes a while to produce results, real results. What can be done in the short term that's feasible and does produce results and takes guns off the street?
So it's the comprehensive approach that is going to actually get the best results, both short term and long term. These community-based programs do take time. I mean, you've got to build up the capacity, and you have to build up those programs to really get to the prevention part of this. You have to have credible messengers who can get in and work for the violence in the beginning. And then you need the services for community that is stricken by that. And it has to work hand in glove with building opportunity from the moment that a child is born all the way through. On the law enforcement side, it's why we're looking at things like not just a police response, but Health One. If we get a call and there's a low acuity call, instead of a police officer going to that scene, we can have Health One go, and then the police officer that normally would go is freed up to respond to an emergency event. The same with the triage unit or the CSOs. They can respond to those calls where you don't need an armed police officer, and that gives the armed police officers more flexibility to respond to the calls where they're really needed.
Those sound more, reactive. In the short term, though, what can be done to maybe stop those calls from coming in the first place?
The number one thing is community. Community has to be the first voice that says we won't take this violence and works themselves to stop the violence in this community. Second is we got to get more guns off the street, and we're doing that. We are taking a record number of guns off the street in the city of Seattle, but if you look at the crimes, the chief can give you the exact data, but many of these shootings are happening with stolen guns. Omari.
You just mentioned community, and community playing a big part of this. The community is represented by the council members that are elected in office. How close is the city council maybe working with your office or with Chief Diaz to around messaging on this issue here of gun violence? Out here around activating community and getting really all the citizens of Seattle to actually care about what's going on?
You know, I'm cautiously optimistic that we can get there, Omari, but I can't wait. And it's not just messaging, it's action. That's what we need. And, you know, I've been trying to meet with families and community groups to try to see what we can do on all these efforts. From the, you know, the Equitable Communities Initiative Task Force that is really investing in things like generational wealth and healthcare, access to affordable housing, which are the things that show and really build resilient, safe communities. But I will continue to work with and on this issue because this level of gun violence is unacceptable. We need everybody in the fight, and I need City Council standing up and saying that the community should not have this level of violence, and we will work to make sure that we not just build up the community resilience needed, but we also make sure that when people call 911, if and when you need a police officer, one can respond. Thank you.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. Let's take another quick 2-minute break. And Live Now from Fox does continue. We take you out to the Senate floor. We have Senator Dick Durbin, Democrat out of Illinois, speaking right now.
Right direction to stop this gun violence, cracking down on untraceable ghost guns, rogue gun dealers, and these braces, this equipment that can effectively turn pistols into short-barreled rifles. Crucially, the Department of Justice has also announced the launch of 5 firearm trafficking strike forces. Chicago is one of the cities. New York, San Francisco, Washington, D.C., and Los Angeles are the others. These strike forces will confront what I believe to be one of the most important causes of this gun violence, the illicit trafficking of guns. These strike forces will also provide vital support to law enforcement, who are on the front lines of fighting gun violence. As a testament to that fact, last week, Attorney General Garland joined me in Chicago to highlight how the Justice Department is standing with our police officers and first responders. I'm grateful that Attorney General Garland returned to his hometown of Chicago for this purpose, but sadly it was a somber homecoming. We first met with police officers and the mayor of Chicago, Lori Lightfoot, at the Harrison District Police Station. It is basically ground zero for gun violence in the city of Chicago. They demonstrated to us the brand new technology, the amazing technology, the video cameras, the shot spotters, new technology which are using every single day to thwart the criminals and to prove their cases when necessary. These communities and these officers are keeping us safe as they can, but they're up against an avalanche of guns. The grim toll of gun violence in Chicago continues to climb upward. The officers agreed with Attorney General Garland and myself. A major problem is that we have guns being illegally sold to people who never should have had them, who never would pass a background check. Convicted felons are those who are mentally unstable. It's more important and more significant than any single jurisdiction. It's nationwide. Roughly 60% of the guns recovered at crime scenes in Chicago originate from out of state, primarily from Indiana, but also from downstate. A person can easily buy a gun from an unlicensed seller in Indiana and drive into Chicago in a matter of minutes, that very same day, to resell that gun on the streets. Why don't we do something about this? If those who own guns agree with everyone else that we ought to keep guns out of the hands of the wrong people, why can't this Congress do that simple thing to try to slow down this gun violence? There's one more truth we must acknowledge. Gun violence isn't just about access to weapons. Too many kids in cities like Chicago face daily trauma that is making them more likely to fall into the cycle of violence. During the Attorney General's visit to Chicago, we joined community leaders at St. Agatha Catholic Church in the Lawndale section of the city. They've developed a successful violence intervention program called Ready Chicago. It's one of the many community violence intervention programs that's received financial support from this president. While meeting with the leaders of Ready Chicago, I spoke with a young man whom I will call John. He's remarkably brave, and after learning his story, one cannot ignore the similarities he shares with so many other young people in the city. He grew up in a struggling family. He sold drugs to earn money. Like many of his peers, he ended up carrying a gun and got involved with gang violence. He was arrested, convicted, and served time in prison. Then he came back to the community and wanted to start a different life. That's how he got involved with Ready Chicago, where he's now a positive force for change in his home city. It's an inspiring story, but that young man, John, in his early 20s, still remains at risk. He fears that his advocacy on behalf of this program has put crosshairs on his back in the neighborhood, and that his family may even be targeted as well. Every street corner in his neighborhood, every street he crosses, comes with a risk. He has to look around constantly to see if the gangbangers are going to target him. But still, even under this unimaginable stress, John is looking for a new path in his life. I asked him what he wanted to do. He said he'd like to apply to attend Chicago State University, which is near this area. I hope he can get there. I hope he'll be a success. But it's amazing that he still has that dream after all that he's seen. For young people in Chicago like him, there's no quick fix. If you grew up in a family without stability and security at home, in school, or in a neighborhood that many of us take for granted every day, it can harm your development and change the way you see the world. The CDC's landmark study on ACEs, adverse childhood experiences, tells us that exposure to trauma is linked to risk of drug use, suicide, academic struggle, and many other problems. And if you're a young child experiencing this chaos, if you watch a family member get shot or violently assaulted, it leaves a scar called trauma. Trauma can stay with the child for life. That's why violence intervention programs like Ready Chicago are so important. Connecting these at-risk youth with cognitive behavioral therapy, paid transitional jobs, wraparound support services, resources that support a healthy development for children who are struggling with trauma. These are the resources that will change a young person's life and set them on a better path, a path where they can discover a passion or calling and ultimately give back to their community. We must invest in these long-term solutions to break cycles of violence and trauma. The bipartisan Rise from Trauma Act I've introduced with Senator Capito, Republican of West Virginia, and many colleagues is an important step in that direction. It would provide $5 billion that President Biden has called for in his Build Back Better agenda for community violence intervention. But we in the Senate need to take immediate steps to combat violent crime. Can't we just get together and agree that we don't want to sell firearms to people who are convicted felons? It seems so obvious, and there's such public support for it. I want my colleagues to understand that the problem of gun violence isn't confined to the city of Chicago. We have cities much smaller downstate that are seeing an increase in gun violence as well. It's time for us to do something about it. Madam President, I yield the floor. Suggest the evidence of accord.
The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Dick Durbin out of Illinois talking about addressing the gun violence in Chicago, also talking about gun violence, really crime wave across the country that we are seeing. The last event we just had was in Seattle. 6 were injured, 4 dead in a shooting that happened, multiple shootings on Sunday, just yesterday. Now going out to Philadelphia right now, where officials providing an update on 2 murder cases that involved transgender people there, and they are condemning the hate crimes against the LGBTQ community.
That occurred this weekend that indicate the kind of violence that's occurring on our streets. First of all, on Sunday, July 25th, at approximately 11:30 a.m., an 18-year-old white male was shot 1 time in the head, 1 time in the right arm, and 1 time in the left hand at the Schizler Recreation Center's basketball court in the 26th Police District. He was transported by medics to Temple Hospital and placed in critical condition. This remains an active investigation, and no arrest has been made by the Philadelphia Police Department. Anyone with information related to this incident should contact Philadelphia Police Department East Detectives Division at 215-686-3244. Several hours later, at approximately 3 a.m. on Monday morning, there was a triple shooting on the 1700 block or 1700 block of North 16th Street in the 22nd Police District. An approximately 28-year-old black male was shot one time in the left arm. An approximately 18-year-old black female was shot one time in the head. An approximately 20-year-old black male was shot one time in the chest. The victims were transported to Temple Hospital, where the black female was pronounced. This remains an active investigation, and no arrests have been made by the Philadelphia Police Department at this time. Anyone with information related to this incident should contact Philadelphia Police Department's Homicide Unit at 215-686-3334. At this point in time, I want to be clear about the District Attorney's posture and the posture of this office towards people who are engaged in gun violence. Let me be very clear. If you self-identify with groups committing violent acts, such as the Pit Boys, North Side, South Side, Hilltop, P&B, Brickyard, and other such groups, or if you senselessly pick up a gun and shoot men, women, babies, or families, you will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. I want to be clear about that. We have also, I want to be clear that there are victims, families, and community members who are impacted by gun violence. They come in contact with our Victim Services Unit and our CARES Unit. We have with us Kelly Bernhardt, who is our LGBTQ plus liaison and victim witness coordinator, and she will speak about support services provided to families who have lost a loved one to homicide this past week. I also want to highlight one of the District Attorney's policies, which is focused on violence prevention. The DA has been adamant. He is not about stepping in after there has been a homicide committed or after there's been non-fatal shooting. He wants to do everything we can to prevent gun violence in the city. Since 2021, the DAO has distributed more than $240,000 in grants to 12 community-based organizations. DA Krasner is committed to giving out $1 million this year to organizations that have a 501c3 nonprofit status and that work with young people and whose mission is anti-violence or anti-drug in nature. Any organization interested in applying for grant funding should reach out to the Philadelphia Foundation at grant-making services at philafound.org. That's grantmakingservices at philafound.org. While our office continues to work diligently to implement reforms and progressive policies aimed at improving the criminal justice system in Philadelphia, such as our Restorative Justice Initiative and juvenile justice diversion, we simultaneously remain committed to the vigorous prosecutions of shootings and homicides. I want to be clear about that, so let me repeat it. While we are in favor of progressive policies, we simultaneously remain dedicated to vigorously prosecuting shootings and homicides. We're going to highlight updates on 2 homicide cases involving transgender women. We strongly condemn hate crimes against the LGBTQ plus community, and I want to make it clear that we will do whatever we can to support the investigation and prosecution of people who are engaged in those hate crimes. I want to affirm the District Attorney's Office commitment to ensuring public safety for all of Philadelphia's communities, regardless of gender identity or sexual orientation. At this time, I would like to introduce to you Assistant District Attorney Chesley Lightsey, Supervisor of the District Attorney's Homicide and Non-Fatal Shootings Unit, who will provide specific updates about recent developments in homicide cases involving the deaths of 2 transgender women, Michelle Tamika Washington and Dominic Remy Fells. Chesley?
Good morning. I want to take this opportunity to update you on 2 cases that moved through our system last week involving 2 transgender women, separate cases. I'll first speak about a murder that happened on May 20th of 2019. On that date, at approximately 5 o'clock in the morning in the area of 3400 North 11th Street, Michelle Tamika Washington was gunned down by Troy Bailey. I want to be clear, we do not prosecute this as if it were a hate crime. This actually was two folks who were there together, and we do not believe that Ms. Washington was killed because she was a transgender woman. However, we did take this case obviously very seriously. She was shot 4 times. The case was prosecuted by ADA Jeff Hanowski, who's in the room today. That case went to trial as a bench trial. The defendant was convicted of 3rd-degree murder and related charges. He was sentenced, Troy Bailey was sentenced last week for the murder of Miss Washington to 25 to 50 years of state incarceration. Also last week, there was a preliminary hearing held in the murder of Dominique Remy Fells. I want to acknowledge that here in the room with me today is Dominique's mother, her baby sister, her cousin, as well as her uncle. There are countless other family members who would be here if we had room in the building to hold them. And I should have also acknowledged, and I didn't, is that Michelle's sister is also here in the room today. So in the preliminary hearing last week, the Commonwealth presented evidence that included DNA evidence against the murderer Akhenaten Jones, who is charged with the murder of Dominique Remy Fells. Mr. Jones was a fugitive from justice for quite some time, which is why the preliminary hearing has just gone forward. Ms. Fells was actually killed back in June of 2020. Mr. Jones was held over on murder generally, which includes the charge of 1st-degree murder, as well as other related charges. That case will be moving forward to trial, and the Commonwealth looks forward to our opportunity to prosecute Mr. Jones for that murder. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chesley. I want to speak briefly about the District Attorney's commitment to working with community members and stakeholders. Okay, I'm sorry.
Victim services has been my thing for the last three plus years. And I have to say that doing this work has been probably one of the most rewarding yet very gut-wrenching jobs that I've ever committed to. This pin symbolizes the trans flag, and I worked with Michelle Tamika Washington prior to unfortunately being murdered in 2019, of which she was number 6 out of 27 trans women who were murdered. So even though we think that certain cases may not be hate crimes, there is definitely hate against trans women, and I think that's really important to know. The average life expectancy of a trans woman, especially a trans woman of color, is 35 years old. I learned a lot from Michelle, but going back to this pin, the day I found out she died, May 19th, that morning, when I got a phone call at 7:30 in the morning from the Office of LGBT Affairs, I immediately put this on my badge, and now I wear it here proudly because I've committed to making sure that as a cis person, everyone outside of or in my world, in my space, is very well aware of the importance of us to uplift trans folks, particularly Dominique Remy Fells, Tracy Mia Green, and of course Michelle Tamika Washington. In victim services, we end up reaching out immediately when someone is, through our CARES team, if someone is unfortunately murdered. We're on the ground calling the family, being there with them, working with them to show them, working through the paperwork because they're just going to get flooded with a bunch of that stuff. We're there to, of course, give information about court dates and acknowledging sort of a lot of fear that a lot of folks go through, but we work with everyone with a trauma-informed care approach, which means that we immediately we work with empathy. We want to make sure that our victims, families, survivors are safe. We want to make sure that we're giving them trustworthiness and transparency, along with collaborating with them to come up with the best solution for them and for that family to heal from this trauma, as well as empowering them. And I think this is one of those moments right here which is very empowering, even though unfortunately justice will never be served truly with the loss of the Philadelphians, the trans women in our community, but it's empowering that family is here. Thank you to the family of Dominique Remy Fells for being here. Thank you to the family of Michelle Tamika Washington for being here. And lastly, I just want to touch on one little thing that we do. It's called a victim impact statement. And this statement is really important only in the sense of, for two reasons. One, it gives the family, the victims, the survivors, the ability to talk about how this has affected them. I thankfully, Miss Davis, who is Tamika's sister, I worked, we grew a really immeasurable bond, I think, over this process, and being able to be there for her and watching her grow has been empowering. When we went over the victim impact statement the day before the sentencing of Troy Bailey, her son was around. Her son was 3 years old when his aunt Tamika was murdered. And when we were going through the statement, we were trying to not have very harsh language for the 5-year-old, the age of him now, but he asked us, when the name came up, did he kill her? He asked her that question. And then he emphatically stated he shot her. And, Miss Davis was incredibly, as myself, incredibly affected by this, because she never speaks like that around him. And it's just, she asked, how do you know that? And he said, bad people do bad things. So it's really important just to remember to uplift everyone. This affects everyone's life. It doesn't just affect the life of the person who is gone or the family that's here. It affects everyone. It affects our community. So I hope we all just continue to uplift everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kelly. As you can see, these tragic events have truly impacted both people on our staff and people who are here from the family, but also to my left we have advocates and friends who have come out in support of these two women. So this is a very impactful kind of circumstance. We remain committed to working closely with community members and stakeholders. We try and make space for social influencers and credible messengers to advocate on behalf of marginalized communities. At this point in time, I'd like to introduce for remarks 3 people. Christopher Bartlett, who is the Executive Director of William Way LGBT Community Center. Micah Thomas, if Micah has arrived, or he has not arrived. Okay, so the Reverend Andrea Harrington, Associate Minister of Whatsoever Ministry. So each will be up for remarks, and Reverend Andrea Harrington will follow Mr. Bartlett's remarks without me stepping in for further introductions. Okay, thank you.
Good morning. I'm Chris Bartlett. I use he, him, his pronouns, Executive Director of the William Way LGBT Community Center. I wanted to take a moment to acknowledge the friends, family, and all the advocates who've given so much love and support to Dominique Remini-Fells and to the family of Michelle Tamika Washington, and to let you know that the William Way Community Center stands ready to support you in any way that you might need or ask. This has been a really challenging 2 years going through COVID and facing so much violence in our communities. And as somebody who's done work in this community for over 30 years and seen so many violent cases and the need that we have to do advocacy and hard work, I have a special gratitude to the men and women and others who are here today to support that work. The center has really been focusing through our Trans Resource Center and our peer counseling programs and our Trans Way support in focusing on the joyous, loving, supportive lives of trans people. And I did want to note that Dominique Remini-Fells once walked a fashion show in this room in a moment of joy. And if you've ever seen the picture of her in that joyous moment celebrating her life, you join me in even greater grief for her loss. And I try to get in touch with that level of loss and sadness when we face these murders and really think about what we can do as a community center to address the structural issues that lead to this violence, to improve school district and school support for our students, to improve job opportunities, and to really doing work in communities to educate folks about trans people's real lives and the incredible contributions they make in every community in this city. So I'm very grateful for the hard work that's been done to stand alongside the families of the victims during this challenging time. And I do invite those families and friends and advocates to reach out to us at the Center for support as we move forward. Now I'd like to introduce Mika.
Good morning to everyone. My name is Reverend Andrea Lamore Harrington. I am an associate minister at Whosoever Ministries here in Philadelphia, and I work for the Philadelphia Health Department. I stand here as a reverend. I stand here as a proud Black Mexican trans woman, but I stand here perplexed. Why? Because in this day and time, 2021, it seems as if it is hunting season for trans women. It seems as though there is something against the very lives and breath of trans women, just living their lives, getting up in the morning, having to overcome obstacles just to get out of bed, to know that everything they do during the day will be judged, shunned upon, looked at as awkward, and all of that with no love to come behind it. And to come behind that, murder, abuse. I'm standing here as a mother, as a parent, and I'm asking all of my community members, all of my brothers and sisters, regardless of your stature in life, regardless of your place financially, regardless of the color of your skin, I'm asking for us to remember love. My Father, God above, in His Word, He said that He loved the world so much He sent His only begotten Son, so that whosoever believes on Him shall not perish, but have everlasting life. That whosoever includes trans women. When I wake up in the morning, my only intention is to love everyone that I come in contact with and to do my very best for that day. I ask all of you, join me in doing the same. If we show more love, we get more love. And obviously, it will be shown throughout the world with less violence. Love and respect cost nothing. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Reverend Harrington. At this time, we'll take questions from the press. I want to acknowledge up front that many of the questions will be directed to folks we've just heard from, who can address some of the issues a little more specifically than I can. So who wants to go first, if any?
What is the bench trial?
Let me ask Chesley to stand up.
Yes. So you asked what a bench trial is. So that is it.
When was it?
I'm sorry, Jeff.
I didn't know if that was recent or is it?
My apologies. I'm going to ask ADA Hanowski to answer that.
Good morning. It was May 7th of this year.
Okay. And he was convicted of third degree?
Third degree and firearm offenses.
Okay, gotcha. And then as far as the case against Mr. Jones, are you...
No.
That'd be Chesley.
Sorry. I was hoping you could talk a little bit about some of the evidence against him. I think you mentioned, was the prelim held last week?
The preliminary hearing was held last week. Yes.
I know you mentioned since there's some DNA evidence. Can you talk a little bit more?
There is DNA evidence, and I'm not going to go into a lot of detail, but what I will say is that at a home that was rented or lived in solely by Akhenaten Jones, there was DNA evidence found there in the home and apartment that Mr. Jones lived in to suggest that Dominique or Ms. Fells was killed in that home. And that's what the DNA evidence pointed to.
And you said that you mentioned one of the murders was not a hate crime, but this murder you're talking about Akhenaten Jones is considered a hate crime?
We have no evidence or reason to believe that this was motivated solely by the fact that Ms. Fells was a transgender woman. In fact, the evidence that we have would suggest that there was a prior relationship between Mr. Jones and Ms. Fells, so this wouldn't there's no indication that this was because of her status as a trans woman.
Any other questions for Ms. Lightsey while she's still here? She may have to come back. Other questions?
That's a question in a separate case. I'm sure I'm going to come back, I'm not quite sure. This is the hat stakes.
Why don't you just, Jesse?
Yes. Thank you.
The update is that arrest warrants have been, well, an arrest has been made and another arrest warrant has been approved. I don't have the names of those folks here with me right this second. Do you have a specific question regarding it?
There's video circulating on a flight between Paul Parker and David Pedro. Is this part of the investigation?
The video, I have not seen the video that is circulating. I can tell you that there is video evidence in the case, so I've not seen what's been circulated. I'm guessing on social media. Is that where you're seeing it? I've not seen that personally, so I can't speak to it, but we do have video evidence in the case.
I'm sure that's part of the investigation.
Yes, it is.
And will the video evidence dictate what kind of charges Parker may face?
So the video evidence certainly always helps that, and obviously witnesses who were at the scene, there were many. They did come forward and give information to police, but that coupled with the video evidence is what the charges will be based upon. Okay, you're welcome.
Oh, just a second, Jesse. Why don't you just stand here?
I will just stand here.
Other questions? Yes, please.
Mr. Lindsay, is the DA's office committed to investigating all unsolved deaths of trans people, including Nysa Morris?
So what I should say is this. I want to start with the investigations happen at the police department normally. I understand in Nysa that was a little different, and that was before my time in the office, so I apologize for not having as much information. But yes, the office is always committed to, if there's new evidence that is brought forward, if there's something that we didn't know before, or something that would change the way that we view prior evidence. No investigation of a homicide is ever officially closed unless we know who the suspect is and maybe the suspect is dead, but we don't ever stop investigating those cases.
Stand by, Jesse. Yeah. Other questions?
Yes. We actually have a question from WHYY, Ms. Davis. She wants to know how you feel about sentencing.
Would you like Ms. Davis?
So, just let them know what are your thoughts about the sentencing.
I'm not sure about the sentencing. I thought I was going to get there and feel relieved, but I didn't. And he wasn't remorseful at all. And I think that just brought all of the hurt and pain back for me, for my family, my children. He didn't care. He didn't care who he killed that night. He didn't care about how it affected us, my family, the LGBTQ plus community. He just didn't care. And for that, I don't think I'll ever be able to forgive him, forever be able to say, like, I can start to forgive him because my pain is every day. Every day I can't call her and talk to her, I'm hurting on the inside. She was my rock, and I don't have that. He took that away for something that was so stupid, and I could never forgive him for that. I feel for his children, because they have to grow up without a father, but my sister never got a chance to have any kids. So I only have but so much sympathy for them. That's it.
Any other questions for Ms. Davis before she leaves the podium?
Ms. Davis, could you tell us about your sister? How she was? Can you describe it? How you remember her?
She was full of life, like anybody else. I mean, she loved her family. She loved her nieces and nephews, her sisters. She loved being an advocate for the LGBT community, speaking out, traveling. She was just full of life. Like, her life was just cut way too short. She had so much more work here to do. And since her death, like, I've vowed to try to continue her work. Continue to make sure she does not get forgotten about. For people like Dominique to never get forgotten about, because they're who we're here for. They're the ones out there on the front line every day, and I hope that they will never ever, ever be forgotten about, because it's hard for us.
Any other questions for her?
Thank you.
We'll take one more question, then we're going to probably bring this to an end. Yes, ma'am.
I have a question about the earlier wrap-up about the shootings over the weekend.
Yes.
What is being done to make people feel safe again and close these cases that you mentioned that are currently open?
Well, we work very closely with the Philadelphia Police Department. Any evidence that comes in, we work tirelessly with them. We also, once these cases are brought in and go to preliminary hearing, we have put our very best lawyers focused on handling preliminary hearings, and we've had a really high success rate in terms of the preliminary hearings for homicide cases going back to when the courts opened up last year in September. So again, we're vigorously and aggressively prosecuting these cases. Chesley and her team have been working diligently on them, and we will continue to do that. The courts have gone forward and set up an additional gun court, and we've assigned our most experienced attorneys to that gun court. That is going forward in a rapid pace. They've doubled the number of cases going in there over the last couple of weeks. So again, whatever we can do as prosecutors, we will do. We have law enforcement working with us. Detectives from the Philadelphia Police Department are on our staff working with us diligently as well. So sometimes we work in parallel in terms of the investigations. But again, we are determined to do everything we can. But the real key here is prevention. Prevention is about getting to these cases before they happen. No one wants to talk to a family that's experienced the kind of grief that you saw here today about how we're prosecuting cases. They want to hear about what's going on both with us, with our partners in the community, and especially in the community, to try and prevent these kinds of crimes from happening. And that too is where we're focusing. We're doing that in terms of our grant program, but we have a lot of other things that need to be done both by us and by other members of the criminal justice community. Just one final question.
So I know that in both of these cases, they said that they weren't exactly motivated by the victim's status as a trans person, but we know that there are a lot of factors that make trans women particularly vulnerable to this type of violence. So I was wondering, I'm not sure who the right person is here to talk about that, but I was wondering if anybody would be able to talk a little about some of those sort of social factors.
Kelly, do you want to step back up, please?
Sure. Thanks. I mean, the social factors are pretty simple. People don't like what they don't know, so they may not hire someone who identifies as a trans person or they think looks different. So it's unemployment, it's housing issues. Some folks have had to use sex work for survival, just to eat, to pay their rent, to get medicine for their loved one that they're taking care of. So when we uplift, this is what I was talking about, like uplifting these voices, it's also uplifting these individuals. So people are, they're you and me, they're parents, they go to church, they are ministers of church, they are, entrepreneurs, they are business owners, they are, truck drivers, they're everything. So, I mean, so things like what a lot of our community partners do is they provide programs and services, and that just means helping folks deal with the trauma that they've dealt with in the past, and that's a big part of it too, is having, mental health is a big issue, and when you're going through all these, down this road of trauma all the time because your parent may not have accepted you at one point, you've been thrown out of your house, you got to find a place to live, you're couch surfing. Some folks have become victims of crime during that. I mean, we have multiple rape cases in our system that may not necessarily be because the person identifies as a trans person, but it's just the fact of it's just more of like it's the nuance of it. It's more of like just not liking what we have or what is presented in front of us, and that creates fear. And I think that's why a lot of people get attacked. So.
Reverend Harrington?
Well, I'd like to give you a picture, if I can, as a trans woman. In school, I'm abused. I'm bullied. So I can't go to school. Well, without an education, how are you supposed to get a job that pays well enough to pay all of your bills? So you turn to sex work or whatever kind of work that is going to get you that money. But it's not going to be the work to really sustain you. But there are others on the outside that see you and say, well, there's another way. Oh, you could do this, or you could do that. When you have no education, no love at home. Matter of fact, because you're trans, you may not have a home. How about if you don't have enough to eat in your belly? You don't have enough money to buy clothing to go to a job interview, which means there are so many things set against you before you even get out of the bed. If you have a bed, by the time you get out of bed, the first thing you're going to hear is no. Why? Just because you're trans. So it's not easy for a trans woman to get up in the morning and just say, I'm going to live my life, because the world won't allow you to live your life in peace. And that is why we have such murder. That is why we have such abuse. That's why we have such negligence. It's not the fact that trans women are not trying. It's just that we don't have as many opportunities on a daily as the actual regular person. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly and Reverend Harrington. I just want to add one word. I first met large numbers of trans women here at the Williams Way as a Stoneleaf Fellow. My job was to help homeless youth here in the city and county of Philadelphia. And one thing I can say is there are a lot of homeless youth here in our city. And if you could reach out to them here at William Way, or at the Attic, at our other facilities around here, you can help them by helping them get jobs, by helping them have other educational opportunities, by helping them with identification and other kinds of key things that they need to make progress. They are couch surfing. They are finding it difficult to have places to stay. They are being rejected by their parents. We, those of us who are here, can give them love and give them assistance to try and help them find their way. Thank you very much for joining us here today. That's the end of our press conference.
All right, guys, that wraps things up there. We do have a few more press conferences that we want to, of course, bring you out to here on Live Now from Fox. But first, I'm going to send some of our viewers off into a quick 2-minute commercial break. Then we'll be jumping into more news stories across our country when you return. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Christy Larson giving you some more news stories across our country. Here is a picture of Jamal Sutherland. Now, he is the a person who died earlier this year in jail back in January after 2 deputies from the Charleston County Sheriff's Office were forcibly trying to remove him from his cell while he was trying to go to a bail hearing. Now, it was just announced by Solicitor Scarlett Wilson that their officers involved with his death would not be charged. And today we do have family members as well as attorneys who are speaking out about this. Again, that was just released. We're going to be playing it out for you right here on Live Now from Fox, again, where we always try to bring you to the latest breaking news, stories, and events that are happening across our country. So we're going to be listening into this press conference again with family and attorneys after this announcement was just made.
Representative, and you, Mr. Senator, and you, Madam Representative, and you, Governor, it has to start with you. We, the Sutherland family, are reaching to you on bended knee, asking you to help us. Help us determine what is the meaning of this. Without statutes in place that protect the mentally ill, without laws on our books that say, I don't care what your training says. I don't care what your policies are. I care about Jamal. I care about inmates. I care about those with mentally ill. I care about people suffering. We're going to protect you. We're asking you, when you go back into session next year, do it in Jamal's name. Make meaningful change. Give these solicitors the tools they need to hold people accountability for the senseless acts that occurred on January 5th. You will see passion from me, from Gary, from everybody up here until the day we die, until the day we can answer Jamal's question, what is the meaning of this?
Good evening, afternoon. I've written down some things that I'm going to look at as a guide. I don't use paper, but I'm going to guide myself. First, I'm going to speak about my family. When I found out what had happened, I was super angry. I dare you to let 2 murderers get away. And I started to drive home, and some said, they're not getting away. The murderers aren't getting away because there's a God. And our God said he's just, and he's going to do the right thing. So my anger should be toward getting justice for my child. My other sons, nobody was surprised. Nobody. They just said, we knew it. What kind of state you live in that somebody is murdered and the family said, we knew they weren't going to do anything? State of South Carolina. State of South Carolina with their racist laws. The jail has no concept of taking care of anybody. Their job is to kill. Trained to kill. And so, somebody did their job. If they did it 1,000 times before, this time, you killed my child. You killed my child, and I'm going to talk about it till the day I go. For Solicitor Scarlett, I was mad at first, but I think she did her job. I think she's been saying it to my family that the laws have to change. And if the laws have to change, I can't be mad with her. She didn't write these laws. I am angry. I'm angry with her, but not justly, because she didn't write the laws. The laws that have written have murdered millions of people. South Carolina is the last state for everything. We don't do things like everybody else do. You come to this state and you go, my God, what year is this? 1960? Because he was lynched. He was lynched like a 1960 mob. Everybody sat and watched. He was lynched. You may not agree with me, but that's Amy's version. My mom, I sat and watched him die. I should have never in my life had to do that. But I serve a God. I'm gonna keep telling y'all, he's just. He don't want me to be full of anger, because if I'm full of anger, I can't work for Jamal and the millions of other people out here. Being mentally ill is a crime in this state. There's no help. There's no money. Seems like there's no doctors. So what in South Carolina set up for the mentally ill? I'm going to stop that down. Everybody's stoked. Where are you helping the mentally ill? Because you're not helping them in the jail. I know you're not helping them in the hospitals, because you beat them, throw them out, you do anything you want to do, because those doors are closed. The guy that was the expert, I can't remember his name, he brought some things to my mind that I never thought about. And so I thank him for coming down. I'm sorry I forgot his name. I thank him for coming down and doing what he did. Honor where honor's due. He didn't have to come down here. The lack of supervision at the jail. My feeling is I'm worthy to be in charge of the jail. I'm worthy to be in charge, because ain't nobody else in charge. The system, it stinks. It's biased. You got people being trained to kill people, and it's okay. It's been that way for a long time. How many times y'all been in the jail? How many times the news reporters been in the jail? You went there when Jamal died, and I'm glad. I'm glad that everybody came out. The support of my church, y'all, my church supports us. That's why I get up on Sunday, I go to church, and I worship God. That's where Jamal got his training. Y'all, Jamal was, I say it again, a prophet. He foretold things that was going to happen, including his life. He knew God. If you don't know God, take this opportunity to try to find him. The officers that killed Jamal, all I can say is God have mercy on them. If you think you got away with a murder, you didn't. If you laughing and smiling today, take the smile off your face, because there's a man you're going to have to visit. God's going to come, and he's going to do whatever he has to do. I'm going to be honest. Religion is my life. God's going to take care of them, y'all. I don't have no right taking care of nobody because they break the law. And the state let them get away with murder. That ain't going to be on my shoulders. I'm not resting with anybody's pain on my shoulder. I give them their pain back. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give everybody involved your pain back. I'm not taking it. I don't want it. Here's a little question. Where's Jamal's clothes? Do you understand that my son was a prisoner in that jail, and they just happened to lose all his clothes? Was there something that happened while you hid his clothes? Yes, something happened. You just don't get rid of a man's clothes, because if he had to walk out there, you know he ain't been going out naked. Where is accountability for y'all giving me my child's favorite jacket back? Somebody needs to answer the question, why is this going on and nobody is able? I've heard the solicitor say, they won't answer my questions. They won't give me a time. They ain't talking about the jail even to the solicitor. That's disrespectful, but she says it happens. How in the world can you not be accountable? I find all of them accountable. Y'all all accountable for all the rude, cruel acts that you've placed upon people. And y'all ain't getting away with nothing. I'ma still say, you're not getting away with anything. I was gonna speak on the coroner, but coroner kind of bumped from my baby's case. Made it hard for the solicitor. She's corrected it, but it was too late. What went out? was the beginning of his death. And it wasn't the beginning of his death, it was months later. If it started right, it would have ended right. If it started with nobody going to bother my baby, he wouldn't be dead. And if you hadn't lost his clothes, you wouldn't be hearing from me so much. So you can bring the clothes back and then we'll be good. But I'm not taking, I don't want to talk about Palmetto because I got something going on. Palmetto need to watch out. Watch out. I've not heard anything good from anybody. But y'all know they didn't bother Jamal the years he went there. You know why? Because he didn't bother anybody. He was a non-violent person. So the first time something happened, you send him to jail. Where was the doctor that said he could leave? Tell me where the doctor was. He tried to sign himself out that very day. He was praising God, so they said, he's delusional. It's delusional to praise God? Then it's a lot of delusional people around here. Because we go to church on Sunday, we do it every day. I cannot understand why you threw my child away. I can't understand why you didn't even read him his rights. Do you know that my baby is very intelligent? All y'all laughing, but y'all didn't even read me my rights. Who was smart enough to give him some rights? Not one fool told him his rights. I told him. He knew. That's why he kept saying, nobody read me my rights. He was more intelligent than everybody in that system. Because as he was dying, he wanted questions answered. Now, he might have took the answers to heaven, but he wanted to know why. Is this how you treat the mentally ill? Why? What is the purpose? We don't know. We just know that 2 people got away with a murder. We only know that 2 people got away with a murder. You know how happy they are? Y'all go look at their doors. They're jumping like fools. Yeah, I killed Jamal and I got away with it. You think you got away with it. You didn't kill Jamal because he was a prophet. When you kill Jamal, you're killing half of yourself. You will carry my baby. I don't want nobody saying anything. You will carry my baby for the rest of your life in your mind. I'm not God, but I know what I'm praying for. I don't want you to ever forget what you did to him. Because if you forget, you're going to do it to somebody else like you did it before. Don't forget, you tortured my child. And it wasn't enough pepper spray. So this young lady says, give me another can. What the heck do you need another can for? That was God you was playing with. That pepper spray didn't knock him out like they thought. But he had the Spirit of God in him. Y'all know you can't take that out of him. I want you all to know Jamal's death will help mentally ill people. Jamal's death will help those that are incarcerated. Jamal's death will help people who don't understand the system and don't know where to get help. If I tell y'all 1 person asks me, 100 person asks me, but Sutherland, where do I go? What state is this? What state is this? Where the mentally ill parents don't know where to go get help. They're asking me. And all I can say is, I'll pray for you and go check and see what's out there. Mentally ill, being mentally ill is not a crime. And for every mother out there, we all got somebody in our family. Everybody got somebody with mental problems. I want you all to get praying that people realize my son was a genius, but something clicked. And whatever clicked, we took care of him. He never asked a person for a dime. He never wanted clothes. He never been hungry because I had support. He sang in my church choir. He was an usher. He gave away his life. Why is he dead? And the only person that's going to answer that for me is God. I'm not looking for no answers from anybody. Y'all can't answer the question why y'all killed him. So I know y'all can't answer no other questions. But I leave Jamal's death in the hands of God. He will take care of it. I'm gonna be a fighter. Y'all gonna see me fighting. I promise y'all, they ain't gonna do that again to nobody. And I thank you all for coming.
You know, obviously, your questions are likely to be answered with some additional questions, right? We just still don't have many answers. We're still getting through the reports that were given to us by Scarlett this morning. We had a chance to speak with the excessive force expert, Mr. Rainey, but have been unable to actually process all that information. And so I say all that to say this: if you have questions, we'll do our best to answer them. But please know that as we sit here today, we still don't have answers. But we will try to get them, and we will try to make a difference. And I know we will. I know we will.
We will.
If there is a charge, for someone who is not in the legal community, you can charge somebody with involuntary manslaughter, kill someone. Why would that be applied in this case by the law?
Amen.
To be honest with you, Raphael, I'm not sure that the solicitor analyzed it from a standpoint of involuntary versus voluntary manslaughter. My understanding from our communications with her today, and as referenced at her announcement, was that in this state, with these laws, it has to prove criminal intent. And in our mind, you get there by showing the reckless conduct of the officers. You get there by showing the inhumanity of their conduct. Is it a defense that that's how they were trained? Yes. Does it prevent you from pursuing charges? Solicitor Wilson seems to think it is. I'm not the solicitor. And if the family thought, there was a way to punish them within the criminal justice system, Ms. Sutherland wouldn't be standing here today as accepting as she is. She knows how these individuals are going to be punished. And she's a better woman than you and I, and a better human than I'll ever be. The faith that this family has shown over the last 6 months has changed me as a man, for sure. Has changed me. And I'm not as far along on my walk as they are. But I'm a lot farther along than I was before I met this family. And absent additional information, SLED has closed their investigative file, and Scarlett has concluded she's made her charging decision. So absent any additional information, we were told that this would be the end of any analysis on behalf of the state of South Carolina. Okay? Which, I'm assuming your next question would be what's going on with the feds. We have spoken with the Department of Justice, met with them a month or so ago. It's our understanding as of this morning that their investigation is still full steam ahead. They are not bound by the same laws, or restricted, I should say, by the same lack of laws that this state has. They have a toolbox that is far greater. They can look into civil rights. They can look into what means the most to this family and what means the most to this community. When you look at that video, it just can't happen. It just can't happen. And it was gonna happen. We now know. It could have happened as early as 2008. So for 12 years of the same training, of the same policies, the rogue training.
That's what it was.
What did you think was going to happen? Now, does that make it a crime? I don't know. Apparently not.
In the jail system, everybody else knows it's a crime.
What specifically about the current laws changed to unbound the hands of the solicitors?
Gary?
Yeah, I would just say passing an excessive force law like most states have done, moving the standard to a reasonable man. Can you not hear me? Yeah, passing excessive laws, statute like most states have done, and making it where you use a reasonable man or reasonable person standard as opposed to the subjective, what they call.
And just want to give our viewers a heads up. We are still having a few mic checks there in that right-hand box as we wait for authorities to come and give an update. Again, after that 12-story condo collapse happened back in June. As soon as we do have that press conference, we'll be going into that full and live here for you on Live Now from Fox. Until that time, though, let's go ahead and take a quick 2-minute break.
The sheriff ran on a promise of, changing some things at the detention center. What would you like to see from her? Because this is the previous administration that put these policies into place.
I think that the sheriff needs to make good on what she said about making change. That bigger part of the old regime is still in place. Those supervisors, those administrators, those that made those horrible decisions, despite pleas from their own people that this is not right. Instead of them doing their job and going down there to see what was going on, they stayed in their offices and made horrible decisions about a man's life, Jamal Sutherland. Those people, at a minimum, should not be working in law enforcement. If you cannot see the human aspect of those people that are incarcerated, you do not need to be there. Those people, they don't have anything left but their dignity.
And kind of to piggyback off of that, the solicitor said that Deputy Buell knew something was wrong. He didn't want to go in there. He said it 3 times. He ran it up to the command post and was told he had to extract Jamal. What's your reaction to that?
He had to do nothing. If you're an intelligent person and your heart is telling you, don't do this, listen to your heart, not the man who writes your paycheck. Their heart should have said, this ain't right. This young man asking us questions. We cannot go in there. People cop out by saying they listen to their commands. A command to kill was not given to them. Extraction. They took it to murder. They were supposed to be doing an extraction. And I don't know why they even went in there. He wasn't bothering nobody. Why you even went in there? Let my child be at peace. Leave him alone as he's in a crisis. Nobody ever called. He didn't get a call. He wasn't read his rights. Something went wrong that night, but they laughing at him. They laughed at my child.
At the very least, didn't Jamal have a right not to be extracted
He did.
before the hearing? Wouldn't that fall under some kind of violation of his rights to be?
You're assuming that everybody who worked at the jail on January 5th actually knew the law, actually knew the rights of inmates.
You don't have to know the rights of inmates. You got to know the right of my child, and he has the right to live. We keep saying the same thing over and over. We don't know their mind. We don't know their intent. I don't care what their intent is. Jamal's dead. Nobody helped him. That's what I'm gonna say. I'm not gonna get angry, but nobody had any inkling of a human cell in them. They were the animals.
After the footage came out to the world and heard Jamal's final questions, parallels were drawn immediately to the death of George Floyd. And also, it seemed like maybe it was a new day in America when Chauvin was convicted for the first time, seeing law enforcement held accountable for the death of a black man. Knowing where we are now, how does this decision hit your heart, hit your soul, knowing that for Jamal, justice is delayed?
Justice was denied. Don't say delayed. When you write your story, justice was denied. I dare you to get up and make my family feel bad. We did what we were supposed to do. When I took him there, they should have sent him back to me. That was true justice. He had no right to go to jail. You had no right to cuff him and put him in the car. And then, y'all know there's a man, I'm gonna say it again. He never apologized to us. He said, my officers did a good job. That burns me more than anything on this earth. My officers did a good job. I'm gonna let my baby tell y'all what he said.
To me, it just don't really make no sense that they could get away with doing that on camera, scot-free, basically. And then when the shoe gets on the other foot, which is them, they want to kind of cop out. And just it kind of seems like now more sympathy is towards them, quote unquote. They don't want to make them pay for it. Well, what about my brother? You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, regardless of what rules or regulations they want to say they was trained or anything like that, everyone at the end of the day knows humane rights, right from wrong. You know what I'm saying? I bet you even if I punched one of them, not even killed them, if I punched one of them, y'all know where I would be right now.
Right.
So that's all I got to say.
What would you guys say to the community? The community's really been rallying, protesting, supporting you guys. They want somebody held accountable too. They may get together tonight. What would be your message to the community?
My message to the community is get together, get out and have conversations. I'm gonna say something. I said I wasn't gonna say it. I look around at ministers who are the leaders of the community. I only see, raise your hand. Raise your hand. Y'all know how many churches in South Carolina? Where are the leaders? That's another question I had. Mr. Johnson's out there. What's the other one name? Pastor Dixon's out there. Who leads in South Carolina for the black community? Don't tell me about your pain if you don't have no solutions. Solutions are, I didn't hear it even in my church. Nobody spoke about Jamal's death and what it did to our community. To me, his death opened the eyes of the community, and they still didn't do nothing.
And just a heads up to some of our viewers who are here with us, we are going to be going into another quick 2-minute commercial break, still waiting for that press conference to take place down in Florida, where we're going to be hearing a little bit more after there's been a cleanup now of that entire site where that condo collapsed in Surfside. So once officials do step out in that right-hand box, of course, we'll be taking that in full. Some of you, though, first going to see a quick 2-minute break.
Nothing's going to change. You're wrong.
That's right.
You watch. You watch. We're going to change the laws in this state. With your help, we need it all. We need it from those leaders.
That's right.
We need it from the community organizers. We need it from these activists. We need it from the media. We need your help. Scarlett needs your help. The Department of Justice needs your help. If we truly want to answer the question of what's the meaning of this, we need your help to get better laws in this state. Let's look at how we treat the mentally ill. Let's look at organizations. Figure out where they really stand on mental health issues. Nobody asks a nonprofit who's raising money, where's the money go to? Next time you see a nonprofit, ask them, where's your money go to? Have you ever thought about giving it to the mentally ill? Let's do better. One of the things that the Sutherland family and Gary and myself put together on short notice today, as we were trying to process this all, is we'll lead. We will lead you by example. Justice for Jamal, number 4, justiceforjamal.org was launched this afternoon. It will be a platform for this entire state, this entire community, this entire country, this entire world to learn more about mental illness, to see how it affects people like Jamal day in and day out, to see how it affects people like the Sutherland family and their pastors and their congregation and Jamal's friends and Jamar and James, to see how mental illness affects people on a daily basis. It'll provide a platform to donate to NAMI, the National Association of Mental Illness. The South Carolina chapter will be marching in his honor sometime soon. It'll have a link to NAMI.org. It'll provide a platform for this community to take action. And
all right, guys, as I mentioned, we do have